Chapter 406. What does it have to do with you? Why did you come out? Qin Zhe said impatiently. Even if you have a pet dog, there will be times when you bring it out for a walk. The system said. Although you're a dog, it's a bit inappropriate to describe yourself like that. Qin Zhe was stunned. The purpose of the system's existence seemed to have become purely to complain. It would occasionally give out missions, but now it was complaining about itself? Loas system evolution, complaining about the system? The pet dog I'm referring to is you. The system said. Qin Zhe was speechless. So what did you jump out to complain about? Qin Zhe said. The system usually did not come out. It was just a system. Even if it stayed in his brain for 100 years, it would not be bored. So if it came out, it must have something to say. I almost caught the opportunity of the mission just now. The system said regretfully, but you're too lazy. The desire that just arose disappeared again. I definitely don't have the desire to sleep with my sister. Don't give out missions randomly. Qin Zhe panicked. The system was silent for a long time. Host, you talk too much. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Qin Zhe sighed. Sigh, you don't have enough charm, so you talk too much. If you were like those flirtatious bitches next door, I wouldn't be so annoyed. The system said, you can't get hard, so you're blaming me? Long Outyen is called Long Outyen not because he has a system. Even if a lazy fish has a system, he's still a lazy fish. Qin Zhe was speechless. The system said, actually, even if you're worth 10 billion now and have countless fans, you're still that poor kid who likes to follow behind your sister. You have no ambition, no ambition. As long as you're with your sister, you'll feel that life is long and good. Qin Zhe said in a low voice, what are you trying to say? The system said, you always complain about me being low-ass, but you're actually complaining about yourself. You have abnormal feelings for your sister, you know that you're not related to her by blood, but you're afraid that your family will fall apart, so you don't dare to expose what happened back then. You like Su Yu and Wang Zijin so much, but you think you're a poor kid. You don't have the confidence to enjoy the happiness of two people, but you can't give them up. So you pushed the blame to me, blaming me for not being able to activate Heavenly Dragon mode for you. In fact, you are not confident, because whether it is Su Yu or Wang Zijin, they are all goddesses that you can only dream of. The system said, maybe you need time to settle down. After all, if an ordinary person were to receive 100 million RMB, he would only become a nouveau riche. He would never become a refined and cultured aristocrat. It's only been half a year since you got me. In other words, host, you know nothing about the power of this system. Qin Zhe, I only know that you tremble when you mention the hacking system. The system was speechless. Qin Zhe scratched his head. Maybe you're right. I've been trying my best to change. I want to change the world, change myself, change. Sorry, I accidentally sang it. The system was speechless. Actually, I just wanted to comfort you. You can't reach the sky with a single mouthful of milk. A boy growing up to become a man is bound to experience trials and tribulations. It's not like you're a man just because you've had sex. The system concluded, men and women are different. When a girl changes into a woman, it's just a matter of a membrane. When a boy becomes a man. Qin Zhe interrupted it and said, when the chrysanthemum blossoms? The system was speechless. It's going through trials and tribulations, you bastard host. Qin Zhe nodded. Thank you. A heart-to-heart between two salted fish can cause a psychological resonance. I feel like I'm suddenly enlightened. This time, the system interrupted him. The chicken soup for the soul I downloaded from the internet only said the beginning. What do you mean by enlightened? I'm afraid you're the evolution of salted fish Zhe, Q Zhe. Qin Zhe was speechless. It turned out that the system knew exactly what he was thinking just now. It was 2:00 in the morning. Qin Zhe looked up at the ceiling. Since he had to sort out his messy feelings, he might as well do it one by one. Maybe I should take some time to go to Shujia town or Wen City, he thought. After spending an awkward weekend at home, Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao finally breathed a sigh of relief. They did not know if it was a psychological effect, but the siblings felt that their mother was looking at them strangely. She was paying more attention to them than ever before. Once, Qin Zhe and his sister were chatting on the sofa in the living room. His sister was talking about the endless work for the past few days. She felt sad and leaned on her brother's shoulder. I'm so tired, sob sob, sob. Qin Zhe saw his sister's strange expression and turned to look. He saw Qin Ma standing at the kitchen door, silently observing. The siblings sat upright and still. This feeling was like when you were having sex with your girlfriend in a room and suddenly realized that there were countless onlookers silently watching. It was easy to be traumatized. Qin Baobao and her brother were chatting in the living room. Qin Ma was silently observing. Qin Baobao and her brother were eating chicken in the room. Qin Ma was silently observing. Qin Baobao and her brother were talking on the balcony. Qin Ma was silently observing. Qin Baobao and her brother went out to buy groceries. Qin Ma also wanted to follow and observe. As a result, when the two of them went to work on Monday, they were so guilty that they didn't dare to go out together. Qin Baobao left first, and Qin Zhe left with Prince Su 5 minutes later. Qin Zhe carried Sister Ziwei's bag. Wang Zijin held his arm. After getting into the car, she said happily, come to Uncle and Auntie's place next week, okay? Qin Zhe immediately gave her a sideways glance. Sister Ziwei, you're really hopelessly evil. I'm asking you a question. Wang Zijin took out a rubber band from her bag and bit it in her mouth. She tucked her hair behind her head with both hands and tied it into a ponytail. Okay. Qin Zhe nodded subconsciously. Then, he was stunned. This can't be. I have to be tough. I can't be so soft. What's okay? I don't like listening to their nagging. Let's talk about it later, he said with a straight face. Oh. Wang Zijin nodded. Then I'll bring Uncle and Auntie over. I'll bring the dogs over too. I just feel that they're not young anymore. They live in the same city, so why don't they go home every weekend? We can't forget the kindness of raising them, right? She was talking nonsense with a straight face, but I had nothing to say. Sister Ziwei. I thought about it. It's better for us to come over. Qin Zhe forced a smile. Good boy. Sister Ziwei smiled generously and sweetly. She didn't get to see Mewling Monster pestering Qin Zhe for 2 days. Qin Zhe drove her to the company. Aren't you coming up with me? Wang Zijin frowned. I'll go to Baozi first. There's a meeting there, Qin Zhe said. Oh, then go ahead. Have a safe trip. Wang Zijin waved her hand. Watching the car drive into the traffic, she thought to herself, should I come to the meeting a few times a week? These days, she went to the company with Qin Zhe as a couple. Wang Zijin finally understood why Qin Bao insisted on Qin Zhe going to work with her. It was because it felt good and happy. They lived together and went to work together, unlike most couples who lived in big cities. For them, home was a place to sleep every day. At dawn, they rushed to go to work. At night, they got off work and drove or took the subway. After dinner, they looked at the time and went to bed. On the other side, Qin Zhe arrived at Baozi Investment, and the meeting was scheduled for noon. He had to write a draft in the morning. Of course, he didn't have to worry about this kind of thing. Usually, Suyu would help him draft a draft, and Qin Zhe would polish it a little. After reading it once, he would have a good idea of what he was going to write. Then, he would speak frankly in front of the executives. Today, Suyu didn't help him draft, nor did she stay with him. Qinze went to her office to see what was going on and found Suyu typing in front of the computer. "What are you doing?" Qinze asked. "I'm writing a novel." Suyu pushed the anti-radiation glasses on the bridge of her nose. Chapter 407. Nanny? Writing a novel? Why are you writing a novel? Qinze's brain didn't turn around. "My 7 Lovers in a Night," Suyu said. "I've been writing it for a week and published it on Lala Novel Network. Someone gave me a reward yesterday. Although it was only 10 yuan, I'm still very happy. It means that someone has read my novel. This is the biggest recognition." What the hell, 7 times a night? Can this kind of title pass the review? Is the website's review funny? And, although my kidneys are looking up to Teddy, I don't seem to have the experience of 7 times a night, right? Damn, who are you writing about? Call him out, I'm going to kill him. No, that's not the point. There's a meeting at noon. Have you finished the draft? Qinze said. What draft? You write it yourself. I'm now inspired to write a novel. Suyu's eyes were glued to the screen, and she tapped on the keyboard. You don't want to be a beautiful president, but you want to write a novel? Wake up, Teddy. Suyu, there's no future in writing a novel. You can't do anything except think about the plot all day. After a long time, people will become greasy. Because of the lack of social interaction, friends will alienate you. If you write a little over the line, they will lock you in a small dark room and let you barely make a living. Even the royalties will say goodbye to you. Writing a novel is a crooked path. Don't go down the crooked path. Working hard is the right thing to do. Can the website pay your social security? Pay your 5 insurances and 1 housing fund? There are no guarantees or benefits. Be good, put down your keyboard and prepare the draft for the noon meeting. Suyu tilted her head and thought for a while. Don't worry, I'm not full-time. I promise I won't let myself become greasy. If I get fat, husband, you can exercise with me in bed to lose weight. In addition, I don't need any benefits or guarantees. I'm not short of money. Qinze was speechless. Believe it or not, I'll teach you a lesson with an iron rod? Suyu stubbornly said, No, I'll write a novel. I'll write a novel and then pay to adapt it into a movie. I'll play the female lead and you'll play the male lead. Qinze pinched his temple. He remembered that Suyu seemed to have said that she wanted to write a novel when he and his sister adapted the novel to film. But shouldn't this be a casual remark? Why did she really start writing novels? Be good. Hurry up and prepare the draft. I won't listen, King. Before Suyu could finish, she was picked up from the chair by Qinze and thrown on the sofa. Ah, it's this kind of domineering feeling. Suyu said happily, handsome, sunny, gentle appearance, but in fact, very overbearing and strong. He spoils you and loves you in life, but in bed, he will overbearingly ask you to follow his posture. I'm full of inspiration. King exploded, Qinze said angrily. Qinze sat in front of the computer and wanted to close her Word document. At the same time, he glanced at Suyu's novel draft. It seemed to be about the bed scene, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances. The novel was written in the first person. After he rudely and unreasonably stuffed me into the car, he didn't say a word and drove silently to his villa. I looked at his side face. His eyelashes were long and dense, his nose was high, and his lips were thin. He was so handsome that it made people despair. At the same time, I felt angry and happy. He still cared about me, but he put on a sour face every day as if he hated me. Qinze said in his heart, I was also very desperate. So handsome that it made people despair. It felt the same as his evil smile. What kind of handsome was it? He continued to read, finally, we arrived at the villa. I was inexplicably nervous because I knew what he was going to do. This man, although he was usually gentle and humble, in fact, he was a violent maniac, overbearing and strong. He dragged me into the bedroom. I wanted to angrily scold him, but when I met his gloomy eyes, I felt as if a fishbone was stuck in my throat and I couldn't say anything. Qin Zhe said in his heart, "This character setting is so familiar. Is it me?" He forcefully pushed me onto the bed and said in a cold voice, "Su Xiaolan, remember this. You are my woman. You were in the past, you are now, and you will be in the future. Don't let me see you dating other men again." Then, he unbuttoned my clothes roughly. Tears welled up in my eyes and I clenched my teeth. "Qin Yu, I hate you." His face was cold and he ignored my resistance. "I'll omit 500 words here. You wrote this kind of thing, won't it be banned? Are you writing a novel or a pornographic novel?" Qin Zhe was shocked. "No, I've read other women's novels and they were all written like this." Su Yu ran over in her high heels. "Let me show you. I've written a lot of stories like this." The readers said that I described the details very well. Of course, it's good. I have practical experience. Qin Zhe, Su Yu pulled up the Word document and showed him the previous manuscript. Qin Zhe saw a very familiar scene full of a strong sense of déjà vu. For example, "Come up yourself." "No. Come up." "No, come up." Another example, the showerhead spurted out hot water, and he pushed me against the cold wall. "Damn it, I'm looking at the stone again." Qin Zhe, no, there were too many things to complain about. He didn't know how to complain. "How is it? My writing is good, right? The plot feels good too. It's very sadistic. Then, hubby, when I finish writing, let's adapt it into a TV series," Su Yu said hopefully. "Let me tell you, a book like yours can't be made into a movie or a TV series, because it will be finished sooner or later," Qin Zhe said. Then I'll delete some, but not too much." Su Yu pointed her little finger with a serious expression. "Just delete a little. The bed scenes can't be left out. Are you sure you can live until the end of the novel?" Qin Zhe's eyebrows twitched. "It doesn't matter. Even if I'm not allowed to publish it online, I can still write it. When I'm done, you can ask the scriptwriter of Tianfeng Film and Television to help me edit it. We can make a TV series ourselves. We don't lack channels, equipment, personnel, and funds." Su Yu said. "Shanghai's Naked Ass Bureau won't pass the review. You can give up this idea." Qin Zhe knocked on her head. "We'll talk about this later. Help me see if there are any flaws in the writing and plot," Su Yu said. "The writing is okay, but I feel that the twists and turns are not natural enough. Maybe you haven't written a novel before and lack experience. Also, there's too much description of the female protagonist's psychological activities. When doing that kind of thing, don't write your feelings so clearly. After all, you're the one who wrote the romance novel, although I think it's a pornographic novel. Then, I'm wearing Zijin colored clothes today." "Excuse me, what is Zijin colored clothes?" Qin Zhe was confused. "Green," Su Yu said eloquently. I'll go." Qin Zhe felt very tired. Teddy didn't forget to criticize Sister Ziwei even when writing a novel. How much did she hate her? The hatred of stealing her husband? Even if it was Sister Ziwei who hated her. Besides, why does the name of the protagonist feel weird? Qin Zhe frowned. "Of course, Qin Zhe, it's a combination of the two of us." Su Yu hugged Qin Zhe's neck from behind and blew in his ear. "Are you surprised?" F***CK. Qin Zhe suddenly shouted. Qin Zhe remembered. It wasn't the name of the male protagonist that was wrong, but the name of the female protagonist, Su Xiaolan, was very wrong. If he remembered correctly, Xiaolan was the pet name that the old man used for his mother. No, I can't look at this novel directly anymore. Qin Zhe covered his face silently. What are you doing? Su Yu was shocked. The name of the female protagonist makes me feel out of character. Xiaolan is my mother's pet name. You can't give a name so casually, you bastard Teddy. Qin Zhe was speechless. Oh, I thought about the name for a long time. Then I had a flash of inspiration and thought of Xiaolan. No wonder I always felt that it was familiar, Su Yu said. Qin Zhe sighed. You're just like that little bitch, Bao don't allow drugs. Sooner or later, you'll be done for. The title of the novel also needs to be changed. What nonsense is it? 7 times in a night? Qin Zhe said seriously. Su Yu, tell me the truth. Is there anything that makes you dissatisfied with me? No, I'm very satisfied in all aspects. Su Yu shook her head again and again. Qin Zhe said in his heart, good answer, I'll consider you saved your little life. In the end, Qin Zhe couldn't persuade Su Yu. He went back to his office to write the manuscript. Su Yu continued to type. She said that she would update 2,000 words every day without stopping. This is the integrity that an author should have. After Qin Zhe finished reading her novel, he didn't intend to persuade her to give up. It doesn't matter. This kind of novel won't live long. When she sees the horror of the river crab mythological beast, she will naturally dispel the idea of writing a novel. On the other side, after Su Yu updated today's chapter, she didn't write anymore. Her update time was very casual. If she had inspiration, she would write a few paragraphs. If she didn't have inspiration, she would work at ease. Sometimes she would update at noon, sometimes she would update at night. Not many people read her novel. After all, it was only serialized for a week, but she was very satisfied. In this week, in order to write a good bed scene, she pestered Qin Zhe several times and then wrote out her feelings. Of course, Qin Zhe didn't know this. He only knew that Su Yu wrote novels today. Su Yu was a person who showed off. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent photos to the group so frequently. She finished writing the novel today and felt great, so she sent the link to the novel to the group. I wrote a novel, let me show you. Chapter 408. After Su Yu posted the link, she turned her head and busied herself with her own work. She wrote more than 10,000 words in a week. Sister Man and the others couldn't finish reading it in a short time. Later, she would ask Sister Man and the others for their opinions. Among the readers' comments on the website, 5 out of 10 were negative, 2 posted advertisements, 2 signed in, and 1 only shouted empty words, support the author, come on. There were no substantive opinions. As a novice, Su Yu now needed the readers' opinions and suggestions. She was aiming to adapt the TV series, so the novel had to be written perfectly. At the noon meeting, it was pointed out that all company leaders should follow the footsteps of President Qin and President Su to create a harmonious company and develop a well-off and profitable level. While actively developing the business, they should pay close attention to the lives of the employees and understand that the employees are the foundation of the company. After listening to President Qin's speech, the company executives felt that today's President Qin was different. He became particularly high and mighty. In addition, the speech was inexplicably familiar. During the meeting, Su Yu's mobile phone vibrated. She opened it and saw that someone in the chat group had replied. Nan Man Pei, Su Yu, you wrote it? Su Yu, yes, what do you think, Sister Man? Nan Man Pei, it's not very good. It's too explicit. Don't teach children bad things. Su Yu, how can there be children? Nowadays, the youngest person who reads novels is a junior high school student. Nan Man Pei, junior high school students are not considered young? If Zi Qi Donglai reads this kind of book, I'll break their legs. Su Yu, that's why Sister Man knows nothing about children nowadays. Haven't you heard that a Chinibya needs to fall in love? Young people nowadays, he, it's very early. Junior high school students have already started rolling in the sheets. Nan Man Pei, you only rolled in the sheets when you were 27 years old. Where did you get such a big sense of superiority? Su Yu, you want to stab me in the heart? You wish. I'm not an illiterate idiot now. The Su Yu of that year is dead. Now I'm Nyakalu. No, the topic can't be changed. Su Yu, Sister Man, I asked you for advice. Nan Man Pei, no advice. I don't read this kind of novel. I can't give you advice. Maybe you should ask the two of them. Qin Bao Bao Qingqing Zijin, Qin Zhe knocked on the table and frowned. Mr. Su, don't play with your phone during the meeting. Okay, President Qin. Su Yu smiled and continued to look at her mobile phone. Qin Zhe was speechless. Let's continue the meeting, Qin Zhe said helplessly. In the group chat. I did. What kind of trash novel is that? Qin Bao Bao snorted. Also, can you please change the name of the female lead? Every time I see Su Xiaolan, it reminds me of my mother. Wang Zijin, covering face and crying, emoji. Wang Zijin, Su Yu, what do you mean by Zijin is a pervert? I'm more concerned about this. I feel like you're mocking me. Su Yu, you want to know? Wang Zijin, yes. Su Yu, I won't tell you. Wang Zijin's negative emotions, plus 666 Su Yu, don't complain about my novel. What's wrong with it? Please point it out. Qin Bao Bao, let's not talk about other things. I'm speechless about the bed scene. I'll take a screenshot for you to see. Screenshot. Here it is, I wasn't prepared at all. He took me violently. I felt pain, but there was also an indescribable comfort and pleasure. Are you kidding me? I slapped you, and you still feel comfort and pleasure after the pain? Although it's just a novel, it's too outrageous. Qin Bao Bao attacked, there are too many similar places that can't stand up to scrutiny. Wang Zijin, pushing sunglasses, emoji, yes, I think so too. Nan Man Pei, so you wasn't angry at all. Instead, she pitted these two short-sighted women. Su Yu, anything else? Wang Zijin, yes, I took a screenshot too. Screenshot. There's a problem with this paragraph. He pounded into my body again and again, making it hard for me to speak. Even breathing was a little difficult. Su Yu, don't you think it's too exaggerated? Qin Bao Bao, it's too exaggerated. Nan Man Pei. This seems to be a bit exaggerated. Su Yu, so you're right, she silently deleted it and sent out a, hee emoji instead. So you don't know anything about Qin Zhe's small motor. Qin Zhe knocked on the table again. Boss Su, don't play with your mobile phone during the meeting. The main reason was that Su Yu's smile was so weird that the executives at the table couldn't help but look at her. She didn't know how lethal her appearance was, and she mercilessly took away Qin Zhe's camera. Okay, Boss Qin. Su Yu smiled sweetly and continued to play with her mobile phone. The executives at the table looked at Qin Zhe sympathetically. Qin Zhe, Motherf ****. Then, let's continue. Where was I just now? Boss Qin, you talked about this year's performance targets, an executive said. Qin Zhe's face darkened. I think I just finished talking about this. The executive looked embarrassed and withdrew his gaze from Su Yu. In the group, Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin went back and forth and attacked each other. Qin Bao Bao, I found another part that doesn't make sense. Screenshot, the female lead Su Xiaolan. Again, please change my mother's name, or I'll let Qin Zhe beat you up. Then back to the topic. The female lead Su Xiaolan is eating a cucumber at home, the male lead. Please change the name of the male lead, don't be surnamed Qin. Back to the topic, the male lead has a naughty smile on his face, saying that if you want to eat a cucumber, you can eat mine. My size is much bigger than it. Qin Bao Bao, Su Yu, you're referring to that thing, right? As far as I know, a cucumber is more than 10 centimeters long, and a man's, is that long? That's too fake. Wang Zijin, that's not scientific. Nan Man Pei, in the office, Su Yu threw her mobile phone and laughed on the table. After laughing, she saw everyone looking at her. She coughed and said solemnly, "Continue the meeting." Everyone felt that Boss Su was strange today. Boss Su was laughing crazily in his heart, thinking, "Stupid Qin Bao Bao, that's your brother's size. Two illiterate idiots." In fact, many girls knew nothing about a man's size before they had a boyfriend. Unlike many men, who had all kinds of cavalry in their hands, as long as they dated a man, they would know. Some girls would watch Japanese action movies, but this did not include Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin. Qin Bao Bao was a clean freak and would not touch such things. Wang Zijin was a female hipster and would not touch such things. She liked to chase romantic and sad love. Chasing a cavalry movie was not in line with the style of a hipster. Qin Zhe was talking when his phone suddenly rang a few times. He glanced at it and thought, "It's rare that Sister Man took the initiative to send me a message." So he picked it up and saw that Sister Man had sent a few screenshots of the chat history of a chat group. After Qin Zhe read it, he felt that his body was petrified, China was petrified. His mood was particularly complicated. He was not afraid that his affair with Su Yu would be exposed. After chatting with the Low system, he really felt enlightened. The reason why Long Outyan was that he had a loving and confident heart. In fact, this was very dangerous. If Su Yu said that the content of the novel was purely personal experience, with the sisters' intelligence, they would have guessed it. At that time, Qin Zhe really wanted to be benevolent and die. Mainly because of the stupidity of the two sisters. Sister has always been a little fairy. She lived a clean and pure life. Qin Zhe has been with her for more than 20 years and knows it in his heart. But why is Sister Ziwei also illiterate? Isn't she an internet veteran? Oh, there will be number 18 pictures on the internet, but how come she doesn't even know a man's size? Half surprise, half funny. Let's adjourn. Qin Zhe announced the end of the meeting. The company executives got up and left. Su Yu also wanted to leave, but was pulled back by Qin Zhe, who pressed her on the conference table and slapped her. "Don't you think your ass is not big enough? I'll help you develop it." Qin Zhe said angrily. Ouch. Su Yu's heart was full of grievances. "Why did you suddenly hit me? I say, what were you doing just now? Sister Man sent me a screenshot. If you want to write a novel, just write it. What do you mean by showing it to my sister?" "Nonsense, I write a romance, not a pornographic novel." Chapter 409. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Qin Zhe left Baozi in advance and drove to pick up Wang Zijin from work. Wang Zijin had the ideological awareness of a party member. She said that she wanted to respond to the country's call to live a low-carbon life, so she insisted on not buying a car. Qin Bao Bao thought that she actually wanted Qin Zhe to pick her up every day. Wang Zijin came to Shanghai in a fit of pique. She didn't plan to stay for a long time. Her initial plan was to stay for 10 days to half a month, and then go home to negotiate with her father. If he continued to meddle in her marriage, she would stay for a year and a half, or even longer. Anyway, she was her father's only daughter, and she had the confidence to be willful. She didn't expect that she would be addicted to living there. First, the Qin family was serious and full of warmth. Her father was strict, her mother was kind, and her sister and brother were a pair of clowns. Wang Zijin longed for this kind of family atmosphere. She didn't expect that she would be addicted to her best friend's brother in the end. She didn't try his glib tongue, nor did she experience his two-finger technique, but she was addicted. He was handsome, had the right temperament, and was very talented. He was interesting. Although he was a little timid occasionally, such a talented man should be strong and domineering. But because of this, he was cute and made women more curious. Moreover, a strong and domineering man didn't meet Wang Zijin's aesthetic standards. There was no lack of pursuers of the domineering CEO type in Beijing. Wang Zijin was very opinionated, and she was not stupid and sweet, so she was actually very disgusted with the domineering CEO type. On the contrary, a talented but timid type like the little red guy was in line with Wang Zijin's taste. Wang Zijin held the wall with her hand. When she took off her high heels and changed into cotton slippers, her mobile phone rang. "Aze, help me get my mobile phone." Her Louis Vuitton bag was hanging on Qin Zhe's shoulder. Qin Zhe took out his mobile phone and glanced at the caller ID, "Mom." His expression was strange. "Who is calling?" Wang Zijin asked curiously. Qin Zhe looked at his sister in the living room and mouthed, "Our mother." Wang Zijin's expression immediately became strange. "I'm going to the room to answer the call." She took the phone and ran into the room. A gentleman is magnanimous, while a villain is sneaky. Qin Bao Bao curled her lips in disdain. She was wearing a cotton yoga suit with a very low neckline. It's right for a gentleman to be frank about his balls. The last sentence should be, "A villain hides his dick." Qin Zhe sat beside his sister. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards her deep cleavage. It was white and alluring. Qin Bao Bao puffed up her chest. "What are you looking at?" Qin Zhe was taken aback. "I'm looking through the gap." Qin Bao Bao chopped his head with a knife. "What is she doing?" Qin Bao Bao bent over and took out a lollipop from the drawer of the coffee table, licking it. "Her mother." "Sister Ziwei's mother called," Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up. "Let's go and eavesdrop." Qin Zhe said, "You have to respect people's privacy." He was also quite curious. Wang Zijin had been in Shanghai for more than half a year, and she rarely talked to her family on the phone. The siblings didn't know what the current situation was between her and her family. Were they still in a cold war, or were they willing to bury the hatchet? At the very least, it should have eased a little. Since her mother called, it means that their relationship has improved. Maybe Wang Zijin has found a boyfriend? Qin Bao Bao's eyes sparkled with the light of gossip. "Impossible," Qin Zhe said in his heart. "Her boyfriend is right in front of you, but she doesn't even dare to tell you, let alone tell her parents. Speaking of which, I haven't even touched this boyfriend of mine, let alone come in and out." After all, Wang Zijin wanted to be in a relationship but was afraid of being f***ked by Zijin. In the room, Wang Zijin stood by the window and looked at the night view of the Huangpu River. "Mom?" Her tone was calm, neither surprised nor cold. "Zijin, your grandpa is sick." A woman's voice came from the other side of the phone. It was a gentle and pleasant voice. "How is grandpa?" Wang Zijin frowned, and her voice was nervous. Unlike other cousins, Wang Zijin grew up with her grandpa in the military family area. Dr. Chen said it's nothing serious. "He just needs to recuperate for a while," her mother said softly. "Then, I'll come back?" Wang Zijin bit her lip. As if waiting for her to say this, her mother smiled and said, "Come back. Your grandpa is in his 80s. He hasn't seen you for more than half a year. He misses you." Wang Zijin hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll come back to see grandpa." Her mother sighed and said, "Still angry with your dad? It's been half a year. Although he doesn't say it, he misses you." Wang Zijin was silent. Her mother said again, "Bring your boyfriend back to see him." Wang Zijin, China petrification. Mom. How did you know? Wang Zijin panicked. It doesn't make sense. Other than uncle and auntie, no one knows about my relationship with A's. How did my mom, who's far away in Beijing, know? She couldn't figure it out. Not only me, but the Wang family also knows, her mother said. Wang Zijin, China petrification +2. What's going on? Wang Zijin's little soul roared. She couldn't figure it out. How did the Wang family in Beijing know when all the big cows outside were kept in the dark? And your little circle, they all know. Wang Zijin said carefully, did Dad send a secret agent to keep an eye on me? She couldn't believe it herself. But how did the people in Beijing know? As a mother, she naturally wouldn't keep her daughter in suspense. She told her everything she knew. It's that bastard from the Zhao family. Didn't he come to Shanghai to see you? His family also wanted to know about your situation here, so they kept an eye on it. Later, I heard that he told his friends that you were desperately in love with a man in Shanghai. You cried and begged him not to abandon you and that he must like you or something. You cried and begged for a man. You cried and begged him not to abandon you. He must like you. Zhao Taizhu said, Mom, I think. It's quite embarrassing. Her mother was a little distressed. My dear daughter, you have to be more careful. Wang Zijin held a mouthful of blood in her mouth. She wanted to splash blood in front of Zhao Taizhu. No, the smart Wang Zijin immediately realized. Zhao Taizhu knew that she was in love with Qin Zhe. That was right, but the last two sentences, you cried and begged him not to abandon you, he must like you. These two sentences had a strong sense of déjà vu. If she remembered correctly, it was that night when she used Zhao Taizhu to test Qin Zhe. She thought that she had gone too far and said those words when she lost control of her emotions. Then the question was, how did Zhao Taizhu know? Zijin? Why aren't you talking? Her mother said, are you shy? Shyness doesn't exist. Wang Zijin said softly, Mom, my brain is trembling. Huh? Her mother was confused. I know. I'll come back tomorrow and bring him back on the way, but... Wang Zijin said bitterly, I'll clean up the house first. Goodbye, Mom. Wang Zijin hung up the phone and looked at the night view of the river. Don't ask the person who loves me the most how deeply he hurt me. Reality is always too cruel. In the living room, Yingying was practicing yoga. The little guy was admiring his sister's figure without looking sideways. Wang Zijin came to the living room and said as if nothing had happened, Bao Bao, my grandpa is in the hospital. In fact, he was not in the hospital. With old Master Wang's identity, there was no reason for him to be a doctor. But Wang Zijin wanted to make the situation more serious. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Are you going back? There's no other way. Wang Zijin sighed. Then my grandpa kept talking about my marriage and wanted me to get married early. My family used this reason to force me. I'm so helpless. Qin Zhe said in his heart, what are you crying for? Qin Bao Bao frowned and felt bad for her best friend. I told them that I have a boyfriend. My family didn't believe me and asked me to bring him back to meet them, Wang Zijin said. So you want my brother to pretend to be your friend? Qin Bao Bao understood. Qin Zhe said in his heart, he's actually your real boyfriend, sister. Wang Zijin nodded. I'll buy a plane ticket back to the capital tomorrow and stay for 2 or 3 days. Qin Bao Bao agreed readily. Then I'll lend you the little guy for a few days. Don't break him. Qin Zhe was speechless. Why did he feel like a toy? Bah, a toy? Then, he suddenly understood what his sister meant. The Wang family was such a big rich family. If the eldest daughter of the family hooked up with a wild man outside and brought him back, she would definitely be looked down upon. But since her best friend had spoken, Qin Bao Bao could not refuse. Then, she could not bear to see her brother being looked down upon for no reason, so she hinted to Wang Zijin not to break him. I'm not lending my brother to you purely to block arrows for you. You have to watch over him and don't let him suffer too much. Thank you, Bao Bao. Then, A's, come with me. I'll tell you about my family's situation, Wang Zijin said with a smile. Go, go. Qin Bao Bao waved her hand. Qin Zhe followed Sister Ziwei into the room in a hurry, wanting to take advantage of Sister Ziwei. But as soon as he entered the room, Wang Zijin pushed him onto the bed. Wang Zijin sat on top of him and looked down at him. Qin Zhe was shocked. He thought to himself, Sister Zian is so unrestrained today. Didn't she want a date but was afraid of being f***ked? Then should I eat grapes first, or the fungus? Qin Zhe's heart stirred. Wang Zijin looked down at him and sneered. Tell me, how do you want to die? Okay, she's playing with emotions. Qin Zhe said with a smile, Yu Xian wants to die. I'll f***king slap you to death. Wang Zijin waved her hand and chopped his head. Seeing Qin Bao Bao waving her hand and chopping her brother many times, she also learned it. Don't hit me, the hand knife was quite painful. Qin Zhe blocked it a few times and grabbed Sister Ziwei's wrist. He was confused. What are you doing? Why are you hitting me? I'm not the one who hit your grandfather and sent him to the hospital. Wang Zijin said with a straight face, I'll give you 3 seconds to tell the truth. Qin Zhe panicked. My affair with Suyu was finally exposed? Yes, Sister Ziwei was so smart. After reading Suyu's novel, it was impossible for her not to have some ideas. She finally speculated. At this time, I should snort coldly, yes, Suyu is my woman. Then Wang Zijin said, how can you treat your family like this? He said, but my heart for you is unchanged. Wang Zijin, I don't want it. He said, then you will lose me. Wang Zijin, don't leave me. As long as you have me in your heart, I don't care how many women you have. But the fact was that his little heart was trembling, and he was terrified. Forget it, since the matter has been confessed, then face it bravely. Although I am a salted fish, I am also a salted fish with responsibility. I'm sorry for this matter. Qin Zhe said in a deep voice. Chapter 410. Although he had fantasized that the moment of confession would never come, just like 2012. How good would that be? But Qin Zhe felt that he could not be as unreliable as the master of brick. If a salted fish was put into the sea, it would be the Hei's king. The Hei's king should be a king. I know I'm a scumbag. I shouldn't have hidden it from you for so long. Qin Zhe paused, took a deep breath, and gave himself 3 seconds to prepare. Wang Zijin snorted, you really have an affair with Taizhu. Qin Zhe, what? Zhao Taizhu? Qin Zhe was stunned on the spot. What does this have to do with Zhao Taizhu? How could I have an affair with him? Wait, Sister Ziwei said, you really have an affair with Taizhu. In other words, she was not talking about Suyu. I'm really a man with a system. I'm blessed everywhere. Do you want to say it yourself, or do I force you to say it? Wang Zijin pinched Qin Zhe's neck. She did not use much strength, but her eyes were fierce, and her lips were tightly pursed. She looked very delicate and naive. Sister Ziwei rarely lost her composure like this. I'll say it, Qin Zhe confessed, that day, when I was sleeping in your car, Taizhu texted me and told me about it. And then? Wang Zijin clenched her silver teeth. Sister Ziwei, tell me first, how did you know? Qin Zhe was more curious about this. My mom just called and told me, Wang Zijin pursed her lips, my family knows about it, and it's also spreading in my circle of friends. Everyone is probably laughing at me. Look, Wang Zijin has such a day, begging a man to like her. She's simply throwing herself at him. You don't know, I've taught a lot of people a lesson when I was young. Then how did your mom know? Zhao Taizhu said it. Qin Zhe did not understand. Didn't they agree to keep it a secret? Taizhu didn't look like a blabbermouth. Wasn't it good for this guy to be alive? Why did he have to court death? In that case, I could put the blame on him with a clear conscience. I was very happy at that time because my sister Ziwei didn't like another man. I was so happy that I wanted to shout to the sky. Acting mastery, activate. Qin Zhe said with lingering fear, if you really like another man, I will never be able to recover from this setback. I will never believe in love again. Wang Zijin was stunned. She thought to herself, this should be glib-tongued, but why are his eyes full of affection and joy? That is the expression of his true feelings. Sister Ziwei's anger immediately subsided. And then? Then Taizhu asked me why I didn't pursue Sister Ziwei boldly since I liked her so much. I said I was afraid that I am not good enough, afraid that we can't even be friends. Zhao Taizhu gave me an idea, Qin Zhe said, he told me to beat you at your own game, to test your reaction. I asked why you helped me lie to Sister Ziwei. He said that he wanted to make Sister Ziwei shed tears of regret. Even if he couldn't see it, it would be very beautiful just thinking about it. Qin Zhe didn't lie. At that time, I had a bold idea, was indeed Zhao Tieju's imagination. He only beautified himself a little and activated acting proficiency at the same time to make his words more convincing. Then why didn't you tell me later? Wang Zijin said angrily. Sister Ziwei was indeed not so easy to fool. Qin Zhe said in a low voice, Sister Ziwei, I didn't mean to lie to you. But it's all because I love you deeply. Wang Zijin hit his head twice with her hands and gritted her teeth. Zhao Taizhu, I didn't expect to be tricked by him. I was too careless. Looking at Sister Ziwei's expression, it seemed that he had to teach Zhao Taizhu a lesson on his way back to the capital. Brother Taizhu, as long as you are safe, everything will be fine. Qin Zhe silently prayed for Zhao Tieju's well-being. Just then, the door opened. Sister Ziwei's tall figure appeared at the door. Her charming face was full of shock. What are you doing? We're not doing anything. Wang Zijin heard the door open and quickly got up. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin looked at each other, panicking. Sister's best friend rode on top of her, and rode on top of her best friend's brother. It was hard to explain. Why is your head red? Qin Bao frowned and looked at her brother's head. I hit you just now. Wang Zijin had an idea. It's all his fault. I just told him that my parents are not on good terms. He said that my dad is keeping a mistress in front of him and will divorce sooner or later. You hit him so hard. Qin Bao mumbled, it's red. Qin Zhe thought, Sister Ziwei, are you witty or stubborn? Is it really okay to curse your parents like that? How did you ride on top? Qin Bao walked to the bed. Huh? Wang Zijin was stunned and didn't react. I was wondering how you rode on top. Qin Bao repeated, let's show you. Although she was confused, Wang Zijin still did as she was told. Sit on the bed. Qin Bao did as she was told. Wang Zijin straddled her body. Like this, ouch. Qin Bao suddenly flipped her over. Her two long legs curled up and stretched out. Then, she put them on Wang Zijin's shoulders and squeezed her legs. Wang Zijin was dumbfounded. She was really dumbfounded. What are you doing? Don't squeeze me so tightly. My neck is going to break, Wang Zijin said. How dare you hit my brother? Even if you're my best friend, I won't hold back, Qin Bao said. Let go, let go. Wang Zijin said, A's, save me. Qin Zhe was speechless. He thought, Sister Ziwei, you're really dumbfounded. I haven't enjoyed such good benefits in a long time. I have to change the name of the deadly scissors kick. It's not appropriate enough. I'll change it to, dumbfounded. The plane flew across the blue sky and slowly landed at the capital airport amidst the loud noise. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin each dragged their suitcases and took the shuttle bus to the airport. Sister Ziwei, how should I face your family? Or should I say, do your parents and grandpa prefer gentle, humble, and frugal young people, or do they prefer energetic and positive young people? Qin Zhe was a little nervous. It wasn't because of the power of the Wang family, but because he was going to meet his girlfriend's parents. You just have to act as yourself. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. No, you're too cowardly. You'll be looked down upon by the elders. You might even be bullied by my cousins. Wang Zijin rubbed her chin. Qin Zhe was speechless. Was it really okay to call him a coward in front of her boyfriend? Sister Ziwei, don't I care about my reputation? Then what should I do? Qin Zhe asked humbly. As for my father, he's a rather serious and unsmiling person, but his style in the officialdom is swift and decisive, forceful and domineering. My grandpa fought on the battlefield when he was young. He has a bad temper and a strong personality, so they prefer young people with a sharp edge. They don't like gentle, humble, and frugal young people. They also don't like scheming boys who can remain calm and even smile when they're being ostracized. Wang Zijin pondered and said, so you have to act like a strong young man. Don't be a coward and just do it. If anyone dares to provoke you, you have to fight back. Qin Zhe frowned. That's not very good. It's very rude. In his opinion, he should be humble and amiable as a newcomer. He shouldn't show off too much. It depends on the person. Wang Zijin analyzed. Let's not talk about the elders first. The juniors of the Wang family are like flowers in a greenhouse. They're used to being arrogant and superior. You can't expect them to be too humble to you. Well, it's not that they're domineering, as long as your identity is more troublesome. She took Qin Zhe's arm. After all, he's a wild man I hooked up with outside, right? Then, my circle of friends is made up of a bunch of successful second-generation officials. On the surface, they will be your friends and brothers, but in their hearts, they might not think highly of you. So, you can't be too cowardly, too humble. You should look down on them when you need to. You have your sister standing behind you. Qin Zhe complained, is your friend called Smile or Reuben Tail? Wang Zijin, huh? Nothing. Qin Zhe patted his chest. I know what to do. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. Although I like cowards, you can't be cowardly in front of outsiders. You have to be domineering, fierce, and sharp. So, get up, you little pervert. As they spoke, they took the elevator to the departure floor on the second floor. Wang Zijin looked around and pointed at the black car not far away. Let's go. My second uncle is here to pick us up. She pulled the suitcase with her left hand and took Qin Zhe's hand with her right. They walked towards the car. In the car, a young man lowered the window and waved at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin narrowed his eyes and said to his father in the driver's seat, Dad, that man looks a little familiar. The middle-aged man said calmly, Go down and help your sister with her luggage. The young man answered happily, Okay. The young man was like a wild dog. He first shouted with a face full of smiles, Sister. Then, he reached out to help Wang Zijin carry her luggage and stuffed it into the trunk of his father's car. Then, he closed the trunk with a bang. The little brat ignored Qin Zhe and went back to the car. He opened the door of the passenger seat and said, Sister, get in. My cousin, second uncle's youngest son. Wang Zijin said. Not bad. You're trying to intimidate me as soon as we meet? Qin Zhe opened the trunk and stuffed the suitcase in. Second uncle's youngest son should be called Wang Zining. Qin Zhe had an excellent memory. On the plane, Wang Zijin roughly introduced the elders and juniors in her family. If the children of her second and third grandfathers were included, there were about 40 to 50 people. Wang Zining was a second-year high school student. He was praised by his grandfather as being very intelligent and not an arrogant and despotic second generation. However, according to Wang Zijin, because he often followed behind her when he was young, he didn't learn any open strategies. Instead, he learned a lot of conspiracies and tricks. His weakness was that he had a bad temper and liked to insult people. When they met for the first time, Qin Zhe had a general impression of him. He was a relatively sinister and conceited young man. He seemed to be very unfriendly to him. It was written all over his face. Of course, a second-year high school student couldn't be too scheming and shrewd. It was unrealistic. On the other hand, second uncle was very calm. He was a middle-aged man with good facial features. When he saw Wang Zijin, he revealed a gentle smile. He took a few more glances at Qin Zhe and also greeted her with a smile. Zijin, we know that you're coming back, so we prepared a table full of dishes. Let's go back and make it in time. Uncle Wang smiled. Then, is there second aunt's specialty spicy chicken? Wang Zijin also smiled. Of course there is. I specially asked Mom to make it. Wang Zining's tone was as if he was asking for credit. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to eat a hot meal at home. I'll be eating my father and grandfather's punishment. Wang Zijin sighed. Uncle Wang laughed. Wang Zijin, you still know how to be afraid? Wang Zijin hugged Qin Zhe's arm. Nah, I found a scapegoat. Uncle Wang followed the topic. Right, little Qin, right? What does your family do? It was a very proper question. Every elder would ask such a question. What does your family do? How many siblings do you have? Were all questions that elders would ask. Wang Zining was a little puzzled. The Wang family actually knew Qin Zhe's identity and background. His father's question was unnecessary. Qin Zhe replied, my father is a university professor and my mother is a housewife. If I were to do it myself, I would open a company. Wang Zining interrupted. Nonsense. You're clearly an actor. You're an actor. Wang Zijin frowned. Uncle Wang said unhappily, Zining. If it were any other time, Qin Zhe would just laugh or find a chance to beat him up. However, it was different now. Sister Ziwei had just spoken. Whoever dared to provoke her would have to go all out. Uncle Wang was on the side. If he acted too cowardly, he would go home and tell the elders. Wouldn't he die before he could even achieve victory? It's not like I don't know how to insult people. Qin Zhe chuckled. Shizi is your brother-in-law. Uncle Wang was stunned. Wang Zining said angrily, are you worthy? Qin Zhe shook his head. I'm not worthy. Wang Zining sneered. At least you know your place. Qin Zhe said, as long as she's worthy of me. Wang Zining, Wang Zijin changed the topic. Zining, how are your grades? Have you improved this semester? Uncle Wang said unhappily, same as always. Neither good nor bad. Wang Zining was unconvinced. He was about to speak when that annoying fellow said leisurely, it's impossible to improve. You won't improve in this lifetime. You're not smart enough either. You can only rely on cheating to maintain your grades. Wang Zijin, Uncle Wang, Wang Zining said angrily, what does it have to do with you? Qin Zhe laughed. Just kidding. Wang Zijin glared at him. Ace is very good in science. I heard from Sister Man that her nephew has a chance to enter the University of Finance and Economics. Thanks to you tutoring him, he's improved a lot. Wang Zining's face was full of disdain. Uncle Wang was stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "That's good. Little Qin, why don't you help guide him these few days?" Wang Zining sneered. "Dad, can't I work hard? Who needs him to teach me?" Qin Zhe added, "Yeah. If you don't work hard, you'll never know how useless you are." Wang Zining, Uncle Wang, Wang Zijin. Chapter 411. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became quiet and awkward. Wang Zining was furious. He wanted to jump out of the car and fight this guy in person, but he could only hold it in. After all, he didn't have the courage to jump out of the car at 60 kilometers per hour. Wang Zijin secretly pointed at her phone, hinting at Qin Zhe to look at his phone. Qin Zhe took it out and saw that Sister Ziwei had sent him a message. "What are you doing? Did you take the wrong medicine?" Qin Zhe was stunned for a moment before he typed a reply. "Didn't you tell me to fight back?" Wang Zijin covered her face. "I only told you to be more strong-willed, not to become a mobile complaining machine. I wanted to beat you up just now. You're so cheap." Qin Zhe curled his lips and replied, "To be honest, when faced with a disobedient little brat like your brother, I can either ignore him or beat him up. I can't hit him, right? That's why I can only fight back." Wang Zijin, "Okay. Maybe we deal with things differently." Qin Zhe, "How did you deal with it?" "I'll study." Wang Zijin, "Watch me." Wang Zijin put away her phone and said calmly, "Actually, whether or not he studies well doesn't mean anything. Grandpa said that Zining is smart. He just didn't put his intelligence into studying. When he grows up and wants to start a career, he'll be smart enough to do it." "So, Sister Zijin, what are you trying to say after laying out so much?" Qin Zhe didn't know what she was trying to do, but he knew that it wasn't as simple as just praising his cousin. Uncle Wang nodded with a smile. Wang Zining was overjoyed. "Sister, you know me the best. My parents only told me to study hard. They don't know what I like." Wang Zijin smiled faintly. "So you like women? Uncle Wang?" Wang Zining was dumbfounded. Wang Zijin said, "Although I'm in Shanghai, I know a little about what happened at school. I heard that during PE class, you blocked a girl in class at the toilet door and kissed and hugged her. You even threatened her not to tell the teacher or the school would expel her. Second uncle definitely doesn't know about this. Second aunt won't tell you either. Zining, I'm afraid that you'll go astray." Uncle Wang stared at his son with a murderous look. Wang Zining was stunned. He wondered if he didn't check the almanac before he left. Wang Zining's negative emotions. Wang Zijin took out her phone and typed a message. "That's it. Complain under the banner that it's for their own good. Slander them and make their parents shed tears of gratitude. Your way of doing things is too easy to attract hate. Learn from it." In his heart, sisters asterisk 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 s asterisk 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 s star. Sister Ziwei's actions were like a scheming bee asterisk tch in a TV series. She would act weak, kind, and sensible in front of men. She would try her best to harm the female lead and say innocently, "Sister, what did I do wrong to make you hate me so much? Please hit me and scold me. Don't be angry with me." Wang Zining was completely honest now. He felt that Sister Ziwei was doing it on purpose. She was taking revenge on him for finding fault with her boyfriend. Then, there was a logic that was really good. Birds of a feather flock together. Sister Ziwei's boyfriend was RBQ. Sigh, I should worry about myself first. If Dad finds out that I flirted with a girl in school, I'll probably get a beating when I get back. It wouldn't be good to tell Dad that the girl is my girl now and we're in love with each other. Silence fell again. Qin Zhe looked at the scenery outside the window. Although there were often smog and sandstorms in Beijing, the city's greenery was actually quite good. It was even better than Shanghai. He had been here once when he was young. His parents had brought him and the girls to the capital to play. They visited the Forbidden City, climbed the Great Wall, climbed the Fragrant Mountain, and ate roast duck. He didn't want to eat roast duck a second time. His biggest impression was the street outside Tiananmen Square. It was so spacious that tanks could drive there. It was said that the people here had big hats. They could even hit a government agency if they threw a brick. Qinzhe had never tried it before. Just like Shanghai, the capital wasn't a good place to live. Young people could come here to make a living. There was a phrase called Beijing drifting. Tens of thousands of young people came to Beijing with dreams. They lived in basements and small houses with a salary of a few thousand yuan every month. They thought that they could make a name for themselves, but after a few years, they went back to their hometown with their tails between their legs. Those who clenched their teeth and survived would rent houses and drift around. Why bother? How many of them could really make a name for themselves? Unless you had a system, soon, they arrived at their destination. It was a place that disappointed Qinzhe greatly. He had thought that it would be a typical courtyard house with a tree in the yard. That would be very interesting. But that wasn't the case at all. The car drove into a neighborhood. Let's call it a neighborhood. There were soldiers guarding the entrance. The neighborhood wasn't an ordinary neighborhood. It was more like a villa district. Uncle Wang's car drove into the neighborhood without any obstructions. It drove along the road and finally stopped outside a luxurious villa. Qinzhe looked around. The villa was very grand. There was a 4-story villa in the middle and a 3-story building on both sides. There was also a huge backyard. TSK, TSK, TSK. This scale, if it was outside, would be worth at least 100 million. Sure enough, courtyard houses were a feature of the 80s and 90s. The leaders of today wouldn't live in such a place. He got out of the car and went in. He went through the wrought iron gate. He didn't push open the brown solid wood door directly. Instead, he followed the small path beside the villa and went to the backyard. Only then did he see the main hall. There was an evergreen tree in the backyard and a row of colorful bonsai plants in the southeast. Perhaps because they knew that Wang Zijin was coming home today, all the direct descendants of the Wang family's old master were present. This showed how important Wang Zijin was in the Wang family. Excluding the branches left behind by the old master's deceased brothers, there were 4 in the second generation of the Wang family. Wang Zijin's father was the eldest. He had a younger brother and 2 younger sisters. In the third generation, the eldest, Wang Chengfu, only had a daughter. The second, Wang Chenghao, had a son and a daughter. The eldest daughter died young. The second, Wang Lingyan, had a son. The youngest, Wang Linghua, had 2 daughters. The Wang family wasn't exactly flourishing, but it wasn't to the extent that there was no successor. Wang Chengfu was successful in his career and was recognized as the successor of the Wang family. Wang Chenghao was slightly worse, but his career was stable. As for the 2 daughters, they weren't in the system. They were doing business. Wang Zijin didn't feel guilty about running away from home at all. She greeted the elders with a smile. The elders had different expressions. Some were angry, some were smiling, and some were shaking their heads helplessly. Then, Wang Zijin hugged Qinzhe's arm. "My boyfriend, Qinzhe." The gazes of the elders and juniors all fell on him. Qinzhe thought to himself, at this time, according to the routine, should show off in front of everyone. However, the uncles and aunties were all looking at him curiously. Other than Wang Zining, who was glaring at him fiercely, no one mocked him. This made him very anxious. They didn't give him a chance to show off in front of everyone. As soon as he left the airport, he felt Wang Zining's deep malice. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be very popular. However, whether it was the elders or the juniors, they didn't seem to hate him that much. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, they were from a wealthy family. They wouldn't be so unstylish. Since that was the case, why was Wang Xining's deep malice? With that thought, Qin Zhe followed Wang Zijin's order. He first called her parents, uncle and auntie, then second uncle, second aunt, and third aunt. He ignored the young people of the same generation. Wang Zijin's father, Wang Chengfu, was a more old-fashioned and serious middle-aged man. He was very energetic and didn't have the dignified temperament of a superior. His facial features were regular, and he was somewhat similar to second uncle Wang. He couldn't be said to be very handsome. He nodded slightly as a greeting. Qin Zhe observed him hard, trying to find a look of disgust or displeasure, but there was none. He didn't know if he was too good at maintaining his composure or if he really didn't hate him. Logically speaking, he was considered to have come out of nowhere. Father Wang wanted Wang Zijin to marry a guy whose name Qin Zhe forgot. "Mom, where's my grandpa?" Wang Zijin asked. Mother Wang was a very beautiful middle-aged woman. She had an oval face and was dignified and generous. It could be seen that Wang Zijin inherited her mother's looks. Also, he felt that Mother Wang's gaze was a little hot. She stared at him in a daze for a while. Mother Wang retracted her gaze and chuckled. "He's upstairs." Wang Zijin said, "I'll go up to see Grandpa." She walked through the hall and disappeared. She unfairly threw Qin Zhe, who had just arrived, into the crowd of family members. The nanny brought some fruits. The elders sat in a circle, and the juniors sat in a circle further away. Qin Zhe was a little embarrassed. Logically speaking, he should have mixed in with the juniors, but everyone's attitude was so cold. Mother Wang said not to be polite and to treat it as his own home. Second aunt and third aunt smiled at him. Father Wang and second uncle Wang didn't say anything. Then, the young people of the same generation ignored him. So, did they treat him coldly? Chapter 4:12. The living room of the Wang family was really big. It was twice as big as the living room of her sister's mansion. The elders sat on one side and the younger generation sat on the other. If they didn't talk loudly, they couldn't hear what they were saying. Qin Zhe sat alone on the long brown leather sofa between the two sides. Wang Zijin had a total of 6 brothers and sisters of the same generation. They gathered together to chat about their daily lives. Wang Xining was the youngest and was still in high school. His brothers and sisters were either graduating from university or working. He couldn't join in the conversation, so he lowered his head and played with his phone. Wang Xining was the only male in this generation of the Wang family. Although he couldn't be considered to be the moon surrounded by the stars, the elders were more or less partial to him. His status in the family was second only to Wang Jin. Wang Zijin was the eldest daughter of the Wang family and was raised by old Master Wang. These brothers and sisters didn't disrespect her, so she wasn't afraid. Although Wang Zijin was a little unscrupulous, she had inherited the art of controlling people from old Master Wang. She knew how to use the carrot and stick. For example, Wang Zijin was a troublemaker. He learned his little tricks from his cousin. Unfortunately, he only learned how to be sinister. He was young and didn't know how to combine right and wrong, so he was always causing trouble. Sometimes, even a doting mother couldn't stop a furious father from beating him. At times, as long as Wang Zijin helped him say a few words, although it wouldn't let him escape punishment, at least his father would soften the blow. For example, Wang Xining's sister, Wang Xiren, who was ranked second in the Wang family, had a gentle personality. She was really gentle, and Wang Zijin's fake gentleness and generosity were all learned from her sister. They ate and lived together when they were young. Wang Xiren would go to her grandfather's place every weekend and sleep with her sister, Wang Zijin. For example, Wang Lingyan's son, Su Yuan, was very naughty when he was in school. He fell in love in junior high and was in a relationship all the way until high school. In the end, his first love, who he planned to date all the way until college and then get married, slept with a guy who was also a second-generation official. It was a bolt from the blue. After 4 or 5 years of dating, he never explored his girlfriend's depth. In the end, someone else found out about it. Su Yuan fought with the son of an official, but the other party outnumbered him and he didn't like to form cliques, so he was beaten black and blue. Later on, Wang Zijin came forward to settle the matter. She gathered a group of rich second generations and gave that guy a beating in school. 2 of his teeth were knocked out, and when he returned home, his parents didn't even recognize him. Then, there were the 2 daughters of Wang Linghua. Wang Linghua's husband was a businessman who relied on the Wang family's connections to make a name for himself in the business world. However, he had always been on the fringes of the Wang family's circle. Therefore, Yang Ping and Yang Shui, the 2 outer daughters, had no right to speak. The Wang family's indifference was expected. After all, if any family's daughter suddenly brought home a boyfriend of her own accord, her parents would definitely be unhappy. She might even doubt the authenticity of this boyfriend. Couldn't he be a shield pulled back by her daughter? If that was the case, then there was no need to treat him warmly. Qin Zhe did not care about this. He was more concerned about the number of children in this generation of the Wang family. Damn it, didn't they agree on family planning? Second Uncle Wang had a son and a daughter, while Aunt Wang had 2 daughters. Things like policies were indeed targeted at us commoners. My poor mother specially went to the countryside to give birth to me. Before I was even born, my motherland could no longer tolerate me. Could this be considered an alternative version? This child must not be allowed to live. As the few youngsters chatted, the topic turned to Qin Zhe. They were all rather curious. Although they did not chase after celebrities, they were familiar with the matters of the entertainment industry and liked celebrities. He can keep his composure. Wang Ziran glanced at Qin Zhe, who was not far away. This is called being thick-skinned. Wang Zining looked up and said disdainfully. I like him a lot. I like his role as Mo Chenfeng the most. Yang Shui said. Compared to her sister who liked Qin Zhe, Yang Ping did not seem to have a good impression of Qin Zhe. She said softly, what's so good about him? He's just an actor. How can he be worthy of cousin? Su Yuan, who had been in the political system for a year, lowered his head and drank his tea. He did not express his opinion. Yang Shui retorted, so what if he's an actor? There are actors who enter the CPPCC. What era is this? Besides, acting is just his side job. He's already rich. Wang Zining snorted. Is he as rich as cousin's family? Yang Shui rolled her eyes. The others shook their heads and laughed. Su Yuan smiled and shook his head. Zining, it's different. Qin Zhe was certainly not as rich as his family, but the nature of the 2 was different. Their starting point and resources were not equal. The difficulty of earning money was also different. There was no comparison at all. Su Yuan actually admired Qin Zhe. It was incredible for him to have such achievements at such a young age without any help. Yang Ping said, the truth is the truth. Zhang Mingcheng is more worthy of cousin. Yang Shui said, yo, you're so close to his sister that you don't know your surname? See if cousin will beat you up if she hears this. Yang Shui spat. Little chest sister. Yang Ping was furious. Although she was the elder sister, she was left behind by her sister in terms of chest development. Her sister went from A to B, and now C, and her little lotus was just showing her tip. The 2 sisters used to quarrel, and the younger sister would always say such words to hurt her. At first, she was furious, but now that her skin was thick, it didn't matter. Yang Ping snorted. I'm flat, I'm proud. I'm saving cloth for the country. Yang Shui was speechless. Everyone turned around in shock. Qin Zhe stood behind them and nodded kindly. Pfft. Yang Ping laughed unkindly. The others also tried to hold back their laughter. Wang Zining opened his mouth and suddenly thought of something. He held back his words. Yang Ping, who came back to her senses, was furious. She felt that she had been ridiculed and her self-esteem was severely hurt. She's just an actress. She has no quality. Yang Ping retorted. Qin Zhe glanced at her. Horizontal line, flat as a wash. After that, he saw Yang Ping's chest rise and fall violently as if she was about to explode. He thought to himself, this retort is 666. Yang Ping was completely furious. Just as she was about to speak, Qin Zhe spoke first and smiled kindly at Yang Shui. You're so nice to have a sister and a brother. Yang Shui didn't react. If it was a brother, she only had one cousin, Su Yuan. She glanced at Su Yuan. In the next moment, both of them understood. Yang Shui, Su Yuan. Yang Ping's lungs were about to explode. There was nothing wrong with the sister, but the brother, at the end, was still mocking her. Yang Ping looked down at her chest. She felt wronged. Qin Zhe returned to his seat in satisfaction. He might not be able to gain their friendship by doing this, but he could gain their fear and perhaps even disdain. But no matter what, if they wanted to talk back to him face to face, they had to think twice. Wang Zining whispered, "Cousin, this person is especially despicable. He's not to be trifled with. We can't hit him, and we can't talk back to him." Yang Ping, among the younger generation of the Wang family, only Yang Ping and Wang Zining didn't like Qin Zhe. Yang Ping and Zhang Ling were best friends, so her heart was definitely on the Zhang family side. Wang Zining admired Zhang Mingcheng and hoped that brother Mingcheng could be his brother-in-law. The others didn't like or dislike him and remained neutral. Yang Shui was the only one who admired Qin Zhe. On the other side, Uncle Wang smiled and said, "This young man is quite interesting." It was indeed unexpected. Since he was approved by his eldest niece, it was impossible that he didn't know about the Wang family's background. But he didn't seem to be reserved at all. He directly insulted his son in the car and even insulted Yang Ping in front of his elders just now. Didn't he care about his image? Wang Lingyan frowned and whispered, "He's too showy. He's neither humble nor reserved. How did he earn hundreds of millions with such a temper?" A few hundred million was what she heard from Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was just being perfunctory with her aunt. Moreover, Wang Zijin really didn't know how much Qin Zhe's net worth was. "Although I have the opportunity to become the boss's wife, 1/3 of my future husband's property is occupied by the crying monsters, and 1/3 of it is managed by Su Taidi." At this moment, a voice sounded behind Wang Lingyan, "Aunt, it's 20 billion. Wang Lingyan jumped in fright and turned her head to look. Qin Zhe was standing behind her silently. "Wang Lingyan," Qin Zhe said again, "I used my hands to achieve my dreams." With that, he went back. Wang Lingyan's face darkened. She could tell that Qin Zhe was mocking her. He was mocking her for leaning against a big tree. The elders could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words. They were speechless. Wang Linghua smiled and said, "Big brother, this young man is quite similar to you. Weren't you like this when you were young? Showing off his ability and not willing to suffer any losses." Uncle Wang nodded. "That's why Big Brother was the one who was beaten the most when he was young." Wang Lingyan said, "He's the most like Dad. But I still prefer humble children like Mingcheng. He's polite, capable, and responsible. This Qin Zhe is still lacking in both ability and self-restraint." Besides, Mingcheng and Zijin were childhood sweethearts. They studied together from primary school to university. They know each other well and have a good relationship. "Big brother, don't you think so?" Wang Qingfu smiled. Zhang Mingcheng was the most promising member of the Zhang family in this generation. He graduated from Peking University with a doctorate. Of course, he had a good character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by the Wang family. Currently, he was a smooth and slick junior who didn't lose his edge. "Big brother, don't you think so?" Wang Lingyan asked. Wang Chengfu nodded. At this moment, Wang Zijin walked over with a white-haired old man. Wang Chengfu's brothers and sisters stood up one after another, and the juniors even straightened their backs. Qin Zhe followed the crowd and stood up. Chapter 413. Old Master Wang was much older than expected. He was 85 years old this year, while Qin Zhe's grandmother was only 72 years old. On the plane, Qin Zhe joked that Old Master Wang was born late. Wang Zijin said that Old Master Wang got married when he was 18 years old, but not long after, he went to North Korea with the army to fight the Eagles. The fight lasted for 8 years, and his new wife was with another man. After that, he went to Vietnam and married Wang Zijin's grandmother when he was 30 years old. Old Master Wang had been in the military all his life and had experienced many vicissitudes. Wang Chengfu's siblings were very reserved in front of Old Master Wang, not to mention the younger generation. Even Wang Zining, the only male in the Wang family, didn't dare to be arrogant when he was praised for being smart. He didn't dare to be alone with Old Master Wang. However, Old Master Wang himself didn't have any imposing aura. He was just an ordinary old man with silver hair and wrinkles, but his eyes were clear and not cloudy. Qin Zhe, who was proficient in basic Chinese medicine, judged that he didn't have cataracts. Old Master Wang was in good spirits. In the entire Wang family, Wang Zijin was probably the most doted on, and she was the least afraid of old people. Her identity as the eldest granddaughter of the eldest son was definitely a plus. She was also brought up by Old Master Wang. Why did Wang Zijin grow up with Old Master Wang? It was because when she was in kindergarten, her mother wanted another child, but her father didn't agree. Her mother went back to her parents' house in a fit of pique for half a year. Wang Chengfu was also an official in a foreign country, and it wasn't good for him to bring his daughter who had just reached his knees. So, she lived with her grandparents. Later, her mother came back and wanted to bring Wang Zijin to live with her, but was sent away by Old Master Wang. Hence, Wang Zijin's mother was also quite afraid of Old Master Wang. Wang Zijin told Qin Zhe all these things, no matter how big or small. Apart from some of her dark history, such as purposely taking off her fat ci and slandering Zhao Taizhu, the incident was very serious. Zhao Tiezhu's father was beaten up by Old Master Wang. Although Tiezhu's father's military rank wasn't low, he still had to stand at attention. After school, Taizhu had fun outside, and even more so when he came home, he was hung up and beaten until midnight. Brother Tiezhu's negative emotions flowed like a river. I don't even know why, but I've taught him a lesson to the point of doubting life. Later on, when he found out the truth, he was dumbfounded. It was the 4th grade of primary school. At that time, the children were very simple-minded. He had never seen anyone play like that. In Brother Taizhu's pure and innocent years, a black-hearted one sneaked in. Everyone in the house called him Dad, Grandpa, and Grandpa. Qin Zhe felt a bit of a headache. What was he supposed to call Grandpa? Grandpa? Lord Wang? Lao Wang? Actually, there was no need for him to shout, because the old man only glanced at him indifferently and then retracted his gaze, no longer paying attention to him. Qin Zhe thought to himself, both father and son are like this. Wang Zijin's father ignored me, and Wang Zijin's grandfather also ignored me. The nanny brought the dishes to the table, and the whole family sat at the long dining table, eating in silence, occasionally whispering to each other. Qin Zhe was like a mascot at the dining table, attracting the attention of the elders and juniors. The old man's meal was different from others. It was bland, with little meat and fish. Wang Zijin occasionally picked up some meat and put it in the old man's bowl. Wang Chengfu tried to hold it in but failed. Zijin, your grandpa should eat less meat. Wang Zijin said indifferently, it's not like he won't eat less. Wang Qingfu said angrily, "You've already eaten 3 times." Wang Zijin's tone was still indifferent. 3 times is enough. Wang Qingfu's mouth twitched, but there was nothing he could do. The old man laughed. "Zijin, you're more promising than your father." Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. "Yes. Otherwise, wouldn't I be worse with each generation?" The old man laughed even louder. "That's true." Wang Qingfu, Qin Zhe thought to himself, if even the old man is like this, then what I said just now was not too much. The old man said, "Now that you're back, don't go to Shanghai. Grandpa is old, and his days are numbered. You should stay at home and accompany Grandpa." Wang Zijin pouted. "Then I'll bring Grandpa to Shanghai." Wang Zijin's mother said angrily, "Nonsense. How is it nonsense? It's only right to support your parents." The old man seemed to be hinting at something. "It's also right to have children." Mr. and Mrs. Wang lowered their heads and ate. The old man's words implied that the two of them did not have a good relationship. For example, when Mrs. Wang abandoned her daughter for half a year. For example, Mr. Wang refused to have a son no matter what. The old man patted the back of his granddaughter's hand and said kindly, "Grandpa only likes you in this generation. The others are not promising. Grandpa thinks that you shouldn't get married. Find a son-in-law who lives with your family. The Wang family is counting on you after your father." Wang Zijin lowered her head and did not say anything. Qin Zhe swallowed his food and said seriously, "Old man, that won't do. I'm the only male in my family. The task of carrying on the Qin family's bloodline is on me. I can't be the son-in-law of the Wang family." The air suddenly went silent. The elders had strange expressions. Wang Qingfu even looked at Qin Zhe with a rare look of admiration. He did not know if the other siblings understood his father's meaning, but he did. This sentence was directed at Qin Zhe. If Qin Zhe agreed, the Wang family would most likely accept him as their son-in-law. Qin Zhe understood, but he didn't agree. The old man smiled at Qin Zhe. Among the younger generation, Su Yuan understood but not the others. Wang Zining, on the other hand, had a whole new level of respect for Qin Zhe. He dared to talk back to his grandfather. Indeed, he had guts. No wonder he could woo his cousin. After dinner, Wang Zijin helped the old man upstairs to rest. Wang Zining returned to his room to play games, Su Yuan watched the news, and Yang Ping, Yang Shui, and Wang Ziren chatted. The elders chatted in the living room on the second floor, deliberately avoiding the younger generation. Not long after, Wang Zijin came downstairs and sat beside the isolated Qin Zhe on the sofa. "Did your grandfather sentence me to death?" Qin Zhe asked. "I don't know. How can I guess what grandfather is thinking?" Wang Zijin said faintly. "Actually, I hope you agree. Then I'll call you hubby and you'll call me wifey?" Qin Zhe said unhappily. Wang Zijin chuckled and leaned her head on his shoulder. "Rationally, I hope you agree. Emotionally, I don't want you to agree. I'm happier marrying into the Qin family than the Wang family." Qin Zhe felt a little ridiculous. He hadn't even tested Sister Ziwei's depth, and they were already talking about marriage? On second thought, it was an opportunity. After meeting her parents, did it mean that Sister Ziwei's door would be open for him? The door would be open for him. "Will this make things difficult for you?" Qin Zhe asked. "Yes, Mom and Dad will definitely cut ties with me. It's always like that on TV. I'll be all alone in the future." Wang Zijin pretended to be pitiful. "It's okay. I'll steal an electric car to support you in the future." Qin Zhe was full of manliness. "A's is so nice," Wang Zijin said. Wang Linghua was speechless. Little Aunt, who was standing behind the two of them, accidentally overheard their conversation. She felt very upset. Are young people flirting like this nowadays? In my era, they only know how to write sentimental love poems. Zijin, come upstairs. Your father wants to talk to you. Wang Linghua coughed. In the small living room on the second floor, her aunt, second uncle, and second aunt were all there. Her two uncles couldn't leave because they couldn't come. Her mother was also there. Wang Chengfu wasn't there. He was in her father's room. Why did he want me here? Wang Zijin didn't see her father, but she knew in her heart. How could she not know what the elders were thinking? Your boyfriend is too immature. I'm afraid your grandpa won't approve of you too, Wang Lingyan said. That child probably hasn't realized it yet. Zijin, you should talk to him, Wang Linghua said. He knows, Wang Zijin said. Then what do you plan to do? Break up? Her two aunts and second aunt were all talking at once. Young and impetuous, Uncle Wang commented. The elders didn't have any opinions before, but now they didn't think highly of Qin Zhe. However, their attitudes were different. Uncle Wang and aunt stood from the perspective of the elders and expressed their opinions. That was all. Second aunt Wang Lingyan was different. Her husband was in the organization, and the Zhang family was in charge. Mom, what do you think of A's? Wang Zijin asked. Pretty good. Mother Wang smiled. But I don't have the final say in your marriage. It depends on what your father and grandpa say. All these years, Mother Wang had lived a carefree life in the Wang family. It felt like she had become a monk. Her long-term lack of security made her choose to ignore everything. The only thing she cared about was her daughter. But her daughter's surname was Wang. Her marriage was still decided by her husband and the pillar of the Wang family. But Wang Zijin didn't agree. She felt that her parents' opinions could only be used as a reference. There was no reason for her to marry someone she didn't like just to cater to her parents. Her parents weren't forcing her to marry. For example, her father once said that it didn't have to be Zhang Mingcheng. She could find someone of equal status, or a live-in son-in-law. In fact, Wang Zijin knew that it was her grandpa's idea to have a live-in son-in-law. But now, it seemed that neither of them was possible. Grandpa and Dad don't have the final say. I still have to decide who I want to marry. Wang Zijin was still strong even in front of her elders. Is that Qin Zhe that good? Wang Lingyan asked gloomily. Yes, very good. What do you mean? Second aunt was actually on second aunt's side. It wasn't because of benefits, but because she was more conservative. She felt that having an equal status was the most important thing. Will Zhang Mingcheng wash my clothes? Will he cook for me every day? Will he drive me to and from work? Can he write songs? Can he play the piano? Can he make movies? Can he talk? Wang Zijin listed Qin Zhe's strengths in one breath. Talking is a strength? Second aunt couldn't understand. But after all, she was an experienced woman. After thinking for a while, she understood. Suddenly, her expression became strange. Wang Zijin thought to herself, did second aunt misunderstand? Is second uncle very good at talking? She looked at second uncle. Second uncle's mouth twitched. He already knew about your family background? Wang Lingyan asked. Wang Zijin nodded her head. Wang Lingyan clapped her hands. It's most likely because of our family's power. The elders didn't rule out this idea. Just like how women liked rich men, men were saints. Who the hell would choose an ordinary woman when there was a woman from such a good family background who could save him half a lifetime of hard work? Wang Zijin said with conviction, then why doesn't he like other people's power? Isn't it because he likes me? Wang Lingyan, second uncle, second aunt, she felt that, there was nothing wrong with it. Chapter 4:14. It was a large suite that took up almost half of the third floor. The old man's personal secretary was drinking tea in the living room. The door to the room was closed, and the Wang father and son were talking inside. On the balcony, the old man was lying on a recliner, bathing in the warm spring sun. Half a meter away, Wang Chengfu was sitting upright with his hands on his knees. Even though the father and son were alone, he was still meticulous in his actions and expression. That kid's information should be very detailed on your desk, right? I'm too lazy to look at it. Tell me about it, Grandfather Wang said. Wang Chengfu nodded. After hearing that his daughter had found a boyfriend, he checked Qin Zai's background and family background. With Wang Chengfu's status, it was easy to find out. For a government agency, as long as the person was not an illegal resident, it was easy to check on anyone. Wang Chengfu spoke tirelessly. From his family background to his school record, Qin Zai's 24 years of life could be summarized in a few dozen words. But since July of last year, this unknown young man suddenly changed. He began to become overflowing with talent. Fine songs were like free street stalls. One by one, he released them to the public. He made his sister Qin Bao Bao famous, and he also made himself famous. Then, he stood out in the increasingly popular stock market. He was jokingly called the stock god on the internet, but in the end, he was wholeheartedly acknowledged as the stock god. He made a lot of money in the stock market. Then, he withdrew from the collapsing stock market. At that time, he was already worth more than 10 billion yuan. In addition, he had a thriving entertainment company. There were many industries that made money faster than money printing machines. Entertainment companies could barely be considered one of them. Of course, the premise was that he could manage it well. Like Sister Man, who was struggling at death's door, it was impossible. Then there was the ransomware incident a while ago. Even Wang Chengfu had heard about it. Compared to the entertainment industry, the birth of Golden Shield antivirus was another way to benefit society and save the people's property. Throughout the whole process, Grandfather Wang closed his eyes and listened quietly. His fingers gently tapped on the armrest. He's quite interesting. His new company is called Amethyst. Zijin called her mother and said that she was managing the company. It seems like the company was given to her. But in the registration of the company, neither the legal person nor the shareholder is Zijin. Wang Chengfu smiled. If the legal shareholder was Wang Zijin, he would have some objections. No one in the Wang family wanted Wang Zijin to do business. How was she going to enter the system in the future? Which family's money tree is this? Finally, Grandpa Wang spoke. I thought so too at first, but later I realized that it wasn't the case. Wang Chengfu said, but he is very close to the sister-in-law of the Li family in Shanghai. However, they are only business partners, not dependent. Old Master Wang frowned and muttered to himself. This time, Wang Chengfu guessed what his father was thinking. He had the same question before, but he still hadn't gotten an answer. How did Qin Zai do it? It had only been a year or so since this person had suddenly risen to the top and earned a net worth of 10 billion. This was a terrifying figure. This was not the era of reform and opening up. Some people said that even a pig could fly at the head of the tide. That was an era where current events created heroes. Many people's success and sudden riches were due to the spring breeze of reform and seizing the opportunity. There was a certain degree of coincidence. However, in the current era, if you wanted to become a billionaire from scratch, you needed to accumulate an unimaginable foundation, life experience, social experience, knowledge, and so on. None of these could be missing. A young person who could reach this step was very scary. Qin Zai, who could walk the path of half a lifetime or even a lifetime in half a year, was even scarier. What do you think? Grandpa Wang opened his eyes. Very good, I'm very satisfied. Wang Chengfu nodded. I'm even more satisfied than Zhang Mingcheng. Previously downstairs, Wang Lingyan asked him if he agreed with her. She said that Qin Zhe was inferior to Zhang Mingcheng in terms of ability, accomplishment, and talent. Wang Chengfu didn't say anything the first time. He nodded the second time because he didn't want his second sister to continue this topic because it was embarrassing. Family members could say anything behind closed doors, but with Qin Zhe beside them, wasn't it embarrassing to say such things? However, his second sister didn't know much about Qin Zhe, so it was normal for her to have such thoughts. Zijin still doesn't know that I'm the one who wants to marry into the Zhang family, not you. Do you have any resentment in your heart for letting you be the bad guy? Grandpa Wang laughed self-deprecatingly. I've been strong for most of my life, but when it comes to thinking about the future generation, I still admit defeat. I'm enough for the Wang family. Wang Chengfu said in a deep voice. Grandpa Wang glanced at him. What about you? Wang Chengfu, just as you said, Zijin is smart, scheming, and resourceful. What's rare is that she has the perfect combination. How far she can go in the future is up to her. It doesn't matter whether the Zhang family marries into the Zhang family or not. Grandpa Wang nodded and didn't say anything. After a while, Grandpa Wang said calmly, I didn't bring this up because I wanted you to force Zijin to marry into the Zhang family, but you didn't allow her to refuse and caused her to leave home in a fit of anger. Wang Chengfu was silent. The father and son were silent. After a while, Grandpa Wang sneered. You want to use this method to provoke her and make her slap my face, right? Am I a failure as a father? Why did you hold a grudge for so long? Wang Chengfu shook his head. No. Grandpa Wang said softly, you're just like this, stubborn and stubborn. You'd rather gamble for half your life than say it out loud, and you're even more unwilling to quarrel with me. Wang Chengfu was dazed. What's the use of quarreling? Grandpa Wang said faintly, I'm used to being strong all my life. This is a habit that I developed when I was in the army. Whether it's managing the army or fighting a war, I can't tolerate any weakness. You're competitive because you can't afford to lose. Back then, there were many battles that you couldn't afford to lose. When a group of old men like us went into battle, we never thought about what would happen if we lost. We only thought that we had to win even if we had to die. If no one cherished their lives, they wouldn't be able to live to this day. If you cherished your life, the backbone of the nation would collapse. I'm also competitive towards all of you. I won't allow any disobedience. In our era, marriage was decided by the parents and the organization. How could you make the decision on your own? You're my son. This is fate. You have to accept it. Wang Chengfu smiled bitterly. You don't want a son. You're also angry with me. The more I wanted a grandson, the more you disagreed. You clenched your teeth and insisted on being stubborn to the end, Grandpa Wang said. You could have had a grandson. Wang Chengfu stared at his father. And let you marry that woman? Grandpa Wang said softly, then where do you think Zijin is? Parents treat each other like ice. After all, they're living under the same roof. Wang Chengfu said, so what? She'll still treat Zijin as her own. Grandpa Wang slapped the armrest and shouted, that will be a stain on your life. Your career is over. Wang Chengfu clenched his fists. They fell into silence again. The knot between father and son had been there for decades. Under the warm sunlight, Grandpa Wang sighed. That child is not fated to be with the Wang family. Afternoon, 1:00. After finishing his game, Wang Zining strolled to the hall. Although he hated Qin Zhe, he was happy to stay with his cousin. He hoped that his cousin could teach him how to manage people. Wang Zijin had conquered the world before she graduated from primary school. Wang Zining had heard of it since he was a child. He worshipped her. Wang Zijin received a call from Zhao Taizhu. Brother Taizhu called and said that he had paid his respects to the queen. Wang Zijin's face darkened. She said, if there's anything, go to hell. Zhao Taizhu smiled cheekily. Don't do that. Sister Ziwei, can you bear to lose me, a tiger general? Everyone knows that you're back. They want to ask you out to have some fun and meet the man who made Sister Ziwei so distracted. Wang Zijin glanced at Qin Zhe beside her and said with a fake smile, does that mean that you're prepared to be cut into pieces? Aya, Sister Ziwei, I think I can still be saved. I'm willing to lick your shoes. Zhao Taizhu was very thick-skinned. Go F *King sh *T, Qin Zhe shouted into the phone. Hey, you teased Sister Ziwei. Qin Zhe from the Exploding Heavens faction also had a part to play, Zhao Taizhu shouted. Exploding Heavens faction? Wang Zining was confused. After a while, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin went out. Wang Zining insisted on following them, so Wang Zijin had to take him along. Qin Zhe first went to the underground garage to pick up the car. Only then did he find out that Wang Zijin had her own car, a red Audi. He came from a well-off family, but he couldn't afford a car. Until now, he still didn't know much about cars. He only knew about well-known brands like Audi, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Lamborghini and Porsche. Wang Zijin walked around her car and said with satisfaction, "You're a good mistress." "Not bad." Wang Zining said, "Sister, I usually drive your car. It's not good to leave the car for too long. I help you fill up the gas every day." The car drove out of the neighborhood. Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. "I don't dare to speak loudly for fear of startling people." Wang Zijin, who was driving, said with a smile, "I feel that your words are ironic." Qin Zhe laughed. "It's good that you understand. Don't say it out loud, Sister Ziwei." Wang Zining curled his lips. Angry youth. Wang Zijin frowned. "If you continue to be so sarcastic, believe it or not, I'll kick you out of the car." Wang Zining immediately shut up. Qin Zhe asked curiously, "Yangping doesn't like me because she has a good relationship with Zhongling. What about you?" "Why?" Wang Zining was about to speak. Qin Zhe said, "For the tribe?" Wang Zining couldn't figure out why his cousin liked this guy who talked too much. She wanted to beat him up. Chapter 4:15. Wang Zining held it in for a long time before saying angrily, "For Demacia." Qin Zhe chuckled. "Young man, it seems that you're very familiar with swords. Do you want to talk to your brother-in-law some other day?" Wang Zining rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered with him. Qin Zhe was puzzled. "Sister Ziwei, is your brother also a sister complex?" Wang Zining said angrily, "Sister." Wang Zijin glanced at Qin Zhe from the rearview mirror. "Why, also?" Qin Zhe was stunned. It seemed that he had shot himself in the foot. The high school student, Wang Zining, gnashed his teeth in anger. If he was a bit older and more experienced, he would have been able to understand the hidden meaning behind his sister's words. Then, if he was a bit smarter, he would have been able to understand some incredible secrets. However, he was only a scheming boy who was more shrewd and scheming than an ordinary high school student. This was also the reason why Grandpa Wang said that he was intelligent but said that Wang Zijin would be able to carry the Wang family flag in the future. His cousin's methods and scheming were already outstanding in elementary school, but he only revealed them in high school. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Qin Zhe was satisfied with this trip to Beijing. He was originally prepared to be ridiculed by the Wang family, but he didn't expect that he would only receive a cold reception. Although the Wang family didn't pay much attention to him, he firmly believed that his tall figure had already been firmly imprinted in their hearts. His entire body exuded the message of, "I'm your daughter's man." There were many people who didn't have a good relationship with his wife's family, such as his old comrade Qin Zhe. However, Qin Zhe probably wouldn't have the chance to show off in front of his father-in-law. The appointed place was a bit far away. It was a leisure club in the suburbs that looked like a resort. If one looked down from the sky, the layout of Beijing was square, with 6 rings around 5 rings, 5 rings around 4 rings, 4 rings around 3 rings, and 3 rings around 2 rings. The inconspicuous Audi drove into the club. After parking, the 3 of them opened the door and got out. Wang Zijin said, "This place has a complete range of tea leaves. They have all the famous brands outside. They even make their own flower tea that tastes good." Usually, he would come here on weekends to drink tea and exercise. It was more leisurely. There's also a swimming pool, but I've never been in the water before. I'm not used to wearing a swimsuit. In this aspect, she was very similar to her elder sister. As a woman, she was beautiful and did not have a strong sense of vanity. She did not like to show off in public. When great beauties like Wang Zijin and her sister came out in swimsuits, men couldn't help but stick their eyes on them. This kind of experience was terrible. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying, "What are you looking at?" As soon as they got out of the car, they saw a girl waving at them from not far away. Qin Zhe knew this girl. She was Zhang Ling, who had come to Shanghai once. She was a young and lively girl who was a little scheming and shrewd. She had once threatened that if Qin Zhe continued to hook up with Wang Zijin, she would kill him and Qin Bao. Wang Zining was bursting with joy as he went up to greet him. Zhang Ling stood in the distance and waited for them to come closer before shouting, "Sister Ziwei." Wang Zijin replied with a cold Zhang Ling stuck out her tongue. "Sister Ziwei, everyone is waiting for you on the grass over there. The sun was just right today." There was a large grass field to the south of the leisure club. The green grass reflected the rainbow-colored sunlight, and there were many white pavilions on the grass field. There were many people barbecuing there. In one of the pavilions, there were 10 young people who could do whatever they wanted in the capital. The manager of the club personally served them tea, poured wine, and was in charge of barbecuing. However, he was sent away by the group of second generations. These days, the elders advocated being close to the people and did not want to be special. They also had to follow in the footsteps of their parents, even if it was just for show. Moreover, they were almost 30 years old and were not lawless 18 years old. They really did not like to stand out too much. When they saw Wang Zijin, they smiled. Zhao Taizhu jogged all the way to greet her. He was indeed the #1 lackey of the queen. "Sister Ziwei, a day without seeing you feels like 3 years. Zhao Taizhu flattered. Wang Zijin waved her hand and slapped him twice. "Go away, I'll deal with you later." Wang Zijin ran to hug her best friend whom she had not seen in a long time. Qin Zhe and Zhao Taizhu stayed behind and chatted. "Brother Taizhu, are you unhappy?" Qin Zhe asked. "Sigh, don't mention it. A single mistake can lead to everlasting regret." Zhao Taizhu sighed. "I'm afraid that this time, I'm going to lose a lot of money." "What happened?" "I was drunk and excited, so I bragged to them that I tricked Zijin in Shanghai." Zhao Taizhu covered his face. "Drinking makes things worse. Can you be a little more stupid? I almost got killed by Sister Ziwei." Qin Zhe also covered his face. "Hearing you say that, I feel better. Ha ha ha, we should face difficulties together." Zhao Taizhu gloated. "Ha, I made Sister Ziwei forgive me with just a few words and pushed the blame to you." Qin Zhe sneered. F***CKU. Zhao Taizhu said angrily. "The ancients used a mantis to block a car, but you are an embroidery needle angrily blocking a big iron rod." Qin Zhe said disdainfully. As they talked, they walked into the pavilion. Everyone's eyes fell on him. Some pretended not to care, but they also glanced at him frequently. Wang Zijin's man, this label was too unusual. Wang Zijin patted Qin Zhe's chest and said loudly, "This is my boyfriend, please take care of him." There were 4 women and 6 men present. A particularly dressed sister smiled and said, "Zijin, with your taste, you like celebrities. You should have said so earlier. If I knew, Mingcheng would have gone to the sea to shoot films." Laughter rang out. Qin Zhe glanced at everyone. They were all laughing. Did that mean Zhang Mingcheng was not here? Wang Zijin said, "Where's Mingcheng?" Zhang Ling said crisply, "My brother had something to do at work, so he was a little late. He's rushing over now." Wang Zijin nodded. "Qin Zhe, do you have any new songs recently? Why don't I go inside and get a guitar, and you can sing a song for everyone?" a brother joked. "Qin Zhe, how did you manage to get Zijin? I'm more curious about this." A bespectacled brother smiled and said, "Zijin was very fierce when she was young. In our circle, there was no man who was not afraid of her. I used to hang out with her, and we were the only ones who bullied others. No one dared to bully us. How did he manage to get her?" Qin Zhe thought for a moment. "She's good at it." The laughter suddenly disappeared. In the silence, Prince Ningxin thought, here it comes, this guy's mouth." Qin Zhe smiled and said, "Just kidding." Everyone laughed along. Wang Zijin hit him. Qin Zhe thought to himself that the result of this probing wasn't too good. How should he put it? When people interacted with each other, they would probe each other, and they could detect each other's attitude from many details. Often, it could only be understood and not explained. For example, the few sentences that this group of people said at the beginning were all jokes. But when Qin Zhe made a joke, everyone collectively lost their voices. Did they feel that his joke was abrupt? In the end, it was probably a psychological advantage of being superior. For example, when a newbie joined the group, the big shots in the group would tease him. "Newbie, quickly change into female clothes. Newbie, quickly give out red packets. Newbie, quickly greet the big shots." But this newbie disdainfully said, "Everyone here is trash." They were all joking, but the big shots felt that it was only right for them to joke with the newbie. If the newbie joked with them, they would feel unhappy. Zhao Taizhu stood up to smooth things over. "This brother of mine is a quick person. You guys will like him after getting to know him." The others all looked at him and thought to themselves, "When did he become your brother?" Wang Zijin nodded in satisfaction. With Zhao Tieju's help, she would be saved a lot of trouble. The group of people ate barbecue and drank beer. After a while, a well-built man placed a beer bottle in front of Qin Zhe. "Qin Zhe, do you dare to brag to the end?" Qin Zhe said, "Brag?" The well-built man, this person was so annoying. He pointed at the beer bottle. This guy had a bad temper and was aggressive. "Do you dare?" Qin Zhe raised a finger. "I usually only drink like this." The well-built man, "1 glass?" Qin Zhe said, "Until the end." The well-built man, "How arrogant." The eyes of a few men of high status suddenly lit up and they clamored to drink with Qin Zhe. In a circle, in a circle. Qin Zhe placed the beer bottles on the table one by one. The men who were ready to drink with Qin Zhe came over and formed a small circle. Not far away, Wang Zijin was leisurely eating a skewer of chicken wings with her 4 best friends sitting beside her. The gorgeously dressed Zhao Qian elbowed Wang Zijin. "Why are you so calm? Don't tell me he's your boyfriend." Wang Zijin nodded. "Yes, it's only 998 yuan. It's cheap and affordable." Zhao Qian had a strange expression. "Really? Zhao Qian, you're still so brainless." The apple-faced Yang Ying snorted. If Sister Ziwei wanted to find a fake boyfriend, would she have to go to Shanghai? In Beijing, there are too many men who would be willing to block arrows for her. Zhao Taizhu walked over while gnawing on a skewer of kidney. Wang Zijin glanced at Zhao Qian. Are you happy that I found a fake boyfriend? Chapter 4:16. Actually, I still hope that you and Mingqing can be together. After more than 10 years of friendship, I will definitely stand on Mingqing's side. Zhao Qian pointed at the men surrounding Qin Zhe and said, they are the same. They all hope that the two of you can get married. We grew up together, so it's best to digest the beauties in our own circle. Don't let the goodies flow into other people's fields. Look at them, bullying their boyfriends. Don't feel bad when your boyfriend is drunk later. The apple-faced Yang Ying laughed and said, of course, he dares to steal our sister Ziwei. Who else can we bully if not him? Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu pursed his lips. Forget it. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't control my pants well back then and married another woman, Sister Xian would be mine now. Zhang Mingqing wouldn't have a chance. Wang Zijin kicked him and said, what are you doing here? Go and block the alcohol. Zhao Taizhu sighed and said, my wife and I are planning to have a child this year, so I quit smoking and drinking. Sister Ziwei, please be magnanimous and let me go. Wang Zijin pouted at Qin Zhe and said, you know. Zhao Taizhu immediately said, don't worry, Qin Zhe's business is my business in the future. Taizhu thought that Sister Ziwei had really changed. If it was in the past, he would have to promise countless benefits and pay a lot of money to beg for her forgiveness. There was no other way. Sister Ziwei had a lot of information that could be used against him. Now, Sister Ziwei was much more restrained. For a woman, the best way to please her was to please the person she liked. Zhang Ling walked over with her phone and said, I called the club to bring some hangover medicine, Sister Ziwei. Ling is still so obedient. Zhao Qian pushed the hangover medicine in front of Wang Zijin and joked, remember to feed it to your man later. The big sisters laughed out loud. About half an hour later, the smiles of the sisters gradually disappeared. The guy who had threatened to drink beer with Qin Zhe was the first to fall. His record was 6 bottles of beer, and he had vomited twice in between. At this time, he was lying on the grass, gasping for breath. He was not drunk, but his stomach could not hold any more. Moreover, the alcohol would gradually get to his head. Then the second, the third. After 5 of them died, no one dared to drink with Qin Zhe anymore. Qin Zhe's eyes were bloodshot and his face was flushed red. However, he still had some strength left. It wouldn't be a problem for him to drink 1 or 2 more. Again? Qin Zhe looked around at the crowd. Those who weren't completely drunk had actually drunk quite a bit. They were burping and drunk and didn't dare to fight. Wang Zining watched the entire process of Qin Zhe drinking everyone to the ground. His heart was filled with admiration. Wang Zijin threw the hangover medicine back to Zhang Ling with a smile. Here, go and give your brothers some hangover medicine. Wake them up so that they can continue playing later. Zhang Ling opened her mouth and ran over with her tail between her legs. The 4 sisters were stunned. Zhao Qian said in surprise, not bad, your little boyfriend can drink quite well. Yang Ying nodded. Weihu's alcohol tolerance is the best among us. He's already passed out. Zhao Taizhu curled his lips. He didn't pass out. He didn't get drunk that quickly. He just drank too quickly and his stomach couldn't take it. Qin Zhe's body is really good. Sister Ziwei, you're not bragging, are you? Wang Zijin squinted. You're getting carried away again? Zhao Taizhu waved his hand. I'm just joking, just joking. Wang Zijin said, I think he's almost done drinking. I'll help him to the toilet to vomit. Wang Zijin went to help Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe shouted, help me up, I can still have 1 more round. Wang Zijin thought to herself, this little punk is really a punk. Just a little alcohol and he's already showing his true colors. If I let him continue, he'll spit out all kinds of nonsense. Be good, don't mess around. I'll help you to vomit. There's no need to vomit. My kidneys are teddy bears. I'm not afraid. Wang Zijin was speechless. What does drinking have to do with kidneys? Shouldn't it be the liver? Because when you're forcing the system, if you continue to train, the times are calling, your kidneys will be comparable to teddy bears. Qin Zhe was 182 meters tall and weighed 150 pounds. In the past, he only weighed 130 pounds. After continuous training, his weight increased to 20 pounds. His body was even more well-proportioned. Wang Zijin had a hard time supporting him. There was no one in the men's toilet. Wang Zijin helped him in. Qin Zhe leaned over the toilet and vomited. After vomiting, he felt much better. Previously, his stomach was overturned and he felt uncomfortably bloated. However, even if he lost, he couldn't lose. Those guys were obviously targeting him and trying to get him drunk. Qin Zhe couldn't back down. A bunch of cowards. I can still drink one more box. Qin Zhe bragged. Yes, yes, yes. You're the best. Zijin took out a tissue and handed it to him. Qin Zhe wiped his face casually and rushed to the sink to wash his face. Wang Zijin handed him another tissue. Qin Zhe raised his wet face. Sister, help me wipe it. Wang Zijin glared at him. She raised her head and carefully wiped his face. Qin Zhe hugged her and smiled. Sister is the best. Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat. Which sister? Qin Zhe said, Sister Ziwei. After all, he wasn't drunk to the point of losing consciousness. He was just a little excited. Not only was his body floating, but his emotions were also floating. However, Wang Zijin's words had a hidden meaning. His brain froze for a few seconds before he reacted. Wang Zijin snorted. Good boy. Qin Zhe buried his face in her neck and kissed her. Sister Ziwei is the best. I'll leave a mark for you. Don't mess around. Wang Zijin pushed him. It'll be embarrassing if our family sees this. Just leave a mark. Qin Zhe sucked hard. At this moment, he felt that there seemed to be someone standing at the door. He looked up and saw a handsome man standing at the door in a daze. Qin Zhe quickly moved his face away from Wang Zijin's neck. It wasn't good to show off their affection in the men's washroom. It was fine if there was no one around, but it would be awkward if there was someone around. Wang Zijin turned her head and was stunned. She squeezed out a smile. Mingcheng, you're here. Zhang Mingcheng was in the state of having his primordial spirit out of his body. He was in a daze, and his eyes were empty. So he was Zhang Mingcheng. Qin Zhe looked at him with pity. Mingcheng? Wang Zijin called again. Zhang Mingcheng forced a smile. You're back? Yes, I'm back. Wang Zijin's signature dignified smile was on her face. Hey, buddy, how are you? Qin Zhe greeted him. Buddy, did it hurt your heart? Zhang Mingcheng nodded and remained silent. We'll go out first. Wang Zijin let Qin Zhe put his arm around her and walked past him. When they walked past each other, Zhang Mingcheng heard that guy humming a song. My heart is in a mess, it's blank. God, are you here? I forgot to arrange it for me. Zhang Mingcheng's mouth twitched. After they walked for some distance, Wang Zijin said, You're so bad. Qin Zhe said, Hey, you feel sorry for your childhood sweetheart? Wang Zijin pecked his head, her eyes sparkling. Yes, I feel sorry for him. Qin Zhe's face darkened. Then I'll beat him to death today. Wang Zijin laughed heartily, overjoyed. Aze, I like to see you jealous, she said. Shallow, Qin Zhe said. I like to see you naked. Bah, you're the shallow one, Wang Zijin said. While the two were flirting, Zhang Mingcheng touched his chest in the men's washroom. It hurt. When he returned to the barbecue pavilion, Zhang Ling jumped over. "Sister Ziwei, did you see my brother?" "He's here." Wang Zijin said, "I saw him." "Qin Zhe, want to drink again?" The guys who were still drunk came up to him excitedly. They were intimidated by his aura and thought that his alcohol tolerance was really high. But when they saw Wang Zijin help him to the washroom to vomit, they realized that he was almost there. Wang Zijin shouted, "Taizhu! Coming!" Zhao Taizhu nibbled on his kidney and ran over. "Drinking, right? Come, come, I'll break my vow today." Zhao Taizhu slammed the table. Their faces darkened. "Whose side are you on?" "Of course, I'm Sister Ziwei's trusted subordinate," Zhao Taizhu said. Zhang Mingqing adjusted his state of mind. When he returned to the barbecue pavilion, Zhao Taizhu had already replaced Qin Zhe to fight with the crowd. Qin Zhe sat on a chair and basked in the sun. Wang Zijin was a good wife and mother. She grilled chicken wings for him and roasted kidney with eggplant. Damn, the kidney was almost finished by Zhao Taizhu. Zhang Mingqing didn't join in the fun. He had always been a very self-disciplined man. He didn't smoke or drink. He was handsome and gentle. There were a lot of girls in the unit who were chasing after him. Some liked his family background, some liked his appearance, and some liked his temperament. But in the eyes of women, the abstinent Prince Charming never showed any interest in flirtatious women. Even in Zhang Mingqing's small circle, there were many girls who had been secretly in love with him for many years. It was just that everyone had played together since they were young and knew him very well. They knew that he was deeply in love with Wang Zijin, so the girls did not have the confidence to snatch the man from the big sister. "Brother, what do you want to eat?" "I'll grill it for you," Zhang Ling said. Zhang Mingqing looked at Wang Zijin. With a serious expression, he pretended to be casual. "Zijin, can you grill chicken wings for me?" The four girls all looked at Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe opened his eyes and squinted at Zhang Mingqing. Chapter 4:17. The sun was shining brightly, and the spring breeze was warm. Qin Zhe squinted his eyes and thought to himself, "Damn it, if my system wasn't so low, I would have made you doubt your life." Alright, it wasn't the system's fault. According to the mission trigger conditions, there should have been a mission to kill Zhang Mingyu, but there wasn't. That was because he didn't have the psychological desire to do so. After all, he was the winner, and the winner only needed to look at the loser with contempt. Just think about it. His childhood sweetheart, a beautiful girl, was snatched away by this Cheng Yaojin who appeared out of nowhere. How much hatred would he feel? Ha ha ha. Oh no, isn't this the template of a main character? Looking at it from another perspective, if Zhang Mingqing had the system, the one who would have been beaten to a pulp today would have been him, Salted Fish Zhe. "I'm busy. Why don't you ask Zhang Ling to grill it for you? Or I'll grill it for you after I feed my A's," Wang Zijin said with a smile. Wang Zijin thought to herself, "I'm not grilling it, get lost. Sister Zijin's barbecued meat can never fill my stomach for the rest of my life." Qin Zhe said, "Sister Zijin, let me try your abalone. Do you want it spicy?" "It's definitely spicy." Wang Zijin placed the spicy abalone skewers in front of Qin Zhe, and the two of them started to show off their love. Zhang Mingqing's expression darkened. Zhang Ling's pretty face was filled with anger. She wanted to say something, but Zhang Mingqing shook his head at her. She held it in and gave Wang Zining a look, then stood up and walked to the side. Wang Zining followed her obediently. Seeing this, Qin Zhe suddenly understood why Wang Zining hated him so much. It was to please his little lover. The apple-faced Yang Ying tried to smooth things over. She picked up a chicken wing skewer and said, "Mingqing, I'll grill it for you." Zhang Mingqing thanked her with a smile and looked at Wang Zijin. They were still showing off their love. Qin Zhe ate half of the abalone and passed it to Wang Zijin. They took a bite. Zhang Mingcheng's heart was pierced. Qin Zhe did it on purpose. He wanted to show off to Zhang Mingcheng. It would be best if Zhang Mingcheng could give up and stop thinking about his girlfriend. Sister Ziwei was so cooperative. They must be thinking the same thing. I clearly know that you're coveting my girlfriend, and I'm still being polite to you. A man's magnanimity should not be used in such a place. If he was too magnanimous in this aspect, he might just wear a hat one day. Zhang Mingcheng felt very uncomfortable. All these years, Wang Zijin treated him more and more coldly. She could laugh and curse with Zhao Taizhu, but she was reserved and polite to him and kept a distance. Zhang Mingcheng would rather Wang Zijin do everything she could to trick him. He felt pain and happiness at the same time. There was nothing more heart-wrenching than the woman you like deliberately keeping a distance from you. True non-love is turning a blind eye. On the other side, Wang Zining was whispering to Zhang Ling, "How's your family?" "Nothing." Zhang Ling frowned. "What do you mean nothing? Isn't your family trying to matchmake my brother and your sister?" Wang Zining said helplessly, "So what? He's my sister's boyfriend. Are you going to chase him out? This isn't a novel where a rich young lady brings a man home and treats him like an enemy. Second aunt dislikes Qin Zhe so much, but isn't she still nice to him? She has to consider my sister's feelings." Zhang Ling sneered. "Why not? My brother is so nice. He likes your sister and is willing to treat her well. What does Qin Zhe have to do with it?" Wang Zining was unconvinced. "That depends on whether my sister is willing or not." Zhang Ling was furious. "Wang Zining, what are you talking about? Go away. Don't come looking for me this year." Wang Zining was silent. Zhang Ling snorted. Wang Zining had always wanted to chase after her. He listened to everything she said. When she said that Qin Zhe was despicable, Wang Zining patted his chest and said that he would help her deal with him. Wang Zining was a spy she had infiltrated into the Wang family. However, this spy was not firm and easily swayed. But it didn't matter. As long as she was angry, Wang Zining would listen to her obediently and coax her. As she was thinking, Wang Zining got up and walked towards the barbecue pavilion. Zhang Ling was stunned. "What are you doing?" Wang Zining turned and said, "My sister doesn't like your brother. Even I can tell. I don't care what the adults in the family think. I feel that I will only be happy when I am with the person I like. So even if I like Qin Zhe, as long as my sister likes him, I will support him. I help you because I like you, but Wang Zijin is also my sister." After that, he walked back to the barbecue pavilion, leaving a stunned Zhang Ling behind. After the barbecue, the men suggested that they play boxing. The boxing room was as big as 2 basketball courts. There was a ring in the middle and sandbags were hanging from the 4 corners of the room. This group of second-generation heirs had already broken away from the low-level fun of cars and dancing. It was the hobby of the Punk family to play with pancakes. They preferred drinking, climbing, swimming, horseback riding, shooting, and playing golf. It was both fitness and entertainment. A well-built guy went on stage, took off his coat and shirt, revealing his strong muscles. Then he put on his boxing gloves and bumped his fists together. He looked around at the crowd. "Who wants to play with me?" Beside Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin, Zhao Qian praised, "Great body." The apple-faced Yang Ying said, "Well, I like this kind of man with a good body. Unfortunately, my boyfriend doesn't like to work out. He has a small belly." The other 2 sisters said, "Wei who didn't waste his time in the army these years." Zhang Mingcheng took off his coat and jumped into the ring. "Let me." After he took off his coat, unexpectedly, he had well-proportioned muscles. It was not the kind of explosive muscles that could be trained in the gym. It was very beautiful. Mingcheng's body is also good. Very sexy. I haven't seen him fight for a long time. His body is still so good. The sisters whispered to each other like men admiring girls' long legs, thin waists, and big breasts. Zhang Ling said proudly, "My brother works out every day." While talking, the two people in the ring began to fight. It was particularly fierce. At least, it was more intense than Qin Zhe hitting Su Yu's butt. Both sides had a solid foundation in fighting and boxing. You punch me, I punch you. Occasionally, they could make a few beautiful dodges by leaning back and leaning over. Zhang Mingcheng was particularly fierce today. He had a stomach full of anger and was about to vent it in the ring. Old Tai's heart was pierced through and blood gushed out. Accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing, Zhang Mingcheng's thoughts flew. Zhang Mingcheng had liked Wang Zijin for many, many years. It had been so long that he had forgotten how many years it had been. Zhang Mingcheng was different from the children living in the military district. He was like a young master since he was young. He wore shirts and suspenders, and his hair was meticulously combed. His mother grew up abroad and instilled aristocratic ideas in Zhang Mingcheng. Zhang Mingcheng felt that he was different from the flirtatious B***cheese in the military district. He was a young master and had etiquette. He was nobler than others. Therefore, he was arrogant since he was young. He disdained to play with fat tigers like Zhao Taizhu who rolled around on the playground. The children all knew that Zhang Mingcheng was arrogant. He was different from everyone else. He was smelly all day long. He said this was rude and that was a bumpkin. Later, he saw Wang Zijin fooling around with a group of naughty children all day long. He said, "Wang Zijin, you don't look good at all. My mother said that girls should write, draw, practice piano and be a lady. You look ugly now." Zhang Mingcheng was disappointed. He thought that Zhao Taizhu was a fat tiger. He was cute and spiritual. He was his own Jing Xiang. But he never showed his affection. He didn't even talk to Wang Zijin. He deliberately ignored her, hoping to attract her attention. At that time, Wang Zijin said, "I don't care about being a lady. Little ones, beat him." 8 or 9 naughty children swarmed up and rubbed Zhang Mingcheng on the ground. There were 4 or 5 little girls applauding. Among them, Zhao Taizhu beat Fat Tiger the most. His head could be broken and blood could flow, but his hair couldn't be messed up. Zhao Taizhu deliberately messed up his hair. For the first time, Zhang Mingcheng tasted the deep malice of this world. It was brought to him by Wang Zijin. His straps were broken, his hair was messed up, and his striped shirt was covered in mud. He cried and went home to find his mother. But his parents knew that it was the eldest daughter of the Wang family who taught their son a lesson, so they chose to keep quiet. The next day, Wang Zijin brought people to surround him again on the way home from school. "You can be my little brother, or my little brothers will press you to the ground and beat you in front of the girls in school." Wang Zijin put her hands on her waist and threatened him. Of course, he couldn't do such a shameful thing. Since then, Zhang Mingcheng followed Wang Zijin. So many years had passed in the blink of an eye. He watched her grow from a cute little girl to a beautiful young girl, and then to a graceful young woman. Wang Zijin always had a place in his heart. Her footprints were too deep in his life. When he was 13, he broke his grandfather's precious antique. Feeling that the world was ending, he ran to big sister Zijin for help. When Wang Zijin heard that, she crossed her arms and said, "It's okay, leave it to me." She brought 2 of her little brothers and Zhang Mingcheng himself. They found Zhang Mingcheng's cousin and went to the scene of the incident. Then, everyone said the same thing and put the blame on the cousin. They called the parents on the spot. The 9-year-old cousin was ignorant. Suddenly, he felt the deep malice of this world. Like his cousin, it was brought to him by Wang Zijin. When he was 16, he confessed to Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin didn't agree or reject him. She suddenly asked him out for a drink at night. That day, everyone was there. The 15-year-old boy had already learned to smoke and drink. Only Wang Zijin held a 50-cent glass bottle of Coke alone. Unknowingly, Zhang Mingcheng was drunk. Then, someone said, "Let's go." Zhang Mingcheng was shocked. "I'm not going. I'm not going." Zhao Taizhu said, and Zhang Mingcheng said he would go too. Zhang Mingcheng said, "No, I'm not going." The little boys said, "Yes, you said you want to go." Then, everyone helped the drunk him up. He forgot what happened next. When he woke up, he found himself on an unfamiliar bed. In a small room, a big sister was drying her hair in her pajamas. It was dawn. The big sister gave him a flirtatious look. Zhang Mingcheng hastily put on his clothes, covered his face, and left heartbroken. After that, he didn't touch alcohol for 10 years. Later, Zhang Mingcheng found Wang Zijin and wanted to beg for forgiveness. Wang Zijin patted him on the shoulder and said, "Congratulations, Mingcheng. You've graduated." Zhang Mingcheng was surprised. "You don't care?" Wang Zijin said, "No, if my man is a big sword, I'll break his legs." Zhang Mingcheng's heart was broken. For a long time, Zhang Mingcheng, who felt that he was tainted and impure, didn't dare to say that he liked her. "Look, we're childhood sweethearts. Look, I've loved her for so many years. After so many years, I should have feelings for a dog. If I could, I wish I was a dog." It didn't matter that Wang Zijin didn't like him. He felt that he would have a chance. But now, today, she was in the arms of another man. She was kissed on the neck by another man. They were showing off their love in a frenzy. Zhang Mingcheng roared and knocked down his opponent with a punch. He turned around and shouted at Qin Zhe, "If you're a man, come and fight me. Qin Zhe, I'm going to beat you up until you doubt your life." Chapter 418. With Zhang Mingcheng's status, he had many ways to deal with Qin Zhe. Don't be jealous. In this day and age, one's future was mostly determined by one's family background. Unlike Zhang Ling's bravado, the resources and power that Zhang Mingcheng could mobilize were far beyond Qin Zhe's. Of course, if they really fought, the Wang family would most likely help Qin Zhe. Wang Zijin's attitude was definitely the Wang family's stance. In Shanghai, Nan Man Pei was determined to help Qin Zhe, and the Li family would most likely help too. It would be a fight between the gods. However, Zhang Mingcheng disdained to use such methods. If he had to resort to schemes for love, then he would be too pathetic. Moreover, if he did that, he would lose Wang Zijin completely. That was why he preferred to fight like a warrior for the girl he loved. Hot-blooded, simple, and hardy. He hated Qin Zhe to the core. How many unforgettable girls could a man meet in his life? Even now, he had not thought of giving up. As long as he worked hard enough to grind an iron rod into a needle, Wang Zijin would not agree to his pursuit. Perhaps he did not put enough effort into it, or perhaps Wang Zijin was too thick and could not be ground into a fine iron rod for the time being. In the spacious boxing room, Zhang Mingcheng's roar echoed. He was sweating profusely, his muscles were bulging, and his expression was crazed. Those who were familiar with him knew that Zhang Mingcheng was serious. Zhang Mingcheng was a very proud person. He did not want to fall behind others in any aspect and wanted to be number one in everything. He had trained hard in boxing and had always been the famous boxing kangaroo in the circle. To put it in a more pretentious way, I, Zhang Mingcheng, have never been weaker than anyone. Even Wang Zijin could not make him bow down to her willingly. Therefore, Zhang Mingcheng had always wanted to be the man of the big sister. At the side of the ring, Qin Zhe, who was whispering to Wang Zijin, was dumbfounded. He did not know why he was called out. Looking at Zhang Mingcheng, who was bursting with anger, there was a message all over his body: "You can't control our fury. Qin Zhe, do you dare to go up?" A guy on the side jeered. "Let me tell you, Mingcheng has liked Zijin for many years. If you want to be with her, you have to go through him first. Another person said. You can even tolerate this? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to bear it. The bespectacled guy was also perverted. Go on, if you're a man then draw your sword. The short and skinny guy said. The group of second-generation heirs who didn't mind watching the show cheered excitedly, fanning the flames. In comparison, women were always kind and honest people. Maybe it was because of Qin Zhe's celebrity aura that increased their favorable impression of him. Zhao Qian frowned and said, I don't think that's a good idea. If Mingcheng doesn't control his strength, the apple-faced Yang Ying nodded. You might accidentally break the bridge of your nose or your teeth. As she spoke, she poked Wang Zijin's waist and said, Don't be in a daze. Go and tell Mingcheng that it's best if he doesn't hit him. If he does, he should hold back a little. The other two sisters also tried to persuade them. They were on Zhang Mingcheng's side. After all, they had been friends for decades. However, if Qin Zhe was beaten up too badly, it wouldn't look good for everyone. Zhang Ling walked over lightly and looked at Qin Zhe as if she was announcing something big. My brother is angry. You know the consequences. Qin Zhe grunted. This is the legendary anger of a single dog. Zhang Ling glared at him angrily. Wang Zining was right. This person was despicable, and his mouth was even more despicable. Everyone was speechless. The sisters rolled their eyes. They were all thinking of how to persuade him, but he was still fanning the flames. Was he happy to be beaten up for no reason? Or did he think that he had a chance of winning? Zhang Mingcheng's muscles were not just for show. He was proficient in boxing and taekwondo. One punch from him would be the end of the match. Those who were more flexible would think that it was probably because Wang Zijin was present that Qin Zhe wasn't afraid. Men didn't want to appear too cowardly in front of the woman they liked. Wang Zijin glanced at Qin Zhe. Did you hear that? Hold back a little. Qin Zhe nodded and vowed, I'll end it quickly. I won't make things difficult for you. Wang Zijin nodded in satisfaction. Towards Zhang Mingcheng, she could only express her apologies. Big sister Zijin had a feeling of helplessness that, it was the hardest to accept the grace of a beauty. She confessed her feelings, but Zhang Mingcheng's unwavering determination made big sister Zijin's heart ache. She could only deliberately keep a distance. Zhang Mingcheng liked her. She knew that Zhang Mingcheng couldn't wait to kneel down and propose to her. He would say, Zijin, you're lightning, you're light, you're the only legend. I only love you. I don't know how to speak English later, I forgot, she still knew. However, when it came to relationships, it wasn't about giving and receiving. If you didn't like me, you didn't like me. Did I have to marry you and bear your children for the rest of my life just because you were faithful to me? Wang Zijin didn't want to bear children. If she wanted to, she wanted a bunch of salted fishes. Zhang Mingcheng was indeed outstanding. However, Qin Zhe wasn't bad either. In fact, he was even more outstanding. Moreover, she was happy to be with Qin Zhe. However, if she were to marry Zhang Mingcheng, she would feel that she was f***ked by her brother. Every time Wang Zijin thought about it, she would slowly shiver. Zhao Taizhu shouted happily, wait, let's open a banker. I'll be the banker. If we're talking about the odds, Qin Zhe and Zhang Mingcheng will be 50-50. He glanced at his childhood friends and then at the women. Do you guys want to play? Zhang Ling was the first to raise her hand. I'll play. I'll bet 50,000 on my brother. Yo, where did you get so much money from? Zhao Taizhu looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Why do you care? You won't be left out, Zhang Ling said. Zhang Ling had 200,000 yuan in her savings. The elders in her family gave her a lot of pocket money. Her expenses were huge. Every month, she used up half a year's salary of an ordinary white-collar worker. Don't go back on your words if you lose, Zhao Taizhu said. Someone is so eager to give me money. Why don't I play? Zhang Ling looked at him disdainfully. Hey, what about you guys? Zhao Taizhu asked his childhood friends. Qin Zhe, have you ever trained in fighting? Out of caution, one of his childhood friends asked. Do you think this is a wuxia novel where you can find someone to practice martial arts? That doesn't exist. Zhao Taizhu waved his hand. Then why 50-50? His childhood friends asked. Zhao Taizhu had always been rough on the outside. Why would he do a losing deal? Because we're brothers on the surface. Huh? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Qin Zhe doesn't care about his reputation. This is a friendly payout. It's good for everyone's reputation, Zhao Taizhu said. Then, a few of his childhood friends whispered, are we going to buy it? Buy it. They play upstairs, we play downstairs. Earn some pocket money from Taizhu. The bespectacled guy raised his hand. I'll buy 100,000 yuan. Zhao Taizhu rolled his eyes. Are you crazy? 20,000 yuan at most. It's just for fun. The bespectacled guy asked, then why did Zhang Ling buy 50,000 yuan? Zhao Taizhu said casually, she's a little girl. I have to take care of her. He thought to himself, this girl's words are harsh and unlikable. Of course I have to cheat her. The bespectacled guy was relieved and said, looks like it's not a trap. Otherwise, he would be more than happy to cheat us. That's right. Let's buy it. Then, everyone raised their hands. I'll buy 10,000 yuan, Mingcheng. I'll buy 20,000 yuan, Mingcheng. I'll buy 5,000 yuan, Mingcheng. I'll buy 20,000 yuan, Mingcheng. After a round of bidding, 2 of the 12 or 13 friends bought 2,000 yuan for Qin Zhe and 20,000 yuan for Zhang Mingcheng. The others only bought Zhang Mingcheng. The sisters all bought Qin Zhe, but then bought Zhang Mingcheng. Obviously, buying Qin Zhe was to save Wang Zijin's face. Zhao Qian asked Wang Zijin, Zijin, you're not buying? Yang Ying said, of course not. Are you going to bet on Zhang Mingcheng? That'll hurt my boyfriend more. The other 2 said, if it were me, I'd bet on my boyfriend even if I knew I was going to lose. Wang Zijin shrugged. Forget it. It's not easy for Taizhu to earn money. Let's not cheat him. She had seen Qin Zhe in action before. Back then, in the commercial and residential area, Qin Zhe had easily taken down 2 pickpockets. He was so fierce. Also, Zhao Taizhu had said that he wanted to fight with Qin Zhe over dinner. Qin Zhe casually crushed a bone porcelain cup and Zhao Taizhu backed down. At that time, Qin Zhe was still a Bujingyun who had been single for 23 years. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Zhe went up to the stage. He put on the boxing gloves and didn't take off his clothes. Otherwise, everyone present would have seen what it meant to be sexy and fit. The system's gift of gymnastics was constantly tempering his body, making him far more energetic than ordinary people. Correspondingly, his speed, strength, and reflexes were all improved. Although the essence of this matter was that the system was working hard to turn him into a power bank. Qin Zhe automatically filled in the worrisome truth that the system was helping him become Superman. If he wanted to live a good life, he had to wear a little cuckold. It was not accurate. He had to have the spirit of AQ and know how to entertain himself. The guy who was defeated by Zhang Mingcheng was the referee. After Qin Zhe put on the gloves, he asked, aren't you going to take off your clothes? No. Qin Zhe shook his head. Clothes can also become your weakness and restrict your movements, he advised out of kindness. No. Qin Zhe shook his head again. The audience below the stage was both angry and amused. Not only was he a layman, but he was also freaking arrogant. Zhang Mingcheng raised his hand, indicating that he had something to say. He stared at Qin Zhe and said, I've liked her for many, many years. It doesn't matter if that person is you, as long as it's her boyfriend, I want to beat him up. Qin Zhe replied, she's my girlfriend. It doesn't matter if you're the one who's coveting her. As long as someone tries to steal her away from me, I want to beat him up. At this time, Wang Zijin patted the guardrail and whispered, A's, go easy on him. Negative emotions from Zhang Mingcheng, negative emotions from Zhang Ling, Qin Zhe said in his heart, Sister Ziwei, this is not the time to play mind games. Let's begin. Zhang Mingcheng gritted his teeth. I'll let my fists fall on every corner of your body. Qin Zhe was stunned. Including the balls? Zhang Mingcheng was speechless. The referee got into a horse stance and swung down with one arm. Begin. Zhang Mingcheng raised his fists and jumped slightly towards Qin Zhe. He tested him with his fists first. When he saw that Qin Zhe did not move, he immediately knew that he was really an idiot in boxing. He immediately let out a low growl, took a step forward, and punched straight at Zhang Ling's face. The battle began and the audience was excited. Then, Qin Zhe waved his hand casually as if he was swatting a fly. Bam! Zhang Mingcheng's face was punched. He did not even have the chance to stabilize himself and fell to the ground. The battle ended and the audience was dumbfounded. What happened? Chapter 419. What happened? Everyone was dumbfounded. KO with one punch? They even suspected that Zhang Mingcheng and Qin Zhe were acting. Even if Zhang Mingcheng had missed, he shouldn't have been knocked out with one punch. The shock came too fast, like a tornado, so everyone was dumbfounded. In reality, Zhang Mingcheng was lying on the ground. His mind was in a mess. He had been beaten silly. The feeling just now was like a battering ram wrapped in a boxing glove hitting his face. At that moment, he heard the sound of the sea in his head. Qin Zhe took off his boxing gloves and threw them to the referee. Take off your clothes. It's just a matter of one punch. Qin Zhe equals Hai Zhe King equals Sensei Saitama. The referee, who was 1.8 meters tall with a lasso pole, was so shocked that he looked like a mantis shrimp. He stared at him in disbelief. Is this the legendary miracle of strength? How much strength does it take to knock a grown man to the ground with one punch? This Qin Zhe, as expected, had a big tool and a good job, extraordinary. Qin Zhe felt the burning gaze. He turned his head and asked, You want to spar with me too? The referee shook his head and said in shock, How did you do it? Even if he had practiced boxing, he couldn't have done it. This was the strength of a professional boxer, and not a lightweight one. Don't you know my nickname? Qin Zhe said lightly, For a fast shooter, there is no fastest, only faster. What a master! The referee, Sun Weihu, looked at him with admiration. Brother, how are you? Zhang Ling climbed into the ring and helped Zhang Mingcheng up. She glared at Qin Zhe. The onlookers rushed over and took a closer look at the bruised left side of Zhang Mingcheng's face under the pretext of passing him mineral water. Well, it's a real injury, not an act. No wonder he's big sister's man. Everyone looked at Qin Zhe differently. You hit him too hard. Wang Zijin whispered beside the ring. I'm already very careful. Qin Zhe shrugged. His grip was strong enough to crack a porcelain cup. He had only used 40% of his strength in this punch. Qin Zhe, do you know Kung Fu? Sun Weihu's eyes were burning. Sort of. Qin Zhe nodded. Is he practicing the internal martial arts? Sun Weihu asked with a burning gaze. If you are referring to the inner force, then yes. Qin Zhe thought for a while and nodded. Qi was also considered inner force, right? Actually, he didn't understand either. The purpose of qi was to nourish the 5 viscera, tendons, and bones. It was not something that could be used for external release of qi. If the internal martial arts in Chinese martial arts wasn't a lie, then its effect should be the same as the system's gift of gymnastics, using the temperature to nourish the body. Not only could it strengthen one's body, but it could also increase one's stamina and strength. So there really was such a thing. Sun Weihu was excited and asked, "You, what kind of internal martial art do you practice? Tai Chi?" Qin Zhe shook his head. Xing Yi? Qin Zhe shook his head. Gossip? Qin Zhe shook his head again. Sun Weihu was curious and puzzled. What's that? Qin Zhe's face turned red. The times are calling. Sun Weihu dug his ears. What? Qin Zhe explained, the second set of radio gymnastics for elementary school students, the times are calling. Sun Weihu was speechless. He said with a disheartened look, "If you don't want to say it, then forget it. I know you have rules and have to keep it a secret, right?" Comrade Sun sighed and turned around sadly. He still wanted to ask Qin Zhe for some guidance, but he thought too much. If he didn't want to teach, he could have said it. If it wasn't convenient for him to reveal it, he could have said it. Why did he have to push the blame to the radio gymnastics? What, are you the only one who received 9 years of compulsory education? Have I never practiced the times are calling? It's true. I'm not lying to you. Qin Zhe said. Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Hey, I'm not lying to you. It's really the times are calling. I swear on my integrity that the system can testify for me." Sun Weihu turned around and said angrily, "The times are calling is not the second set of radio gymnastics for elementary school students. It's the second set of radio gymnastics for middle school students." With that, he left in a huff. Qin Zhe was speechless. Wang Zijin was speechless. After a while, Wang Zijin said, "It seems like it's really the second set of radio gymnastics for middle school students." Qin Zhe was speechless. So the low-life system has been lying to me all this time? Qin Zhe looked at Zhang Mingcheng, who had a dispirited expression despite being cared for by his childhood friends. He pinched Sister Xian's waist and whispered in her ear, "Aren't you going to comfort him?" Wang Zijin shook her head. "Zhang Mingcheng can't keep pestering you. Tell him that you have no hope in this lifetime. Stop pestering me and get lost. You're crazy." Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. "I've already told him everything. He confessed to me when I was 16 years old, and I didn't talk about it anymore. I came to Shanghai to study in high school, and I thought that he would forget about me after seeing so many forests. Who knew that when I went back to Beijing to study, he would pester me again? Why did I do that? I've always treated him like a brother since I was young." Qin Zhe suddenly thought of a saying, "I treat you like a brother, but you want to *ck me." This was the biggest malice between brothers. It was even scarier than the wife running away with the brother. It was really difficult for Sister Ziwei. She wanted to be in love but was afraid of being *ked. "I've always treated you like a brother, but you want to *ck me." The former's target was Qin Zhe, and the latter's target was Zhang Mingcheng. Zhao Taizhu nimbly climbed up the ring and laughed wildly 3 times towards the sky. He immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at him as if he was crazy. Zhang Mingcheng was beaten up. "Why are you so happy?" Zhang Mingcheng's face darkened. Speaking of which, he and Zhao Taizhu had always been rivals. They both coveted Wang Zijin and wanted to be the big sister's man. However, Zhao Taizhu gave up. Zhang Mingcheng didn't even turn back. Pay up, pay up. You lost," Zhao Taizhu said happily. This time, everyone's face darkened. This son of AB*TCH. He's really a scammer. Zhao Taizhu is so evil. Damn it, my secret stash is gone again. Taizhu, get up the ring. Let's fight. Zhang Mingcheng's childhood friends reacted and were furious. There's still 50,000 left. Don't go back on your words. Zhao Taizhu said. Zhang Ling pretended not to hear and squatted beside her brother. Hey, Zhang Ling, you want to go back on your words? Zhao Taizhu looked at her disdainfully. I don't have money now. We'll talk about it later. Zhang Ling pouted. Actually, she wanted to go back on her words. She could totally go back on her words. After all, she was a girl and was still studying. If Zhao Taizhu didn't let her off after she threw a tantrum, he wouldn't be a man. Moreover, he was 6 or 7 years older than her. They were no longer of the same generation. 50,000 yuan. Even Zhang Ling, who never thought about money, would feel the pinch for a long time. Her source of income mainly depended on the gifts from her elders. She had no way to earn money herself. However, she underestimated Zhao Tieju's shamelessness. Zhao Taizhu said, "Ha ha ha, if you think you can go back on your words like this, then you're too stupid. I'll give you 2 choices. Alipay or WeChat. Take out your phone and scan it. What day and age is this? Who wants cash? You." Zhang Ling puffed her cheeks. Zhao Taizhu had already opened Alipay and handed his phone to her. The manager of the clubhouse personally delivered a spray for bruises and a small bucket of ice. Zhang Mingcheng rested for 15 minutes and had to leave because he had something to do at work. Zhang Mingcheng left the clubhouse and sat in the car in a daze. What a terrible day. Actually, he had nothing to do at work. The reason why he was late was because he was excited and nervous. He didn't know how to face Wang Zijin and how to talk back to Qin Zhe. When Zhang Ling came back from Shanghai last time, she said that her future sister-in-law had been seduced by a wild man. Zhang Mingcheng didn't think much of it. Wang Zijin was such an outstanding woman. How could she be seduced by an ordinary man? Later, Zhao Taizhu said that Wang Zijin was heartlessly forgetting her love for a man in Shanghai. She cried and begged him to like her. At that time, he was shocked. For the first time, he looked up Qin Zhe's information seriously. After reading the information, Zhang Mingcheng was shocked again. He roared in his heart. How could there be such an outstanding man in the world? How could there be such an outstanding man? He shouldn't be called Qin Zhe. He should be called Long Outyan. He had been holding back his anger until today. When he heard that Wang Zijin had brought her boyfriend home to meet her parents, Zhang Mingcheng was sad and depressed. At the same time, he was full of fighting spirit. He couldn't wait to see Qin Zhe. He wanted to compete with him to see who was the most flirtatious peacock. Recalling everything that happened at the clubhouse, he suddenly felt like crying. At this time, Zhang Mingcheng saw 2 people walking out of the clubhouse. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. It was Wang Zijin, whom he had been thinking about day and night, and Qin Zhe, who should be called Long Outyan. For some reason, Wang Zijin didn't follow them. They walked to the car. Wang Zijin took out the car key to unlock the door. Just as she was about to open the door and enter the car, Qin Zhe looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he suddenly hugged Wang Zijin from behind. Wang Zijin was stunned. She didn't even resist and went limp in his arms. They kissed passionately as if there was no one else around. They showered Zhang Mingcheng with affection. Every bit of affection was like an arrow that pierced through Zhang Mingcheng's heart. I can't take this anymore. I'm not Sha Wujing. Sha Wujing only has to endure one heart-piercing arrow every day. How many times have I been pierced today? Zhang Mingcheng held his pierced heart, stepped on the accelerator, and slowly approached them. Beep beep, a loud horn sounded. Wang Zijin immediately pushed Qin Zhe away, and the 2 looked in the direction of the sound. Zhang Mingcheng slowly lowered the car window. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were infinitely close to those of a dead fish. Mingcheng, you haven't left yet, Wang Zijin said awkwardly. Zhang Mingcheng didn't say anything. He looked at Qin Zhe with his dead fish eyes. Qin Zhe thought to himself, what are you looking at? Do you think you're Secretary Dakang? The two sides were in a stalemate for a moment. Zhang Mingcheng vented his anger on these two guys. Hey, old Tai, we're leaving first. In the end, it seemed that Qin Zhe was the first to give in. Zhang Mingcheng was a little proud of himself in the spirit of AQ. Suddenly, he heard this guy sing a song without saying anything. I should be under the car, not in the car. Seeing how sweet you guys are. This way, it's easier for me to give up and give me the courage to leave. As he sang, Qin Zhe got into the car, lowered the car window, and waved. Let's go, old Tai. In the future, you must come to my wedding with Sister Ziwei. The car drove away. Zhang Mingcheng was speechless. I should be under the car, not in the car, I really want to cry. Chapter 420. Wang Zijin stared straight ahead, her bright lips curled up. You sure know how to say it. She didn't sympathize with Zhang Mingcheng at all. Perhaps in Sister Ziwei's opinion, it was best if Zhang Mingcheng was disappointed in her, so that he wouldn't think about her all the time and waste his good years. And she wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. After all, she had a brother who wanted to rape her by her side. Sometimes I'm also annoyed. Why is she always so talented? Qin Zhe sighed. Pfft, Wang Zijin almost lost her grip on the steering wheel. She said angrily, why are you acting cool in front of me? Yes, I shouldn't show my slight skill in front of an expert, Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin was stunned. After driving a few hundred meters, she suddenly reacted and used one hand to hit Qin Zhe's head. Watch the road, I'll hit you when we get home. Qin Zhe quickly defended himself. Wang Zijin snorted and pouted, but her eyes and eyebrows were smiling. There were many reasons why she liked Qin Zhe, but one of them couldn't be ignored. Qin Zhe was sometimes flirty, but when they were together, they could laugh and play, and they were very happy. The reason was probably that she had enough of her parents' cold and indifferent treatment since childhood, which created a psychological shadow. She hated and even feared the respectful relationship between husband and wife. Zhang Mingcheng was elegant and polite. In other people's eyes, he was impeccable, but in Wang Zijin's eyes, he was a fatal flaw. She would never like such a man. To paraphrase the popular protagonist model a few years ago, the female protagonists all liked bad boys. Wang Zijin didn't like bad boys, and Qin Zhe wasn't a bad boy either. Another reason why she liked Qin Zhe was that Qin Zhe was more lazy. Such a man could be hard or soft. No, he could be a domineering CEO, but he could also be a little boy who relied on his sister. Wang Zijin had a sense of responsibility and dependence. Sometimes she felt that she was more like Qin Bao's sister than Qin Zhe's sister. She didn't have the dignity of an elder sister at all. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin wandered aimlessly in the capital. They purposely took a stroll in front of Tiananmen Gate to experience the majestic view of the Tiananmen Gate and admire the portrait of the great man. In the CBD area, they bought clothes, Beijing specialties, souvenirs, and other things. Qin Zhe did not want to go as he said it was not delicious. But Wang Zijin told him that Beijing roast duck was like street food and could be found everywhere. Foreigners only know to go to Quanjude. But Quanjude was like Starbucks, which was becoming less and less classy. There were chain restaurants everywhere, and it had become an assembly line business model. Only the locals of the capital knew where the delicious roast duck was and where the famous roast duck was. After a while, they arrived at Uniqlo. Uniqlo is a good place, good scenery, good scenery, good scenery, good place, good scenery, good place. There are girls everywhere, enter the house and have sex. Speaking of Uniqlo, Qin Zhe wanted to complain about it. The quality of the clothes was as bad as their mother. When he was in school, he accompanied his sister shopping and bought a few short-sleeved shirts at a discount. But the shirts were out of shape after one summer. Wang Zijin held Feng Yu's arm and walked from the first floor to the second floor. This time, she was the one who bought the clothes. Ever since she came to Shanghai, she had not been to Uniqlo, a small brand clothing store. Qin Bao dragged her to buy clothes, and they only went to international brand stores. She did not even look at the clothes that cost less than 5 digits. His sister was also corrupted. When Qin Zhe bought her a 50 renminbi short-sleeved shirt, she also wore it for the whole summer. But money must be spent to make money, and it was meaningless to keep the money in the bank. The money could not catch up with inflation, and it could still increase the country's GDP. Wang Zijin looked for a long time and finally settled on a dark blue sweater with a cartoon bear printed on the chest. She was paired with a pair of light blue jeans and a loose cartoon bear sweater. Wang Zijin had changed from a 26-year-old woman to a 16-year-old girl. Kawaii. What do you think? Wang Zijin stood in front of Qin Zhe, her eyes shining like stars. Cute, I want. Qin Zhe gave her a thumbs up and blurted out. What do you want? Wang Zijin tilted her head and asked playfully. Want. Qin Zhe had an idea and sang, I want to ask if you dare to be crazy for love like me, Wang Zijin. The second dress was a white dress. Wang Zijin herself preferred light green, but Qin Zhe recently was allergic to Zijin's color. No, green. It was all Su Yu's fault. Wang Zijin felt that wearing clothes was for her boyfriend to see, and she respected her boyfriend's preference, so she chose the white dress. Qin Zhe stood at the door of the fitting room and heard Wang Zijin, who had just entered, whisper, A's? Is A's outside? Qin Zhe replied, Yes, what's up? You come in for a while, what? Her voice was so soft that Qin Zhe didn't hear it clearly. Come in for a while. Wang Zijin raised her voice. Qin Zhe's cock was moved. What was the meaning of this? Let him in. Let him into the fitting room or where? This wasn't important. It was just a matter of order. Once he entered the fitting room, he would definitely be able to enter. Qin Zhe couldn't help but be moved. There was a story behind this. There were many people around, shuttling back and forth. Qin Zhe's expression was normal as he lifted the curtain and went in. In the fitting room, Wang Zijin had one hand on her chest and the other on her back. Her face was red. My bra's button seems to be undone. She turned around and said, You help me button it. Qin Zhe saw a white back. Her skin was white and tender, her back was perfectly curved, and her waist was small. Was this Sister Ziwei's hint? Qin Zhe slowly approached her. His hands slipped into her dress and held her waist. What are you doing? Wang Zijin was surprised. Doing it. Qin Zhe nodded. Sister Ziwei was so embarrassed that she hit the back of her head. She was angry and amused at the same time. I asked you to help you button your bra. Qin Zhe covered his nose in disbelief. Just button my bra? Nonsense. Wang Zijin sneered. Qin Zhe found that the button was made with special leather. Unless he stood with both hands behind his back, he couldn't button it by himself. He silently buttoned her bra and said unwillingly, Isn't this your hint? Sister Ziwei, there's no need to be pretentious between us. There's no such thing as a hint. I don't believe you. Does a woman's bra have to be buttoned by someone else? Because this bra is sexy. It was designed for a husband and wife to wear together. You bought it for me? It's none of your business. Your sister bought it for me. You didn't even ask for my opinion. Qin Zhe quietly left the fitting room. A few minutes later, Wang Zijin came out. She turned around and her skirt fluttered. Does it look good? Qin whirled tasteless. Zay nodded, nice. At 5:00 in the afternoon, they returned to the Wang family. Only Mrs. Wang was at home. Grandpa Wang was enjoying the cool breeze in the yard. The mother and daughter chatted. Wang Zijin told her about the Qin family in Shanghai. Qin Ma's father was a very serious but not old-fashioned university professor. Qin Ma's mother was very gentle. There was also her best friend, Qin Bao Bao, who sat next to her for 3 years in high school. I remember her. Bao Bao, isn't she that beautiful girl? Mrs. Wang almost blurted out the word gorgeous. Others dressed up gorgeously, but Qin Bao Bao's facial features were gorgeous. She had a sharp and pretty oval face, cherry lips, and especially charming and lively eyes. Wang Mama had seen Qin Bao Bao once when she picked up her daughter from school. Back then, Qin Bao Bao had left a deep impression on Wang Mama when she was 17 or 18. Mrs. Wang hated that kind of girl. She hated women who reminded people of vixens. Vixens were often equated with mistresses. However, Mrs. Wang noticed that whenever that gorgeous girl was mentioned, her daughter would be very happy. Her eyes would sparkle and the corners of her mouth would curl up. Mrs. Wang thought to herself, that girl has a deep place in her daughter's heart. Qin Zai saw the old man on the rocking chair in the backyard waving at him. He paused for a moment and walked over obediently. When he got closer, the old man closed his eyes and rocked slowly with the rocking chair. Qin Zai had always been in awe of the old man. He stood upright. However, after a few minutes, the old man seemed to have fallen asleep. Qin Zai thought to himself, are you crazy? Did you ask me to come here to do the most romantic thing with me? Sit in a rocking chair and chat slowly? Just as he was thinking this, the old man suddenly said, Qin Zai, have you ever thought of going into politics? Qin Zai immediately shook his head. I wouldn't dare. Why? Crabs in the river shine in the sky, flowers smile at me, little birds say good morning. You'll die sooner or later. The old man? The air was quiet for a few minutes. The old man asked, what do you think of the current society? What do you think of the country? Qin Zai gave him a thumbs up. Socialism is good. Qin Zai wanted to sing a song. Without the XX party, there would be no new China. The old man, if I ask you to be the Wang family's white glove, would you be willing? The Wang family doesn't lack white gloves, right? There are many white gloves. Qin Zai smiled. No problem. The old man looked at him carefully. You don't dislike it? Qin Zai grinned. We each take what we need. After being in the business world for so long, he finally understood that the business world was like a battlefield. There were many cases of swords and knives secretly causing trouble. An environment of fair competition did not exist. With his current scale of capital, he could only make a small fuss in front of the big bosses of the capital. But in the future, unexpectedly, the old man changed his words. We'll talk about it in the future. Qin Zai probed, then, Grandpa, have you agreed to let me be your grandson-in-law? The old man did not say anything. He closed his eyes and slowly rocked with the rocking chair. During dinner, the direct descendants of the Wang family all arrived. The uncles who were absent at noon also came. Second uncle was a middle-aged man who was smooth and slick. According to Wang Zijin, second uncle's family should be on Zhang Mingcheng's side. However, during dinner, second uncle frequently chatted with Qin Zai and did not neglect him at all. Little uncle was also a wily old fox and always had a smile on his face. Qin Zai guessed that little uncle should be one of the Wang family's white gloves. After dinner, Qin Zai was arranged to stay in the guest room of the small building in the south. It was thousands of miles away from Sister Ziwei's room. Wang Zijin stayed on the second floor of the main building, next to her parents' bedroom. Qin Zai lay on the bed and recalled what happened today. From lunch to dinner, the Wang family's elders' attitude toward him had obviously improved. Father Wang still did not speak. This was understandable. Fathers did not like pigs who took advantage of their cabbage. Mother Wang said a few words to him during dinner. As for the other aunts and uncles, they were ignored. They had no right to criticize him. Who the hell would consider the feelings of their aunts and uncles when looking for a partner? Unless you're marrying my cousin. However, Grandpa Wang's attitude was a bit unpredictable. What did "we'll talk about it in the future" mean? Was he prepared to observe him for a long time? Regardless, he did not directly reject him. This was a good sign. The phone screen lit up. There was a message. Wang Zijin, the night is long. Qin Zai's heart skipped a beat. No mood to sleep. Wang Zijin sent a thumbs-up emoji. Sister Ziwei, this thumbs-up is so flirtatious. Qin Zai was pleasantly surprised. He got out of bed, put on his clothes, and sneaked toward the main building. He knew where Wang Zijin's room was. She had taken him there earlier in the day. Qin Zai was familiar with the place and soon found Sister Zijin's room. But just as he was about to knock on the door to the master bedroom at the end of the corridor suddenly opened. A beam of light poured out of the room and shone on Qin Zai. It was like a demon mirror, exposing him. Qin Zai froze on the spot. It was Father Wang who opened the door. Father Wang was stunned to see a pig sneaking into his daughter's room. Then, a sharp light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Qin Zai panicked. Father-in-law, listen to me. Chapter 421. Without any precautions or concerns, you just appeared like this. Qin Zai was once again petrified in China. The corridor fell into an eerie silence. Mr. Wang stood at the door, and the sound of the television broadcasting the news came from the room behind him. Mr. Wang's back was facing the light, so Qin Zai couldn't see the expression on his face. However, he knew that his expression would be seen by Mr. Wang, so he had to keep his cool. Luckily, I'm proficient in acting. He was in despair. Mr. Wang had been unsmiling the whole day, and his favorability towards him was 0. Now, his favorability was probably in the negative. He was already disliked as his future son-in-law, but this time, good things were really hard to come by. Wang Chengfu's favorability towards him, 10086. Before opening Sister Ziwei's door, Qin Zai was still singing in his heart, my passion is like a fire. In the blink of an eye, a basin of cold water was poured over me. What should I do? She rushed over and said, Father-in-law, please listen to my explanation. Sister Zian and I are innocent. Innocent? Why would a boyfriend and girlfriend want to be innocent? But I haven't received the approval of the Wang family. In the end, I sneaked into Sister Ziwei's room in front of Mr. Wang. Qin Zai had 24 years of life experience, but he didn't know how to deal with this awkward situation at all. Uncle, he said with a dry smile, the night is long. I'm here to talk to Sister Ziwei about the glorious deeds of the revolutionary martyrs. Terrible lines, lame excuses. The corner of Mr. Wang's mouth twitched. He gently closed the door and turned on the lights in the corridor. Do you like to drink? Qin Zai was stunned and answered honestly, just so. Mr. Wang's study was at the other end of the corridor. On the entire second floor, other than Mr. and Mrs. Wang's master bedroom and Wang Zijin's boudoir, there was only this study. The study was F*king bigger than Qin Zai's living room. A room within a room could be used as a place to rest. Father Wang's room was decorated exquisitely and elegantly. The furniture was of the highest quality. There were also some rare trinkets, such as the brass and gold beasts on the antique shelf, the blue and white porcelain plates, and the sandalwood table by the balcony. The table was covered with rice paper, paperweights, and inkstones were all of good quality. Qin Zhe had known for a long time that those in high positions in novels had simple private residences and simple study furnishings. It was all nonsense. Sitting in the study that many people could only dream of entering, he felt a little flattered. There was a bottle of Maotai and a plate of peanuts in front of them. The housekeeper had specially heated up the braised beef for them, cut it and served it to them. Qin Zhe thought to himself, Father Wang is a person who knows how to enjoy life. After drinking half a glass of white wine, Mr. Wang finally spoke, Wang Zijin has caused trouble for your family in Shanghai. As he spoke, he poured some wine for Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe quickly picked up his cup. No, my parents like her very much. He was flattered again. Father Wang looked directly at him. What about you? Qin Zhe was stunned. Of course, I like her. I like her very, very much. Father Wang nodded. That's good, that's good. When he said this, his eyes were a little dazed. Qin Zhe scratched his head. He couldn't figure out what Father Wang was thinking. It was 10:30 at night when they finished drinking. Father Wang didn't pour his heart out with Qin Zhe. He only talked about some very ordinary things, such as politics and business, but he didn't overdo it. Most of the time, he asked about Qin Zhe's family situation. Then, Father Wang would talk about the Wang family. It was like two families of different social status trying to find the right place to start a conversation. Qin Zhe found this strange. He felt that Father Wang didn't seem to dislike him or his relationship with Sister Ziwei. Strange. Didn't Sister Ziwei say that Father Wang liked Zhang Mingcheng and was very firm about it? Father Wang turned off the light in the study and closed the door. He said faintly, "Go back to sleep." Qin Zhe didn't know what to say. The meaning was obvious. Don't even think about chatting with my daughter tonight. The glorious deeds of the revolutionary martyrs? Go to hell. That was a pain in the ass. A lot had happened today, especially after the meeting at the club. His relationship with Wang Zijin had obviously improved. Otherwise, Sister Ziwei wouldn't have sent him a message. He also wanted to be intimate with Sister Ziwei. Have you ever seen a man who didn't want to be intimate with his girlfriend? Qin Zhe nodded sullenly and turned to leave. After returning to his room, he turned on his phone and saw that Wang Zijin had sent him several messages. Where are you? Ace, are you asleep? Little bum, if you don't reply, I'm going to get angry. Maybe the room was soundproof, but Sister Ziwei didn't hear the conversation outside the door. Qin Zhe typed a message and replied, Sister Ziwei, I was at your door just now and was caught by your father. Wang Zijin sent him a string of ellipses. Ace, how did you survive? Humph, of course it's because of my strong moral character. Bragging, ha ha ha. My father might have thrown you into the cold palace. Sister Ziwei, you're really wrong this time. I'm not that unlucky guy who sold newspapers. Your father and I have a good chat. Qin Zhe thought of a question. Sister Ziwei, if your father insists on opposing our relationship, what will you do? Wang Zijin sent an emoji of rolling its eyes. I'm getting married, not him. Just like I won't marry someone I don't like because of his request, I won't leave the person I like because of him. Then, what about you? Qin Zhe replied, me too. Wang Zijin replied, what if Bao Bao opposes it? Qin Zhe pressed his fingers on the screen and couldn't type for a long time. What if it's his sister? What if she opposes it? 10 seconds later, he typed, me too. Wang Zijin sent a smiley emoji. In the room, Wang Zijin was lying on the bed, holding the phone high with both hands. The fluorescent light illuminated her oval face. Idiot, your silence has already told me. Qin Zhe was about to go to bed when Sister Ziwei sent him another message. Come over. My parents should be asleep. What's wrong with Sister Ziwei today? Did the sheep die? Qin Zhe said happily, I'll be right there. You didn't lock the door, did you? Why do you lock the door at home? Come over, idiot. Wang Zijin sent him a picture of Brother Funny lying on the bed and taking pictures of the empty bed next to him. Qin Zhe lifted the quilt and put on his clothes. X2 this time, Qin Zhe crouched down, stuck close to the wall, and moved as fast as a mutant. He quietly swept across the corridor, opened the door to Sister Ziwei's room, and quickly entered. Perfect. The light in Wang Zijin's room was turned off, and the bedside lamp was lit with a dim yellow light. She was leaning against the headboard, reading a book. Qin Zhe took off his pants and clothes, leaving only a pair of boxers, and pounced on Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin pushed him away. Don't, Qin Zhe pressed Wang Zijin on his body and kissed her passionately. Wang Zijin gasped and tried to respond to his enthusiasm. Sister Ziwei's mouth was also soft, but different from her sister's shy avoidance, she would respond implicitly, giving Qin Zhe a great kissing experience. Sister only knew how to avoid, and kissing. When filming a kissing scene, she would be very nervous, and her two small hands pinched his arms tightly. Then it was Su Yu. Su Yu's response was the most enthusiastic and bold, often turning from defense to offense. After sucking for a full 5 minutes, Qin Zhe didn't let her go until Wang Zijin punched him a few times. Sister Ziwei, can I test your depth? Qin Zhe expressed his love implicitly. Next, I may have a chance to shoot like a dragon. Non-combatants should evacuate immediately. No, scram. Wang Zijin panted and said angrily. She touched her lips, which were burning. Then I'll touch, Qin Zhe said. Sure enough, Sister Ziwei could accept kisses and touches at most now. It's okay, I'll teach her slowly in the future. No. Wang Zijin was a little shy. Then you touch me? Qin Zhe held her hand. No, no. Wang Zijin struggled violently. Qin Zhe was not disappointed. After all, she was not Su Yu's sibling demon. You can only touch through the pajamas. Wang Zijin bit her lips, and her face blushed. She was super cute. On the other side, Mr. Wang and Mrs. Wang were actually not asleep. They were talking about Qin Zhe and their daughter. It was only on this matter that they could talk for so long. Mr. Wang's impression of Qin Zhe wasn't bad, especially since he knew of Qin Zhe's talent. He admired Qin Zhe from the bottom of his heart. On the other hand, Mrs. Wang, who had always been amiable, didn't think much of Qin Zhe. Although the times had changed due to the reform and opening up, it didn't mean that the views of the ancients were wrong. From ancient times to the present, it was important to have a well-matched family. This was the truth of life and practice. Qin Zhe was from an ordinary family. Even if he was rich. So what if he was rich? His family was still not well-matched. Not well-matched? Wang Chengfu sneered. That's right. Back then, it was because their families were not compatible that the gentle Jiangnan girl had brushed past him. Because of the consideration of their families being well-matched, he listened to his father's arrangement and married a woman whom he had only met a few times. He didn't think much of it. In that era, everyone was like that. Marriage was arranged by the parents and the organization. What did Dad say? Mrs. Wang frowned. I don't know what Dad means. Mr. Wang shook his head. Forget it, just treat it as a relationship. Mrs. Wang said, after a long time, maybe Zijin will realize the distance between the two families and understand. Do you think with Zijin's character, she will give up her man because of the distance? Mr. Wang said. What do you mean? Mrs. Wang raised her eyebrows. When I went out for a drink, I saw that boy trying to enter Zijin's door. Mr. Wang's tone was calm. I sent him away, but they have been living together in Shanghai. His meaning was simple. He felt that his daughter and Qin Zhe lived together before marriage. Impossible. Mrs. Wang said loudly. I asked Zijin during the day, she said no. Mrs. Wang suddenly paused. She felt that she was too lax. How could a girl admit to such a thing? How could she have the face to admit it? Mrs. Wang wanted to say something but stopped. She lifted the blanket and put on her sleeping robe. No, I think I should ask her and make her explain it clearly. As the daughter of a well-educated family, she should resist premarital sex. The Wang family had always been strict. Such things were not allowed. Chapter 422. In the room, Wang Zijin lay limp in his arms, panting heavily. She was a little shy, a little nervous, and a little sweet. The room was filled with the sour smell of love. Sister Ziwei was 26 this year, and Qin Zhe was 24. They were 2.5 years apart. Technically, they were both adults, but the way they talked about love was similar to that of high school students. They held hands, kissed, and touched. The cycle was gradual, but they were careful not to cross the bottom line. It was completely unlike the way adults in their 20s fell in love. Enough, enough, enough. Wang Zijin pressed his hand, her face burning. She couldn't let him touch her anymore, or her sheep would really die. You're so bold today. She gasped. This is called drinking to strengthen one's courage. Qin Zhe burped at the right time. Just now in the study, he drank 2 glasses of white wine with Father Wang. Good Lord, the alcohol was too strong, and now his brain was a little excited. Before drinking, he was a salted fish. After drinking, he was Hei's king. Now, even if Father Wang and Mother Wang were here, he could still smile and say, "Yo, bro, how are you?" A glass of ergotu would make him choke on his tears. A salted fish would never look back. I'm the only one in control of the battlefield now. Qin Zhe held Sister Ziwei's breasts, feeling like he was floating. Please call me Tuanai Heavenly King. At that moment, there were 2 clear knocks, followed by Mother Wang's faint voice. Is Zijin asleep? The room was soundproof, and Hei's king, who was in control of the battlefield, didn't hear it clearly. Wang Zijin's body shook, and her blurry eyes instantly sobered up. Quick, let go of me and hide. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard the sound of the doorknob being turned. The prince was startled. Mother, don't come in. The latter half of the sentence was stuck in her throat. Mother Wang had already opened the door and entered. The moment Mother Wang opened the door and saw the scene in the room, her heart sank. The dim and soft light of the bedside lamp illuminated the young man and woman on the bed. The bedding was messy, and her daughter was lying in the arms of a shirtless man. The young man she looked down on was holding her daughter's chest with both hands. The light from the corridor shone into the room. Heavenly King Tuanai's mind finally cleared up. If he hadn't been drinking and hallucinating, then the angry woman standing at the door was Sister Ziwei's mother. Oh my God, why is my mother-in-law here? Isn't she asleep? What was she doing here? Are you here to have fun? Come on, let's have some fun. Anyway, there's still a lot of time ahead of us to such a mother-in-law. I would give her a knee. Auntie, you haven't slept yet? Qin Zhe said awkwardly. He wasn't afraid at all. He was just a little embarrassed. I got into bed with my own ability, so why should I be a coward? Unless the one standing at the door was a wailing monster. Mother Wang took a deep breath and put on a fake smile. Aren't you awake too? We were just about to sleep. Mom, if you don't have anything else, you can leave. Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin was speechless. Mama Wang was speechless. Who's your mother? Mama Wang was furious. A mother-in-law looking at a son-in-law? No way. She didn't like Qin Zhe, and premarital sex didn't conform to her views. Auntie knows that you young people are open-minded, but sometimes being open-minded isn't necessarily a good thing. Mama Wang was a cultured woman. She forced a smile. Auntie hopes that you can control yourselves. When you get married, at least get engaged first. Qin said happily, no problem, Auntie. When do you think Zijin and I should get engaged? Mama Wang was stunned. That's not what I meant. Qin nodded. I also think that an engagement is unnecessary. Then, when are we getting married? I'll get my parents to come to Beijing someday. That's not what I meant either. Qin shrugged, feeling wronged. Then, Auntie, are you deliberately making things difficult for me, fat? Qin? Mama Wang was speechless. She thought to herself, why am I the one making things difficult for him? Mama Wang walked to the bedside and sat down. She crossed her arms and looked at Qin as he put on his pajamas. Mama Wang said, Qin, to be honest, I don't like you. Qin smiled bitterly. I can tell. Sometimes, coldness was enough to explain everything. Mama Wang said in a low voice, so, before the two of you get engaged, I don't want you to do that. Give Zijin a way out, and give yourself a way out. Qin shook his head. Auntie, there's an abyss in front and hell behind. Seeing that the situation was a little awkward, he laughed. I'm just kidding. There's no need for a way out. I believe Sister Ziwei doesn't need one either. Young man, don't be so full of yourself. Mama Wang warned. Middle-aged man, don't be so arrogant. Qin said, Auntie, don't you think it's sad if you have to think about a way out even for love? Love isn't a business. Before investing, you have to think about a way out. It's also not a job. Before resigning, you have to find a new job. I like her and she likes me. If you still want to think about a way out, it'll only cause a gap between us. Qin hugged Wang Zijin in his arms. Wang Zijin snuggled up to him cooperatively. Mama Wang was speechless. This Qin was so thick-skinned that she couldn't believe it. Logically speaking, after being caught red-handed in this situation, shouldn't he be scared and embarrassed like a child who had made a mistake? The two of them weren't married, let alone engaged. Qin should know about the upbringing of the Wangs. There was no way Wang Zijin didn't tell him. Coupled with the halo of the Wangs. Where did this person get his confidence from? At that thought, Mama Wang's expression changed. She glared at her silent daughter. Mama Wang said in a low voice, Zijin, how long have you two been like this? Wang Zijin said shyly, 3 months. 3 months. Mama Wang's heart sank. Qin looked at her in surprise. She was too cunning. How could she lie to her mother? Qin immediately said, Auntie, Zijin and I are actually planning to have a child this year. Wang Zijin, who was in his arms, froze. However, when she met her mother's angry and questioning gaze, she nodded vigorously. Mama Wang came over to ask her daughter about this matter. Now, there was no need to ask. They were already 3 months pregnant and they were still planning to have a child. What was it? Did they want to get married with a child and return to the Wangs with a big belly so that the Wangs would have no choice but to accept this son-in-law? Mama Wang's thoughts made sense. She even suspected that this was her daughter's idea. How could she not know how smart her daughter was? Mama Wang was boiling with anger. However, she felt helpless. Her daughter was biased towards Wang Zijin. Hence, she told them to rest well. Then, she turned around and left. Mama Wang left her daughter's room and strode back to the master bedroom. She stared at Papa Wang and sneered, Didn't you say that you sent him away? What do you mean by sent him away? When I entered the room, he was holding your daughter's breasts. Papa Wang was confused. What do you mean? He's in your daughter's room. Mama Wang sneered. You'd better go take a look. I heard that you're going to be a grandfather this year. Papa Wang was shocked. He picked up his spectacles from the bedside table and rushed out of the room. When he knocked on his daughter's door, he saw her leaning against the headboard and flipping through a book elegantly. She was really quiet. "Where is he?" Papa Wang asked in a low voice. "I knew that you were coming, so I sent him back," Wang Zijin said calmly. Her attitude towards her father was obviously cold. Back then, her father's attitude towards her marrying Zhang Mingcheng was really firm. Wang Zijin didn't like to talk to her father. However, she was afraid that her father and Qin Zhe would fall out too much. Hence, she sent him back quickly. After Mother Wang left, Qin Zhe once again left at a speed comparable to that of a mutated Zhong. He brushed his clothes and left, hiding his identity and name. "What's with being a grandfather?" Papa Wang asked. "I'm preparing to have a child this year," Wang Zijin said. Papa Wang's mouth twitched. "If you want a child, you'll have to wait until you settle down in the system. Not now." Papa Wang's face was sullen. "I won't agree to it. Your grandfather won't agree to it either. Why is this kid so naughty?" Mama Wang came in from the door and complained, "You told him to go back and he came back again. He doesn't care about you at all." Papa Wang's face darkened. This matter had indeed embarrassed him. Even his good impression of Qin Zhe had dropped. "I was the one who told him to come," Wang Zijin said. Her face was slightly red. Fortunately, the lights were dim and her parents couldn't see it clearly. Although Wang Zijin was a little black-hearted, she had always been a well-mannered and sensible child at home. How could such a sensible daughter suddenly invite a man into her room in the middle of the night? Mama Wang was exasperated. "What did I teach you when you were young? Did you remember it in your heart?" Papa Wang shook his head. He definitely wouldn't agree to this matter. "You're not even engaged yet. If you leave everything to him, what if in the future? What will you do?" Mama Wang reprimanded. "The older you get, the more immature you become. I don't like this kid at all. He's both human and talkative. Look at what he said to your siblings today. Also, I heard from Zining that he beat up Mingcheng. He's not polite at all. Is he good enough for you? Does he have the right to be smug with his little achievements? Yes, he should be proud of his status at such a young age. But what is our Wang family? Is his little bit of money and achievements good enough for us?" Mama Wang was furious with Qin Zhe just now. And his family. His father is only a teacher. Is his family good enough for our Wang family? Mama Wang blabbered. Some words were inconvenient for her to say when Qin Zhe was around. But now that the family was closed, she could speak freely. These words were a little harsh. Wang Zijin said angrily, "You're so annoying." Mama Wang and Papa Wang were stunned. Wang Zijin scolded, "I'm asking you a question. Are you annoying?" Mama Wang and Papa Wang were stunned again. Wang Zijin threw the book on the floor and said loudly, "Speak, are you deaf?" Chapter 423. This was the first time Wang Zijin had shown her vicious side in front of her parents. Even Mr. Wang, who had been through a lot, was stunned, let alone Mrs. Wang. He thought to himself, "My daughter didn't drink tonight, right?" Mrs. Wang said angrily, "What's wrong with you?" Mr. Wang said unhappily, "Zijin. You want me to marry Zhang Mingcheng, right? Do you think I'll be happy in this way? Like you?" Wang Zijin's current state could be summed up in one sentence: "You can't control my anger." Do you think I'll be able to live a happy life if I'm matched with the both of you? Like you only have one daughter? Cold relationship for life? Pretending to be harmonious in front of my family? Why are you pretending? If you're tired, just say it. Divorce, you're pretending to consider my feelings. I feel that you're hypocritical. Wang Zijin looked at her father. You slept in the study for 3 years. Do you know how much Mom hugged me every day and cried? If you like another woman, go find her. What do you mean you can't go against your father's orders? You're just selfishly doing it for your career. How many times have you hugged me? Wang Zijin looked at her mother. Don't come back if you go back to your parents' home. Am I not happy with Grandpa? What's the difference between you and me? You only know how to cry in front of me. What else can you do? I don't want to see you cry. Every time you cry, I feel sad and depressed. Where are you when I'm crying for Mom? Have you ever considered my feelings? Have you ever thought about how much damage you've caused me? Other children have their parents accompanying them to the amusement park. They visit the Forbidden City and climb the fragrant hills. Their family is happy. What about me? Now you're telling me what to do with my marriage. Do you have the right? Wang Zijin's eyes reddened. After so many years, she didn't care anymore. However, she couldn't bear to hear her mother badmouthing Qin Zhe. She looked disdainful. Your marriage is such a failure, and now you're interfering with my marriage. Qin Zhe's family isn't on par with our Wang family, but at least his family isn't as hypocritical as you guys. His family can sit together, eat happily, and chat happily. But what about you? When you were giving me emotional abuse, did you ever think about what was good for me? The words that he had been holding back for so many years were finally spoken. Can you stop criticizing my marriage? She cried and said, I like him. I've never liked someone so much before. Whether it's his family background or his money, is it important? I've been very happy in Shanghai for the past 6 months. I only know how to laugh all day. I don't even think about the mess at home anymore. I'm even willing to drink water with him. I don't care about you guys anymore. You can do whatever you want. I just want to be happy. Wang Zijin hugged her knees and cried. Mother Wang opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but at this moment, any words would be useless. No amount of apology or consolation could make up for the trauma left in her daughter's heart. Most of the time, adults only cared about themselves and neglected the sensitive and delicate heart of their children. She only knew that she couldn't get her husband's love. At night, she hugged her daughter and cried night after night. She thought about how she was the victim in her marriage and how wrong she felt. However, she ignored the dim eyes and pale face of her daughter in her arms. A child's tolerance was very, very low. The trauma of childhood often followed them for life. Therefore, Wang Zijin had been very evil since she was young. She didn't leave any leeway for others. She vented her negative emotions, but at the same time, she was afraid that she would be hurt. She would rather kill others than get hurt herself. Father Wang felt that it was tragic that he had to spend the rest of his life with someone he didn't love. It was tragic that he would lose his true love and have regrets for the rest of his life. However, he didn't think that his indifference and the cold atmosphere in the house he created were equally tragic for his daughter. Wang Chengfu looked up at the ceiling and remained silent for a long time. Wang Zijin wiped her tears and said softly, Dad, Mom, go back to sleep. Ace is very good. He will love me very much. Please accept him. Father and Mother Wang left in silence and gently closed the door. Wang Zijin lay on the bed and sniffled. Her eyes and nose were red. She sent a message to Qin Zhe. My parents don't like you. What should I do? Salad. What's the meaning of salad? Let them do whatever they want. As long as you like me. What if they force you to give up your sister? Which sister? People are all forced. Who's afraid of who? At most, we can elope. Maybe if you give up on me, you'll have a bright future. Is that so? Then I'll give up on you quickly. Hey, beauty, who are you? Get lost. I think we can consider plan B. What plan? If we can't cause trouble, we'll kill someone. How about it? Get lost. Wang Zijin wiped her tears and couldn't help but laugh. She hugged her phone and fell asleep. The next day, Wang Zijin took Qin Zhe back to Shanghai. She left in a hurry. She only said goodbye to Grandpa Qin and left at dawn. The noon flight arrived in Shanghai at 2:30 p.m. Qin Bao Bao came alone to pick them up. She drove her little red horse and wore a large brimmed hat, a mask, a pair of sunglasses, and a very loose sweater that covered her iconic 36D. However, her pair of long legs that stood out from the crowd, as well as her round and perky butt, still attracted the attention of many male comrades on the second floor. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin dragged their luggage and walked side by side. Qin Bao Bao waved her hand. Zijin, a day apart feels like 3 years. Qin Bao Bao shouted happily and ran over with open arms. Wang Zijin smiled and threw her luggage aside. She opened her arms to welcome her best friend. But just as the two were about to hug, Qin Bao Bao turned 180 degrees and dribbled the ball. She then dribbled the ball and crashed into Qin Zhe's arms. "Aze, I missed you so much." Her soft body was in his arms. Wang Zijin froze in the wind. "Hey, what are you doing?" Qin Bao Bao hugged her brother's waist and turned her head, pretending to be innocent. "I'm holding a maggot in my arms." Wang Zijin gritted her teeth. "I'm going to strangle a certain black-hearted maggot." "Aze, she's going to strangle you." Qin Bao Bao complained. Qin Zhe was speechless. "Sister Bao, have you equated me with a maggot in your heart?" The three of them walked toward the car. Along the way, Qin Bao Bao hugged her brother's arm and rubbed her big chest. She said coquettishly, "Did you miss me?" "I missed you so much." Qin Zhe said, "I've only been in the capital for a day." Qin Bao Bao said sadly, "I didn't wash the clothes for a day. I didn't wash the bathtub for a day. I didn't dry the sheets for a day. I didn't turn on the stove for a day." Qin Zhe said sympathetically, "Sister, you've worked hard. I'll make it up to you when we get home." Qin Bao Bao nodded vigorously. "Okay." The real girlfriend, Wang Zijin, dragged her luggage and gritted her teeth. Steady aura. Steady aura. Whenever the siblings were together, her presence as the real girlfriend would be infinitely reduced. Every time she thought about it, Wang Zijin wanted to cry. Qin Zhe acted as the chauffeur while the sisters sat in the back and ate the local snacks Wang Zijin brought from the capital. The two best friends chatted happily. Wang Zijin talked about Qin Zhe's performance in the capital yesterday. Qin Bao Bao talked about the interesting things that happened in the entertainment industry recently, things that were not in the entertainment news. Their bell-like laughter echoed in the car. Qin Zhe occasionally interrupted, but he did not succeed. The sisters did not let him. Every time the two of them talked about topics between best friends, his presence as the real boyfriend and dear brother would be infinitely reduced. Every time Qin Zhe thought about it, he wanted to cry. They reached home smoothly. Wang Zijin dragged her luggage back to her room to pack. She had planned to stay in the capital for a few days, but she did not wear any of the clothes she brought with her because of the argument with her parents. Wang Zijin hung the clothes back in the wardrobe one by one and took out a small plastic bag from her luggage. Inside were the clothes she wore yesterday. She had no chance, so she brought them back directly. The bra was inside. Every time she wore this bra, she would run to Qin Bao Bao for help. Then, Qin Bao Bao would mock her wantonly and call her small breasts. In fact, her breasts were not small. They were above average. But that guy was crazy. They were 36D. Wang Zijin took the dirty clothes into the bathroom and threw them into the laundry basket. She usually did not wash clothes. Like Qin Bao Bao, she just threw the clothes she changed out of into the basket. The little red guy would obediently help them wash and dry. In the bathtub, the curtain was drawn. Qin Bao Bao's voice suddenly came from inside. It was soft and very soft. "You're here. I was just about to take a shower. Wang Zijin thought in her heart. Why is she taking a shower in the middle of the day? Just as she was about to speak, she heard Qin Bao Bao say timidly, "Can you lock the door?" I'm a little nervous. Wang Zijin was dumbfounded. Why was she so nervous? She frowned and walked closer to the curtain. Qin Bao Bao said again, "I missed you so much the day you went to the capital." Wang Zijin was stunned. Her face suddenly became serious. Who was she talking to? Chapter 424. Wang Zijin turned serious. First of all, she was sure that Qin Bao Bao was not talking to her. The two of them had shared a bed for half a year. They had bathed together, soaked their feet together, and played ball together. If Qin Bao Bao knew that it was her, she would have lifted the curtains and hooked her finger at her with her 36D. Come on, have fun. Since she was not talking to her, there were only two possibilities. First, Qin Bao Bao was in the bathtub with someone else. Second, Qin Bao Bao had mistaken her for someone else. The first possibility was unrealistic. If she walked in and made a sound, Qin Bao Bao would definitely know that someone had entered and would not ignore her. Knowing that someone had entered but not lifting the curtains meant that she was avoiding them. There were only 3 people in the house. Other than her, who else could it be? Wang Zijin frowned. She realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. The sinister Wang Zijin purposely kept quiet. She wanted to hear what she had to say next. Actually, I don't want you to go to the capital. You should belong to me alone, Qin Bao Bao said. Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. Good, you big cow. You've finally let me hear your inner voice. You even agreed so quickly the day before yesterday. Brother Khan. Damned Brother Khan. I'm about to take a shower. I've already taken off all my clothes. Do you want to come? Qin Bao Bao asked gently. Wang Zijin, I've never seen such a shameless sister before. Oh, you're still shy. It's not like this is the first time, Qin Bao Bao giggled. What's there to be shy about? Where have you not touched me before? Wang Zijin's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all trembling. If you keep acting dumb, I'm going to get angry. Come on, let's take a shower together. You can do whatever you want. It's all up to you, Qin Bao Bao's soft voice rang out. Then, Qin Bao Bao added, but you must keep it a secret from everyone. What a terrible line, what a shameless sister. Wang Zijin was furious. She strode towards the curtain. When she reached out for it, the curtain opened on its own, accompanied by Qin Bao Bao's charming laughter. Come on, Wang Zijin, let's take a shower together. Wang Zijin was speechless. Behind the curtain, Qin Bao Bao was fully dressed. She shook her butt and laughed arrogantly. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Wang Zijin was stunned. You knew I came in? Were you talking to me just now? Why not? Zijin, are you thinking of something bad? Qin Bao covered her mouth and exclaimed, aside from you, there's only A's in the house. Did you think that I wanted to take a bath with A's? Oh, so this is how you are, Zijin. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched. She had just come back, but she had been tricked by Qin Bao Bao. What was the reason? Wang Zijin was well aware of the palace intrigue. Yesterday, she had gone shopping with Qin Zhe, walked the dog in front of Tiananmen Square, flirted in Uniqlo, sat in a row in a roast duck restaurant, had a drinking competition in the barbecue hall, and fought in the boxing room. Anyway, she had taken pictures of everything. She posted more than 10 messages on her WeChat moments. Drinking in the barbecue pavilion. P.S. These guys are so useless. They wanted to get someone drunk, but they got drunk first. Photo of the boxing room. P.S. Zhe is so skilled. Awesome. Tianfang Gate. P.S. Walking through Tiananmen Square together is like walking through the long years of the revolution. I hope we can still walk hand in hand in the future. Uniqlo fitting room. Wang Zijin was wearing a white dress. She looked dignified, elegant, and beautiful. P.S. A's picked the dress. Beautiful. Taking advantage of her boyfriend, Wang Zijin showed off her PDA in her WeChat moments. She was not afraid that Qin Baobao would find out that there was something fishy going on between them. Anyway, it could be explained by acting, and it could also disgust the big cow. Yes, that was what Wang Zijin thought at that time. The big cow's jealousy was stronger than expected. First, she gave her a warning when she picked her up at the airport. Then, she teased her in the washroom. But Wang Zijin touched her chin and pondered. Was she teasing her or secretly declaring her sovereignty over the salted fish? Didn't you say you were going to take a shower? Why didn't you take off your clothes? Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. Oh, you can't wait to take a shower with me? Qin Baobao retorted. I'm not taking a shower. You take a shower yourself. I'm going out to watch TV. Wang Zijin swayed her slim waist and left. On the balcony, Qin Zhe bathed in the warm sunlight. He got into a stance and practiced his "the times are calling" calisthenics. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow would be the day when the system would recharge. The system would extract energy from his body. As for what kind of energy it was, scientifically speaking, it was the energy of the cells. Damn! Actually, this was just Qin Zhe's imagination. The system did not mention it, so he did not know what the theory was. He could only speculate based on his own experience. Every time the system finished extracting energy, his legs would turn to jelly and he would feel weak all over. This would be accompanied by a short period of muscle soreness. It was just like when he was in middle school during the boys' 1000m race. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe was envious of the system that ignored the law of conservation of energy. Did they not need to be recharged? Humph, stupid host. You're just like those peasants who guessed that the emperor used a golden hoe to farm. Stupid and ridiculous. The system said. If you're not stupid, then explain it to me. Qin Zhe was not convinced. They don't need to be recharged. They're a bug. The system said. Then why do you need to be recharged? The system was silent. Oh. Qin Zhe suddenly understood. He laughed sinisterly. What a sad story. You're so low. You're indeed a configuration that's 500 years behind. The system, who are you calling low? Wang Zijin stood at the balcony with a dark face. I'm not talking about you. Qin Zhe explained. About your sister? Wang Zijin's eyes lit up. No. Qin Zhe hurriedly explained. So you're talking about me? Wang Zijin's face darkened again. Qin Zhe, where's my sister? Qin Zhe could not explain this. He could not say that he was talking to the system in his brain. It was a low level. He was alone on the balcony. He could not help but blurt it out. He could have communicated with the system in his brain. In the bathroom. Wang Zijin said, help me wash my clothes and wipe the bathtub. I need to take a bath tonight. Okay. Qin Zhe ran to the bathroom. Qin Zhe equals Hai Zhe King equals little henchman. Wang Zijin lay on the single-seater sofa and basked in the sun comfortably. See, Zhang Mingchen can do this? Qin Zhe entered the bathroom. The lavish bathroom was 50 square meters. It was comparable to a small or medium-sized house. He saw the bathtub curtain was drawn and the sound of water splashing could be heard. He thought that Sister Ziwei asked him to clean the bathtub. Then, he remembered that his sister was also in the bathroom. He thought that his sister was cleaning the bathtub. He was touched. It was rare that his sister, who had never done any housework, took the initiative to share the housework with him. "Sister, let me do it." Qin Zhe was touched and pulled the curtain open. His sister stood in the water. Qin Zhe stood beside the bathtub. The brother and sister looked at each other speechlessly. The sister standing in the water was naked. Her curly hair was tied up, and her bangs were tied up with bangs. Her charming face, snow-white neck, round shoulders, slender waist, and the lower half of her body was twisted by the waves. Qin Zhe swore that this was the first time his sister met him. They were a family, so they should be honest with each other. "I just came back, and she's already giving me benefits? No, that's not right. This scene, it's not because my sister is giving me benefits, but because I accidentally barged into the bathroom and saw my sister bathing naked." "Why is she bathing? Didn't Sister Ziwei say that the bathtub was going to be cleaned? She even tricked me? Or is it because I pulled the curtain the wrong way?" Qin Zhe pulled the curtain back and pulled it open again. He repeated it several times. "Yes, there's nothing wrong with the way I pulled the curtain. Sister is really bathing." Qin Zhe laughed awkwardly. Qin Baobao was dumbfounded. All of a sudden, she had met her brother face to face. She was not on guard at all. She really wanted to take a bath just now. Her clothes were indeed unwashed, and no one cooked for her. But in a neighborhood like Royal View Mansion, a phone call could get a professional cleaner to come up and clean, so the bathtub was cleaned. So, Ace did it on purpose? In the name of cleaning the bathtub, he did the dirty things openly? Impossible, this is definitely not the style of her salted fish. After a few seconds of sluggishness, Qin Baobao roared, "Get out!" She grabbed the wooden brush hanging by the wall and threw it hard. The other party didn't want to talk to you and threw a wooden brush at you. The wooden brush hit the bridge of Qin Zhe's nose, causing him to stagger. Qin Baobao took the opportunity to pull the curtain and screamed, "Get out, get out!" Although she hoped that salted fish could get hard, she was not ready to be honest with him. "It hurts, my nose is bleeding." "Get out." "It hurts a lot, sister." "Get out." "I didn't do it on purpose." "Talk more nonsense and I'll kill you." On the balcony, Wang Zijin stretched, squinted, and enjoyed the sun. She hummed a little tune, "Today's weather is good, and there's so much scenery everywhere." This kind of weather was the best for sunbathing and sleeping. How wonderful. Chapter 425. After Qin Bao came out of the shower, she started to have a cold war with Qin Zhe. She knew that she didn't have the dignity and image of an elder sister in front of Qin Zhe, but an elder sister was still an elder sister. Was the extra 2 years of living a dog's life? Therefore, when Qin Zhe saw her bathing picture of a beauty, she felt very ashamed and lost face. "I'm the elder sister, right? Don't I have face?" But she didn't realize that other than feeling embarrassed, she didn't feel embarrassed at all. It was as if being seen naked by her younger brother wasn't something unacceptable. Wang Zijin fell asleep on the balcony, curled up like a cat. Qin Zhe covered her with a blanket. The wind was strong, so it wasn't suitable to sleep here. He didn't know what happened after last night, but Wang Zijin knocked on his door at 6 in the morning. She also said that she had quarreled with her parents. When she knocked on Qin Zhe's door, she said with 2 dark circles under her eyes, "Ace, we're going back to Shanghai today." Then Qin Zhe followed her back. Thinking back, his performance in the Wang family was commendable. If he was too cowardly, the Wang family would look down on him. If he was too tough, they would think that he was rude. In fact, they didn't love him as a son-in-law, so they could find fault with him. "Oh, how considerate. If I didn't know better, I would think that she's your real sister." Qin Baobao sneered and said with a sour tone. "No, you're my real sister." Qin Zhe scuttled to his sister's side like a pug. Qin Baobao snorted and prepared to continue the Cold War. Imperial concubine, I rashly barged in just now and offended Imperial concubine Bao. I deserve to die. Qin Zhe apologized. Qin Bao grabbed a pillow and hit his head, scolding as she hit, "Where's the holy light? Where's the holy light? Didn't you say it was worth a fight? Come on, come on." Qin Zhe said in his heart, "What fight? Do you believe that I will lick your bones until they break?" Hugging his head, he ran from the living room to the bedroom. Qin Bao chased him into the bedroom. He then ran from the bedroom to the bathroom. Qin Bao chased him into the bathroom. Along the way, he was beaten up violently. After beating up salted fish, he felt refreshed. Qin Bao held her waist, straightened her 36D, and let out a long sigh of relief. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Qin Zhe rushed to the company with bags of specialties, not for employees, but for Su Yu. Food, necessities, and some gifts from men to women. They were definitely not strange things like electric sticks and bouncing balls. When Su Yu saw that he had brought back so many gifts for her, she would definitely be overjoyed. She would throw herself into his arms and call him her husband. Thinking about it, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Qin Zhe was the most distressed for Su Yu, and his feelings of pity were even more than his sister and Wang Zijin. When he rushed to the company, he found that Su Yu was not there. The assistant explained that Su Yu had gone out to discuss the acquisition of the company and had made an appointment with two bosses of the entertainment company. Qin Zhe had discussed the acquisition of the entertainment company with Su Yu half a month ago. He could not count on Tian Fong in this aspect, so he needed a professional teddy bear to handle it. He was really not short of money now. Tian Fong was thriving in the entertainment industry, and a few good artists had appeared. After If I Become Memories was released, the star actress Qin Bao's fame increased. This movie, which had a better reputation than the box office, made Qin Zhe famous in the film and television industry. Baoza Investment was now fully involved in the securities market, investment banking, and other financial industries, and the profits were considerable. Su Yu was planning to invest overseas and was preparing to operate on two fronts. The entertainment company would be acquired by Baoza Investment and merged into Tian Fong, which could deepen the relationship between the two companies. Now, only Sister Ziwei's company was alone outside. Qin Zhe had not found a joint for the three companies for the time being. He was only relying on the support of an antivirus software. It was difficult to find an overlapping field with Tian Fong and Baoza in terms of business and cooperation. He had thought of making a self-media platform, browser, and so on, but these industries were dominated by the leading bosses. Not to mention the time, effort, and money, he might not be able to succeed. At this time, he had to rely on low skills to force the system to help. Low skills, punches, and cheat, infinite magical power, kill Ao Tian. However, he had no points and refused to recharge. His recent considerable income was to wait until the end of April to complete the top 3 box office and 8.5 reputation mission. In the next year, Tian Fong would become one of the big bosses of the domestic entertainment industry. Just these 2 missions alone would give him tens of thousands of points. Did Su Yu say when he will be back? Qin Zhe asked. I'm not sure. The female assistant shook her head. I heard from Su Yu on the phone that he had invited them to dinner. He probably won't be back to the company today. Where? Qin Zhe asked. This kind of social entertainment was generally arranged by the assistant and the time and place were set. The assistant told Qin Zhe the location, hesitated for a moment, and said, Boss Qin, would you like to go to the conference room? What's wrong? Qin Zhe looked at the female assistant. Su Yu had 2 assistants. Their work efficiency was high, they were very competent and professional, but they had one thing in common, they were mediocre. Not to mention Su Yu, even the girl at the front desk was more beautiful than them. Su Yu herself said righteously that as long as the ability was outstanding, appearance was not important. In fact, with Baoza's capital, it was not a problem to recruit 2 talented and beautiful female assistants. As the president, Qin Zhe did not have an assistant so far. The position of the president's secretary was held by Su Yu. Qin Zhe saw through her little thoughts but did not say anything. It was the same as Qin Baobao. When she first entered Tianfang, she directly sent the 2 beautiful assistants to the general manager's office. Zhang Fu was flattered and wondered if he was too handsome to be favored by the beautiful president. The truth was that she didn't like to have a coquettish bitch around her brother. Well, it's Boss Su's relative. The assistant whispered, he's been here for 2 days. He came to our company to get investment, but Boss Su ignored him and left him in the conference room. Which conference room? Qin Zhe frowned. Number 3. It's been sitting since noon. The assistant said awkwardly, it's not that I'm meddlesome, Boss Qin, it's not very good, the worst was Su Yu. She didn't look good with or without money. What did Boss Su say? Boss Su said she was too lazy to care. While talking and walking, Qin Zhe came to the door of conference room number 3. Inside, a middle-aged man in a suit was sitting with his hands on his knees, gently tapping and humming a tune. In front of him was a cup of tea that had long been cold. This man was very familiar. Qin Zhe recalled and remembered that he was Su Yu's uncle. Oh, uncle, why are you here? Qin Zhe was surprised. The man was also surprised to see Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, you're finally back. I heard from you, or that you went to Beijing. Uncle has been waiting for you for 2 days. Qin Zhe turned his head and reprimanded the assistant. The tea is cold. How can you treat guests? Uncle waved his hand. Hey, I didn't want it. I've been drinking it all day. Qin Zhe nodded and waved his hand to let the assistant leave first. He pulled out a chair and sat down with a smile. Uncle, you're here this time? Don't you run an investment company? Uncle rubbed his hands. Investing in others is investing. Investing in your own people is also investing. Don't let the fertile water flow into other people's fields. Uncle wants to invest some money in a business. Uncle, what kind of business do you plan to do? The economy is not very good now. Have you done any market research? Qin Zhe took out a cigarette and handed it over. I can't smoke here. Your company doesn't allow me to smoke. I've been holding it for most of the day. Uncle happily took the cigarette and lit it for Qin Zhe. Uncle took a puff of the cigarette with the posture of an old smoker. Your cousin's baby is 1 year old. It's too expensive to raise a child now. It's not like us at that time. We used to use a few diapers. Now, we have to change 3 diapers a day. The cost of milk powder is even more expensive. One can costs a few hundred, and it costs 2,000 a month. Your cousin and cousin-in-law are not promising. They're ordinary office workers. Think about it. In the future, the child will have to go to school, buy a house in the school district, and so on. Unknowingly, Qin Zhe had turned on his hypocritical good boy mode in front of the elders. He agreed with him with a sincere face. Topics like how it was not easy for a man to be the head of the family had touched the bottom of Uncle's heart. Uncle almost forgot the purpose of this trip to the company. He turned his head and looked at the sky. It was almost dark. Only then did he force himself to return to the topic. It's like this. I'm thinking of opening a supermarket. It's best to open it in an office building. A few of my friends have made a fortune this way. Of course, Uncle has done market research. This supermarket has to be opened in an office building to make money, right? Qin Zhe said in his heart, damn, you want to open a supermarket and come to my company to seek investment? I thought you wanted to open an aircraft carrier. Uncle's idea is not bad. Uncle, how much money do you have? Qin Zhe asked. Uncle stretched out a peace sign. 200,000. The corner of Qin Zai's mouth twitched. Uncle said, I've asked my friends. From the supermarket to the storefront, then to the stock, hiring staff, and finally to the normal operation. The rent of the office building is very expensive. The total investment is about 1 million. I understand. Qin Zai pressed his hand. It's a small matter. I'll let someone do it. Uncle, you invest 200,000. I'll invest 800,000. If our supermarket receives dividends, I'll give you 20%. Uncle was stunned and waved his hand. No, no, no. In this case, the supermarket will become your company's. I mean. Tisk, Uncle, you're making it difficult for me. Qin Zai said. The company is not mine and Su Yu's. There are other shareholders. If you want to invest, you have to go through the formal process. I think you want to open a supermarket yourself, right? Qin Zai said. You see, the company can lend you 800,000. The supermarket is yours, and the money is also yours. When the supermarket is operating, you can repay it in installments. Uncle was stunned again. This was not what he thought. Why was it the company borrowing money and not private borrowing money? This is the best way. Uncle, you choose one. Either the company invests in the shares, or you pay in installments. Then borrow the money. Uncle said. Chapter 426. President Zheng, if you want to invest, we can give you a chance. As long as this acquisition is successful, you will be a member of Tianfang. Last year, Tianfang and Feiyang Entertainment were still the same company. Everyone can see how it is now. President Su, I know that your daughter has a lot of resources in Huaiyue. For your sake, Tianfang will definitely take care of her. In addition, I promise that Miss Qin will tailor a few good songs for her. I promise to reverse the audience's impression and restore her reputation. Su Yu raised her wine glass and motioned to the two middle-aged men. With President Su's words, I'm relieved. President Su, please take care of us in the future. We will do our best to facilitate this acquisition. President Zheng and President Su nodded and drank. This was a luxurious private room of a 5-star hotel. 6 uniformed waiters served on both sides. The lights were bright and shone on the beauty drinking. The light passed through the red wine in the glass, refracting a diamond-like red light, reflecting on the snow-white neck when she raised her head to drink. President Zheng and President Su were the major shareholders of the 2 entertainment companies that Baoza Investment was preparing to acquire. Acquiring a company required repeated negotiations. The acquisition of these 2 companies was not easy. There were always shareholders like Nan Man Pei who were unwilling to fail, so they encountered a little trouble in the acquisition. But it didn't matter. For Su Yu, it was only a matter of time before 2 pieces of fat meat were in her mouth. With sufficient financial support, she was very confident. In addition, she could also cater to their interests. For example, President Zheng, who wanted to continue working in the entertainment industry, Su Yu could promise to let him transfer his money into shares and place him in Tianfang. President Su, who was wholeheartedly paving the way for his daughter, his daughter was in the entertainment industry, like Qin Bao Bao, a little bitch, singing. Su Yu drew a big cake and promised to let Qin Zai write a few songs for his daughter. Who didn't know that a song by a fast shooter could easily make a singer popular? The gimmick was big and didn't cost money. Although Su Yu was smiling like a flower, she was actually in a bad mood these 2 days. For example, her husband accompanied another woman to Beijing, and a black-hearted woman even posted on Weibo to show off their love. Su Yu was so angry that she couldn't wait to post a little red door or a teddy door to PK with her. Su Yu was a little sad. They ate, drank, and played in the capital. They went shopping hand in hand. They were in love. While they spent the whole day laughing and chatting, she was all alone in her work. Just thinking about it made him sad. Today, Qin Zhe came back. He should be at home with his sisters, cooking and being intimate with each other. On the other hand, she had to attend social events for the sake of the acquisition of the company and was even pestered by her uncle. Just as she was thinking about this, her uncle called. Suyu frowned slightly. She had a cold relationship with her family and relatives. She hated those poor relatives who ate and took. She felt that her uncle was just trying to get money from her. Today, he was going to open a supermarket. Tomorrow, he was going to buy a house. The day after tomorrow, he was going to buy a new car. Day after day, what was he doing? Was she close to him? We only see each other during the holidays, but you don't usually care about me. Can't we just go our separate ways? She answered the phone. I know you're busy. Did I disturb you? Her uncle laughed twice. I've got the money to open the supermarket. Your aunt and grandma insisted that I call you to say thank you. What money? Suyu was stunned and then became angry. Did the company's people give the money to her uncle without authorization? It was possible. If they followed the investment process, the company's department managers had the power to casually set up a project and give the money to her uncle. They could also please her. Didn't Qin Zhe come back? He gave it to me. Her uncle laughed and said, your boyfriend is really good. He has a better eye for men than your mother. When I left, he caught up with me and said that the loan treaty was just a process, and you don't have to pay it back. Uncle received this kindness. When the supermarket makes money in the future, you have to pay it back. After all, it's the company's money. Come home for dinner some other day. Your grandma and grandpa miss you very much. Suyu hung up the phone blankly. After talking about things, the dinner party was over. Suyu drank wine and didn't bring a driver. President Zheng and President Su enthusiastically wanted to send her home, but Suyu declined. The April evening breeze blew on her face, cool and comfortable. Suyu stood at the door of the hotel and made a phone call. Hello, come and pick me up. Where are you? I'm at Huijin Hotel. It's too far away. The person on the other end of the phone refused. But I drank. Aren't you afraid that I'll meet bad people? In a society ruled by law, what are you afraid of? You don't love me at all. Suyu angrily hung up the phone. The night wind blew on her face and messed up her hair. Suyu stroked her hair, sighed, walked through the flower bed in front of the hotel, and was about to take a taxi home on the side of the road, but saw a black car parked on the side of the road. Qin Zhe was squatting by the wheel and smoking, with his back to the hotel. Suyu's eyes immediately shone, she bit her lip, walked over, and deliberately stomped her high heels. Hello! Suyu shouted. Qin Zhe ignored her and smoked. Hello! Suyu stomped her feet. I heard you. Wait for me to finish this cigarette. Qin Zhe threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stepped on it, and then picked up the cigarette butts on the ground one by one. Only then did Suyu find that nearly half a pack of cigarette butts fell on the wheel. She was moved. Have you been waiting for a long time? Just arrived. Qin Zhe said nonsense. You just arrived and smoked so many cigarettes? Smoke one by one, pretend that you have waited for a long time, just to let the little lady be moved. Qin Zhe said, Are you moved? Dare to move. Suyu's eyes were red and she threw herself into his arms. If you dare to move, move quickly, Qin Zhe said, it seems to be raining, I'll take you home. Suyu twisted her small waist and said coquettishly, Don't take a car, go shopping, walk back. Qin Zhe scratched his head, Your home seems to be 10 kilometers. Suyu rarely had a small temper, I don't care, I have to walk back. Qin Zhe said in annoyance, Get up, I'll park. Suyu smiled as brightly as a little girl. Qin Zhe parked the car in the hotel's underground parking lot and trotted back. He saw Suyu standing on the side of the road, carrying a bag in her hands and hanging on her lower abdomen, a black office suit, a white shirt, and black hair flying in the night wind. It was as beautiful as a beautiful scenery. As night fell, street lights and signboards formed a gorgeous neon light. The cars in the evening rush hour flowed endlessly. The white-collar workers who were rushing to get off work crossed the road in groups, forming a long stream of people, like a group of ants seen on the ground when he was a child. Good things don't come true, bad things come true. Halfway through, it really started to drizzle. Not long after, a crystal and fine raindrops condensed on Suyu's hair. Spring rain is as precious as oil. Suyu stepped on high heels and rushed forward for a distance. She turned around and looked back at Yanran. Qin Zhe, who witnessed this scene, was lost for a long time. The style of this turn, the drizzle in the long street soaked the eyes. Suyu ran back and hugged his arm. How long have you been shopping with Wang Zijin? Without waiting for Qin Zhe to answer, she pointed to the front and turned to look back. Is it 10 kilometers? How could it be? Qin Zhe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's good. Suyu was very happy. Well, are you sleeping at my place tonight? No. Qin Zhe shook his head. In order to wait for her, he turned off his mobile phone. When he sent Suyu home, he would go back immediately. Be conscious and be ready to kneel on the keyboard. It must be that you are tired of playing with the uniform, but it doesn't matter. I bought tiger underwear, the kind with stripes. Suyu whined, but raised her two fists to her chest and made a cat girl's action. I'm afraid of tigers. He rolled his eyes. How can you get tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Suyu smirked. Qin Zhe, he glanced at Suyu's belly subconsciously and felt that he couldn't look at these two idioms directly. Qin Zhe, I'm afraid it will be hard to get off. Suyu, after 5 minutes of walking, Suyu rubbed her feet and said bitterly, I can't walk, let me die. It was hard for her to walk for 20 minutes in high heels. Qin Zhe squatted down and said angrily, come up. Suyu cheered and threw herself on his back, almost pushing Qin Zhe down. Fortunately, her scale was not as abnormal as her sister's. This wave of ball-hitting people, Qin Zhe could still withstand. Suyu carried the high heels and hung them on Qin Zhe's chest. The two shuttled through the drizzle, crossing the intersection, through the crowd, and through the traffic. I like you. Suyu whispered. Isn't it love? Qin Zhe said angrily. Love. Suyu trembled. I dare not love, I'm afraid that one day I can't live without you. My world only has you. Do you want to love me? Yes. Suyu nodded. I'm happy to be the brightest star in your night sky, he said. Chapter 427. At home, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin were living too comfortably and looking for excitement. They hugged their pillows and stared at each other on the sofa. Why are you looking at me? Qin Baobao asked calmly. Aren't you looking at me too? Wang Zijin was expressionless. Okay, let's continue watching TV. Let's watch then. A Thai horror movie was playing on the 65-inch LCD TV. These days, with the suppression of the mythical river crab, the domestic horror movie market was stagnant. They were all suspense movies disguised as horror movies. Therefore, if one wanted to watch horror movies, the first choice was Japan and Thailand, followed by South Korea. Western horror movies were like the national football team. The former focused on blood and gore, while the latter focused on soy sauce. They were all useless and could not be supported by a wall. Qin Baobao was very afraid of horror movies. When she was young, she would hug Qin Zhe tightly when she watched zombie movies. Wang Zijin was also afraid of horror movies. Female hipsters could not accept such movies. Then, why did the two of them want to die? After Qin Zhe left the room, the two best friends began to quarrel again. New worries and old hatred made their brows turn green. The battle would start at 8 p.m. sharp. If you're sisters, come at me. The Thai movie was scary and bloody. The plot was old. It was set in an old tube-shaped apartment. A few main characters lit candles in a dark room and played a game of summoning the pen spirit. At the crucial moment of the game, a girl in white on the rooftop couldn't take it anymore and jumped off the building. Before she died, her eyes were fixed on the window of the room where the main characters were. After that, they were haunted by the pen spirit. The main characters died one after another. Their deaths were tragic and bloody. The 2 men and 1 woman who survived were so scared that they peed their pants. They asked a witch to exorcise the spirit, saying that they were haunted by the ghost of the girl who jumped off the building and begged for help. The witch performed a ritual to help them and successfully exorcised the ghost of the girl in white. They thought that they had escaped death. However, the next day, one of the men died in his own house. The lower half of his face disappeared. The male and female leads were so scared that they pooped in their pants and asked the witch for help again. Said the enchantress, allowing me to ponder. As soon as the male and female protagonists left, a little girl with disheveled hair suddenly appeared in the witch's dark room. The little girl killed the witch and crushed her chin. Just like that, she muttered to herself to death. The male and female protagonists felt that the witch wasn't very reliable, so they tried to think of a solution themselves. First, they had to determine what kind of evil spirit was bothering them. Therefore, he went to the old residents of this tube-shaped building to ask for information. Finally, they found out the true face of the evil spirit. It turned out that before the building was built, a cute little girl passed by and was dragged in and out of the building by an evil lolicon uncle. Then, she was killed. It was said that her chin was smashed. This lolicon was said to be called Nauchi. He had yet to be arrested and was on the run. It turned out that the pen spirit summoned by the protagonists wasn't a girl in a fluttering white dress, but a little girl without a chin. The little girl kept following them. The sky gradually darkened. The male and female protagonists went to the witch for help, only to find that the witch was already dead. They fled back to the apartment in fear. The male and female protagonists ran down a long corridor. Just then, the corridor lights flickered a few times and went out. The male and female protagonists saw a little girl with disheveled hair appear at the end of the dim corridor. The little girl was still very far away at first, but in the blink of an eye, she was standing in front of them. She raised her head. Her face was badly damaged. Her chin was shattered and there was still black blood. Only the whites of her eyes were missing her pupils. The little girl's appearance was extremely frightening. Qin Bao Bao picked up her teacup and sipped on it expressionlessly. However, her hands were shaking as if she couldn't hold her blanket properly. Wang Zijin pretended to look at her phone as if nothing had happened. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. The 2 girls were actually so scared that they peed their pants. After watching the horror movie, the pale-faced girls tacitly went back to their rooms to sleep and turned on the lights. However, they didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but they felt that the house was especially quiet. Sometimes, they would hear strange noises in the living room. Qin Bao Bao's room was big, so it was even worse. She turned on the lights in the bathroom and opened the door. Every 5 minutes, she would step into the bathroom in her slippers and take a look. She was afraid that something would appear in there. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." After calling her brother for the 10th time without any results, Qin Bao Bao threw her phone on the bed and sat cross-legged. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. "Where the hell did you go? Don't come back tonight if you dare." After thinking for a while, she changed her words. "If you don't come back, I'll cut off all ties with you." In the room opposite, Wang Zijin covered the mirror on the wardrobe with a blanket. She was playing a funny variety show on her phone, but it couldn't get rid of the shadow brought by the horror movie at all. From time to time, she would dive under the bed to take a look, afraid that something would appear under the bed. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." After dialing for so many times, Wang Zijin quickly switched her phone back to the variety show and bit her lip. She couldn't rely on her boyfriend at the crucial moment. The Thai movie was too scary. At 10:00 at night, Qin Zhe returned home. The lights in the living room were dark. His sisters had gone to bed early today. That was good too. He didn't want to kneel on the keyboard until the middle of the night. Very good, very good. Time to wash up and sleep. After taking a shower, Qin Zhe returned to his room. Just as he lay down, the door opened. His sister, who was wearing pajamas, was standing at the door with a pillow in her arms. "Aze," his sister called out softly. "Sis, I came back late because of a company dinner. Don't be angry." Qin Zhe said the lines he had prepared as fast as he could. "What nonsense are you saying? Why would your sister be angry with you?" Qin Bao Bao entered the room. "Your sister loves you so much. How could she bear to be angry with you?" His sister was unexpectedly gentle today. "What's the matter?" Qin Zhe was confused. Chat for a while," Qin Bao Bao said. "No, let me sleep." Qin Zhe refused. Qin Bao Bao said happily, make way, make way." She threw off her slippers and crawled under the blanket. Qin Zhe was speechless. Hey, boss, did you misunderstand me?" At this moment, the door opened again. Wang Zijin stood at the door. Qin Zhe was speechless. Qin Zhe was cold. No, his heart was cold. Sister Ziwei is not like what you see. Why didn't you knock on the door? At least give me time to crawl under the closet. Wang Zijin hugged the pillow and glanced at Qin Bao Bao, who was next to her brother. She curled her lips and walked to the other side with the pillow. She threw off her slippers and crawled under the blanket in one go. "Sleep over there." Wang Zijin nudged Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe was speechless. It was late at night. Qin Zhe, who was enjoying the happiness of having two wives, lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling, not daring to move. On his left lay his 36D seductive sister, and on his right lay his dignified and gentle girlfriend. The sister slept on her side facing him. Her big breasts were shockingly hot, and her breast volume was shameful. Wang Zijin's back was facing him. Her butt was shockingly hot, and the distance was shameful. She was just touching his waist. What's wrong with the sisters? Are they giving me benefits? Are you touched? I don't dare to move, I don't dare to move. The distance is too scary. If I move even a little, I'll rub against sensitive parts. Usually, it's fine. But now, my pajamas are thin, and the sisters will definitely slap me to show that they are pure. When that happens, if Qin Zhe moves, they'll slap me. Slap me every time I move, slap me every time I move. So, this is their plan to play with me, punish me. Aren't they underestimating me too much? To the sisters, I want to be big. To Sister Ziwei, we're already boyfriend and girlfriend. I just need to wait for the good weather. Qin Zhe tilted his head slightly. With the faint light outside the window, he scrutinized his sister's sleeping face. Her facial features were exquisite, her eyelashes were like brushes, and her lips were red and moist. What are you looking at? Qin Bao Bao opened her eyes and said angrily. Without waiting for Qin Zhe's reply. What's wrong with looking at you? Wang Zijin continued the conversation. She turned over and raised her head slightly. Try looking at me again. I'll try. Qin Zhe, what are you doing? Qin Zhe was confused from the beginning to the end. Why are you squeezing into my bed all of a sudden? Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin couldn't think of an excuse, so they said in unison, stop talking and go to sleep. The sisters were still shy. Although he didn't know what went wrong that made the two of them unable to control themselves, this didn't hinder Qin Zhe from feeling pleased in his heart. Ying Freak, although she usually didn't act like an older sister, she had wholeheartedly relied on him since they were young. She raised him for 3 years without caring for him. If he was the brightest star in Su Yu's night sky, then he was his sister's son. Other than indulging her, he was still indulging her. Black-bellied sister, although she usually pretended to be gentle and generous, she always exposed her black-bellied side from time to time. When she got jealous, she would even dig a hole for her boyfriend. But overall, she was considerate and had a good temper. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tolerated Ying Freak for so long. Presumably, she would be a good wife in the future. Thinking about this, he fell asleep in a daze. The next day, early morning. The first to wake up was always Qin Zhe. He slept very tiredly last night. The three of them squeezed into one bed, so everyone was quite tired. Moreover, the current Nuan Chun was hot from my warming. Qin Bao Bao kicked the blankets twice in the middle of the night, and Sister Ziwei was pushed out of bed twice by him. She angrily beat him awake, apologized, and continued to sleep. As for Qin Zhe, he was the most tired. When people sleep, they automatically adjust to a comfortable sleeping position, so he squeezed in with all his might. In this aspect, Qin Bao Bao's large but had an absolute advantage. Then, the squeezed Qin Zhe subconsciously squeezed in the other direction, causing Wang Zijin to flip out twice. But during this process, Wang Zijin also continuously squeezed in, so Qin Zhe, who was in the middle, was the most tired. The first time he enjoyed the happiness of having multiple partners, he didn't want to try it again. Qin Zhe pushed his sisters awake and chased them away. It's daybreak. Qin Bao Bao rubbed her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't sulk in the future. Wang Zijin looked at her. Huh? You squeezed into my bed to sulk? Qin Zhe was at a loss. Whoever climbs into my bed first wins? Qin Bao Bao sneered and glanced at him. She hugged her pillow and left with Wang Zijin side by side. This guy is too arrogant. I don't know what he was doing last night. His phone was also turned off. He said something about a company gathering, but he clearly didn't drink. Why don't we just beat him to death? Qin Zhe. In the past few days, there had been many discussions to bribe the two major shareholders to contribute, facilitate, and be willing to spend money. The acquisition process was progressing smoothly. Su Yu personally sent the information to Tianfang for 2 reasons. As a minor shareholder of Tianfang, she had never been here before and wanted to take a look. Qin Zhe was in Tianfang today, not at Baoza and Purple Crystal. Su Yu knocked on the company's door. When the receptionist saw the cold beauty, she was stunned. Then, she remembered something and quickly opened the door. At last year's annual meeting, Su Yu sat at the same table as CEO Qin. She was on the same level as CEO Qin. Moreover, her beauty alone left a deep impression on people. The male and female employees present at that time should have a deep impression of Su Yu and Wang Zijin. There were many beautiful women in Tianfang and Baoza companies, especially the former. As an entertainment company, any artiste or model would be better looking than an ordinary person. Not to mention a B-list artiste like Li Wei. But even a B-list artiste was not qualified to sit at the main table. Hello, how can I help? The receptionist asked cautiously. Where is CEO Qin's office? Su Yu asked. It's in the innermost area. I'll take you there. The receptionist welcomed her. The entire floor of the office area was Tianfang. The total area added up to more than 800 square meters, not including the 2 offices downstairs. Su Yu followed the receptionist and walked through the office area of various departments. Many male comrades stopped their work and stared at her with excited and amazed eyes. Su Yu was also looking at them, or rather, the layout and scale of the company. At present, Tian Fang's funds were certainly not as good as Bao's, but the company's staff was nearly twice as much as Bao's. Different industries had different divisions of labor. Investment companies did not need too many post-production and logistics personnel, but in the entertainment industry, they were basically logistics personnel. The ones who were really on the table were actually just stars. Next, the two entertainment companies were merged into Tian Fang. How would Qin Bao manage it? Would it be integrated together, or would it remain in place and exist in the name of a branch company? If it were Su Yu herself, she would undoubtedly choose the latter. A few minutes later, she came to Qin Zhe and Qin Bao's exclusive big office. Su Yu said, "Thank you, I'll go in by myself." The receptionist nodded and turned to leave with her low-heeled shoes. Just as she was about to knock on the door, Su Yu, who had sharp ears, suddenly heard a soft conversation inside. Well, there's a lot coming out." Qin Bao's voice. Su Yu had a strong sense of déjà vu in that tone of complaint and surprise. "Hey, don't suck so hard." Qin Zhe gasped. Su Yu's face changed, and she couldn't believe what she heard. "It's all your fault. How did I know there was so much inside? It's white and sticky." Qin Bao complained, "It's all over my face and hands." "Sister, I'll help you get it." Qin Zhe gasped for breath. "No, you keep moving. You can't stop if I don't let you." Qin Bao snorted. "But even if it's me, I can't stand such intense movements." Qin Zhe's gasping became more and more intense. "You can't stand it just a few hundred times? Are you a man?" Qin Bao said. Su Yu's raised hand froze in the air and couldn't fall. If she remembered correctly, the two inside were brother and sister, right? They must be brother and sister, right? They were so evil, her outlook on life suddenly collapsed. If Wang Zijin was inside, Su Yu would be very angry. But the person who was exercising with Qin Zhe inside was actually Qin Bao. Su Yu's hand trembled slightly. "Oh, there's so much coming out, I can't eat it at all," Qin Bao said. The taste was really bad, and it was hard to swallow. Su Yu's brain twitched and resonated uncontrollably. "Isn't there a paper towel? You wipe it clean, don't lick it," Qin Zhe said. "It's quite sweet, delicious." Qin Bao enjoyed the sound. "How can it be sweet? It's obviously very fishy," Su Yu thought. No, now is not the time to think about this. Although I like Qin Zhe very much, she can't accept the fact that her sister threw her clothes. It's even more evil than the grass python hero Su Xian. Su Yu took a deep breath, twisted the handle, pushed the door open, and shouted, "What are you doing?" In the office, Qin Zhe was doing push-ups, while Qin Bao took off her high heels and sat cross-legged on the sofa, holding a sweet like bread in her hand. She took a bite, and immediately white cream flowed out. Qin Bao licked it clean and squinted. "What we do is none of your business. Why are you here?" Qin Zhe took the opportunity to get up. "Hey, I didn't ask you to stop." Qin Bao threw the crumpled paper towel over. "Keep moving, 200 more." Su Yu walked to the sofa and her eyes fell on the dessert. "Do you want to eat?" "A's bought it, I'll give you 2, and the rest are mine," Qin Bao said. It turned out that the white, sweet, and relied on sucking, was this thing. Su Yu's heart was tired. "How long have you been doing it?" Su Yu turned her head and asked Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe looked at his sister, who thought for a while, "Almost 500. Don't do it, tomorrow your muscles will be sore." Su Yu was distressed. "It's none of your business." Qin Bao raised an eyebrow. "How is it none of my business?" Su Yu retorted. "Oh, you tell me, I'm training my brother, how is it none of your business?" She threw the contract on the table. "If you want to train, go home, now, discuss things. Qin Bao Bao glanced at the contract. She knew about the acquisition of the entertainment company. She hooked her finger, little Zay, come here, push-ups, go home and continue. Okay, thank you, sister. Qin Zay came over. Suyu secretly kicked him, hating iron for not becoming steel. Why should my man be bullied by Qin Bao Bao like this? Qin Bao Bao focused on looking at the information and did not find Suyu's little movements. She roughly went through it and frowned. How is the attitude of the artists of these two companies? Suyu said, the communication passed, and the contract was automatically extended to Tianfang. The two companies added up to only one second-tier artist, a third or fourth-tier artist, and they are eager to enter Tianfang. By the way, the second-tier female singer is the daughter of the general manager of Xia Yi Entertainment. I promised to let Qin Zay write a few songs for her. Mr. Su has made a lot of efforts in the acquisition. Is there any problem? Qin Zay nodded, no problem. Qin Bao Bao looked at him in surprise. As we all know, the fast shooter is famous for being stingy. Other singers eagerly ask for songs, but don't even think about it. But Suyu's words made her brother agree. When Qin Bao Bao looked at Suyu again, her eyes were secretly vigilant. Qin Bao Bao's biggest imaginary enemy was Wang Zijin, and then Suyu. Wang Zijin's biggest imaginary enemy was Suyu, and then it became Qin Bao Bao. Only Suyu foolishly thought that after she got Wang Zijin, she would embrace the whole world. After the acquisition, what are you going to do? Suyu looked at Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao looked at Qin Zay, rent the whole floor below? Qin Zay shook his head, the office area downstairs is full. Qin Bao Bao, then changed the address. The three discussed for a few minutes, and Qin Bao Bao said, the program, Let's Play, invited me to participate. I asked Li Wei for a place, but she had a personal matter to deal with and couldn't get away. How about you go on her behalf? Can't you give this opportunity to the other artists in the company? Qin Zay frowned. Because the program has a lot of interaction between men and women. It's super interesting. Qin Bao Bao twisted her body and said coquettishly, go. Okay, I'll reward you with a piece of bread. Thank you, sister. Suyu was speechless. Chapter 428. On a sunny weekend in spring, the warm sunshine made people sleepy and lazy. After dinner, Suyu and Wang Zijin sat in the coffee shop, enjoying the leisurely afternoon. Wang Zijin gradually took over Amethyst Network technology. Unlike Tianfang, even if Qin Zay didn't know much about business management, he could write songs and make movies to help his sister. Not to mention Baoza. At the beginning of the company's establishment, Qin Zay carried the performance of the whole company alone. In the area of network technology, Qin Zay couldn't help. In the management of the company, he was also a dabbler. He told Wang Zijin that she should consult Suyu more when she had time. She was a professional in business management. They left, leaving you poor soul, and went to Hangzhou to eat, drink, and have fun. After teaching for a long time, Suyu didn't forget to satirize Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin curled her lips and leaned lazily on the rattan chair. The sun shone in from the floor-to-ceiling window. She was bathed in the sun, and her face was crystal clear like white jade, flawless. Work is important, Wang Zijin said insincerely. After that, she glanced at Suyu. Hey, why do I feel jealous? Suyu, do you like Qin Zay? Of course, I like him. Don't you see how tacit and cooperative we are? We work together to create such a big family business. Suyu was proud. Wild lovebirds. Wang Zijin sneered and suddenly her small face became serious. Then tell me, how far have you and him developed? She silently dug a hole for Suyu, just like Qin Bao Bao regarded her as a wolf in the house. If Suyu was interested in Qin Zay, no doubt, then she would definitely bluff and anger herself. It was better to let her misunderstand. Eat all day long, Su Yu said. Wang Zijin. Then, she came to her senses, and 2 sharp rays of light shot out of her eyes that were like peach blossoms. What do you mean? She said. Just kidding. Su Yu laughed and said, do you think I have an affair with Qin Zhe? Stop fooling around. I'm such a pure and innocent little fairy, a pure and untainted white lotus. That's right, there's something going on. She paused for a moment, and before Wang Zijin could say anything, she smiled and said, what about you? Are you having an affair with Qin Zhe? She was exaggerating so much that Wang Zijin didn't believe her. Wang Zijin pretended to be relaxed. How is that possible? I only treat him as a younger brother. I'm not some kind of brother complex. It doesn't exist. She thought that she couldn't let Su Yu know her relationship with Qin Zhe. Otherwise, Su Yu's big mouth would turn around and tell Qin Bao. The big cow was going to explode. Wang Zijin was not ready to have a showdown with the big cow. Su Yu was confused at that time. What was going on? Wasn't she Qin Zhe's official girlfriend? Why did she cower faster than her? What was she afraid of? It didn't make any sense. Was he worried about something? Anyway, it was impossible to worry about her, Su Yu. Su Yu frowned and realized that things were not simple. Today's training will end here. I'm going home to write novels. Su Yu stretched. Wasn't your novel banned? Wang Zijin asked curiously. Su Yu's novel was 404 because of too many illegal content. At that time, she was heartbroken and called Qin Zhe with tears in her eyes. She cried and said that she wanted to buy that novel platform and then fire all the employees. Qin Zhe comforted her that it was useless to do so. The power of the #1 beast in the world was not something you could compete with. Just go to work obediently. Su Yu was not reconciled and secretly started a new book. At the same time, in Hangzhou Stadium, the program group of Let's Play officially started recording. It was a relatively popular reality show. There were 4 permanent guests in the program, 2 men and 2 women. 2 of the female stars were acquaintances, Qian Shishir, who was in the variety show, and Guling, a very popular female singer in Wanwan. It was the sister who posted Qin Zhe's picture, Pigeon, the sheep below is dead. They met when they participated in the Golden Melody Awards. Of the 2 male stars, one was once a big star in the music industry, called Li Guangsheng. The other won the Best Actor award, called Sun Chen. In the stadium, hundreds of audience members were looking forward to it. At this time, there were 2 male guests standing in the stadium. Yes, there were only 2. Following the director's speech, a man came out of the entrance. Lin Jiao. Ah, it's him. I love him. The stadium was noisy and the audience cheered in surprise. Lin Jiao, a popular young actor in recent years, debuted as a singer and then transferred to the film and television industry. He was often criticized for having no acting skills, but it did not prevent him from being popular. The classification of the entertainment industry was actually very vague now. In the past, the classification of A-list and B-list stars was very clear. With the development of the times and the emergence of young actors, this classification faded away. In the past, the level of stars was divided according to the work and salary. After the young actors, this method did not work because good work did not mean high salary. Lin Jiao went on stage and exchanged pleasantries with the 2 male stars. The director raised the microphone and shouted, "Let's welcome the next guest." There was a puff of air from the entrance and a tall voice walked into the stadium. Several male guests exclaimed in surprise. Then, there were hundreds of audience members exclaiming. The person who came was Qin Zhe. As soon as he appeared, he overshadowed Li Jiao. Not only did the female audience scream, but the male audience also howled excitedly. It was because of the rampant popularity of young actors that the audience was particularly partial to those with talent and acting skills. Qin Zhe, as a young actor with acting skills and no scandals, could be said to be popular with both men and women. It was not that there were no scandals. In fact, recently, there was a scandal about Qin Zhe running rampant on the internet. Someone took a picture of him carrying a woman on his back and strolling down a drizzling street. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin did not know about this scandal for the time being. Qin Zhe himself did not know about it either. Because it was not a major scandal, it did not make the headlines, so Qin Zhe could still smile so brightly. Sun Chen, who had the most experience, rushed over to hug him first, followed by Li Guangsheng and then Lin Jiao. The latter two were obviously more enthusiastic than the former because they were half singers. "You're my idol," Lin Jiao said. "I'll give you my autograph after the show," Qin Zhe joked. "Alright, now that the male guests are all here, we have 4 female guests for this episode. The next segment is called Fated Pairing," the director announced. Each female guest will give a hint on the board, and the male guests will choose a female guest they like. Sun Chen said, "2 of them are Guling and Shishir. I don't know about the other 2. Li Guangsheng teased, "Definitely don't pick either of them." He patted Lin Jiao on the shoulder. "I'll leave them to you guys." There was a roar of laughter. With that said, 4 tall and sexy female models went on stage, holding 4 boards. The 4 boards were, Werewolf Kill, Golden Melody Award, Watching Childhood from Afar, and Black-Hearted Maggot. Sun Chen was dumbfounded. What kind of trick is this? The production team must be up to something. I can't tell Guling and Shishir's styles at all. How are they going to choose? Li Guangsheng said, "What does Werewolf Kill mean? Are they hinting at the game they like? Which female celebrity especially likes to play Werewolf Kill?" Qin Zhe touched his nose. He felt that these 4 female guests were up to something. Lin Jiao said, "Golden Melody Award. Does it mean that she won the Golden Melody Award before? Watching Childhood from Afar. What does that mean? The last one is Black-Hearted Maggot. Which female guest has such a strong taste?" Sun Chen rubbed his hands. "I know that Qin Baobao came to our show this week, but I don't know which one she is. It's definitely not Werewolf Kill. I've never heard that she likes to play this game. I think it's most likely to be the Golden Melody Award. She won the Chinese Best Female Singer Award before." Lin Jiao said, "Can we ask the audience for help?" Qian Shishir. "Werewolf Kill is Qian Shishir," the audience shouted. Sun Chen was still confused. Li Guangsheng suddenly understood and explained, "Qian Shishir is a permanent guest of Werewolf Kill. But I remember that Qin Baobao also participated in it before. There's no need to say more. It's another smokescreen by the production team. Watching Childhood from Afar is Qin Zhe's Weibo name." A female audience member in the front row shouted with her hands as a loudspeaker. That was his old name, but now his real name was verified on Weibo. Sun Chen clapped. Then this could also be Qin Baobao. The director announced, "Now, let's invite the male guests to choose." Sun Chen took the lead and snatched the Golden Melody Award. Lin Jiao and Li Guangsheng snatched the Watching Childhood from Afar writing board. The 2 of them pushed each other and fought for it. Qin Zhe silently took the last writing board. There was no need to say anything. Evil Maggot, his sister's catchphrase. If he didn't choose this, his sister would kill him. In the end, Watching Childhood from Afar was snatched by Li Guangsheng. Lin Jiao had no choice but to take Werewolf Kill. The little fresh meat was a little dejected, but when he saw the writing board Qin Zhe chose, he immediately laughed. "I'm sure it's Guling Qin Baobao is one of them. Your taste is a little heavy, ha ha ha." Sun Chen and Li Guangsheng laughed as well. You siblings don't have any chemistry at all." The audience roared with laughter. The director said, "Now, let's invite the female guests on stage." Chapter 429. As soon as the director said that, gas was released from the entrance and a petite female artist walked in happily. She was Xianxia. As expected, she came in the order on the board. The hundreds of audience members cheered and applauded. Sun Chen said, "It's Xianxia indeed. The Golden Melody Award will definitely go to Qin Bao Bao." Li Guangsheng wasn't convinced. "Nonsense. This is Qin Bao Bao." On the other side, Lin Jiao went up to Xianxia and gave her a small hug. Then, Xianxia glared at Qin Zhe and said jokingly and bitterly, "I've already given you such an obvious hint. Don't tell me you can't guess who I am." Qin Zhe played dumb. "I really can't guess." Lin Jiao held his pierced heart. "Don't be like this. You're mine now." Then, the second female guest came on stage. According to the order on the board, she was the female guest for the Golden Melody Award. Sun Chen said nervously, "Qin Bao Bao, Qin Bao Bao, Qin Bao Bao." After the gas was released, the female guest came. She had a medium figure, long hair, and a cute oval face. It was Guling, the "sheep is dead" version of Wang Zijin. "Oh, my God." Sun Chen hugged his head exaggeratedly. He went up and hugged Guling. He teased, "Seems like it's my fate. I was just short of praying that it wasn't you. In the end, I really fell for it." Guling stabbed back without hesitation and looked at Qin Zhe bitterly. "I thought I could confuse you and make you think that I'm a Bao Bao and choose me." Sun Chen was speechless. The third female guest came on stage. Li Guangsheng said excitedly, "She's here. Bao Bao, she's mine today." The next second, he was dumbfounded. It wasn't Qin Bao Bao who came on stage. Instead, it was a tall female artist who was 1.7 meters tall. She had the goddess signature long black hair and a bright smile on her face. She had an oval face and big eyes. Her name was Yi Lu. She was a very popular movie star. Li Guangsheng quickly adjusted himself and greeted her with a bright smile. After losing Qin Bao Bao, he felt that it was not a loss to exchange for another long-legged beauty. She didn't know if it was the production crew's special arrangement or if Yi Lu was really Qin Zhe's fan, but she walked past Li Guangsheng and opened her arms to hug Qin Zhe. "Qin Zhe, I'm your fan. I'm very happy to meet you on this show," she said. Li Guangsheng was speechless. Qin Zhe was speechless. The audience roared with laughter. If it was arranged by the production team, then it was really full of evil intentions. If it was her own doing, then the operation was too much. Qin Zhe knew that he was very popular as a salted fish, but once his brand was revealed, he really underestimated his own charm. He just wanted to be a quiet handsome man. Xianxia's werewolf kill was definitely a hint to him, hoping that he would choose her as his partner. There was no need to talk about Guling. She had been eyeing him for a long time and wanted to recommend herself to sleep with him. Qin Zhe knew that Guling had a few boyfriends. Some were from the entertainment industry, some were from outside. Although her private life wasn't as messy as other celebrities, she was definitely experienced. She had so many boyfriends already. Why would I hook up with her? I don't want to be in the same boat with too many brothers. Qin Zhe was already a strange man. If he hooked up with this experienced driver, would they be racing with each other? Also, Yi Lu. He felt that this sister shouldn't be his fan. Before he changed his Weibo name, he wasn't a god of stocks or a fast shooter. At most, he was a little famous. Yi Lu was already a famous celebrity. How could she be his fan? With that thought, Qin Bao Bao went on stage. She was wearing the same sportswear as the other female celebrities, which was given out by the production team. But because she was wearing the same clothes, she stood out. The other female celebrities' breasts weren't obvious or barely protruded, but when it came to her sister, they were heavy and eye-catching. She also had a pair of long and straight legs. They were pleasing to the eye and there was nothing to say about her looks. After Qin Bao Bao went on stage, the cheers exploded. Qin Zhe ran up and held his sister's hand. Sun Chen raised his hand and said loudly, "Director, did you purposely put Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao in the same group?" The director said no. But the guests didn't believe it and protested. Qin Bao Bao laughed. "This wasn't arranged by the production team. I promise." Li Guangsheng didn't believe it. They purposely wrote such a non-mainstream slogan and the other two are just smoke bombs. They're Weibo names and Golden Melody Awards. Shady, shady. Qin Zhe smiled. "I'll testify for the director. They definitely didn't arrange it." After a pause, he smiled bitterly. "That's her catchphrase. She calls me that at home. Xian Shishir, pft. Gu Ling, pft. Yi Lu, ha ha ha. Are you two siblings? Ha. A few male guests laughed. Lin Jiao said, "Sigh, I feel that this catchphrase is going to be popular after this episode." Sun Chen said, "Then how do you usually call your sister?" "Moaning monster." Qin Zhe obviously wouldn't say it. "I don't have such a weird catchphrase. I usually call her sister and call her by her name when I'm angry." When everyone was here, the director said, "Now, we'll enter the next segment. In order to train the team's chemistry, we'll have a question and answer game." The question and answer game was very interesting. The men and women who weren't familiar with each other made fun of each other. This game was scored. 10 points would be awarded if the answer was right and points would be deducted if the answer was wrong. After this round, Qian Shishir and Lin Jiao's team had 0 points. Guling and Sun Chen had -10 points. Yi Lu and Li Guangsheng had 20 points. The two were very smart. Yi Lu's question was, "Who is my idol?" Li Guangsheng wrote, "Qin Zhe." The two compared their answers and scored 10 points. Li Guangsheng's question was, "Who is the female celebrity I like?" Yi Lu wrote, "Qin Bao Bao." She scored another 10 points. This small segment basically revealed their IQ. Since they weren't familiar with each other, they obviously had to ask questions that both parties knew. For the other two teams, Qian Shishir's question was, "What color do I like?" Gu Ling's question was, "The food I like." As for Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao, they were considered bugs in this segment. They scored 40 points. Both teams asked 2 questions each and the two answered them correctly. Qin Bao Bao's question was, "The food I like the most." Qin Zhe obviously knew that. He wrote, "Chicken stewed with mushrooms." When he usually cooked, it was definitely chicken stewed with mushrooms. Qin Bao Bao's second question was, "The thing I dislike the most." Qin Zhe originally wanted to write, "horror movie." But when the sister touched her nose, the younger brother understood. After hesitating for a long time, he wrote, "tissue." In the end, the answers were correct. He hoped that Sister Ziwei wouldn't watch this show. Qin Zhe could only pray in this way. Next, they left the stadium and took the bus to West Lake. Along with them was a large group of fans. The show quickly booked the top floor of Leifeng Pagoda to film the show. The top floor of Leifeng Pagoda had great scenery. The sun was shining brightly. Standing there, one could see the green waves of West Lake rippling like folds. Further away were the Su Causeway and the Bai Causeway. The willows were green and there were many tourists. The Su Causeway divided West Lake into 2. In the smaller part of the lake, boats with black awnings slowly sailed past. In the larger part of the lake, boats competed with each other. The reason why Qin Bao Bao came to this show was because she wanted to freeload on the show's travel activities. The show filmed all over the country and sometimes even went abroad. She originally thought that even if she didn't go abroad, it would be great to go to Sanya or something. She didn't expect the show to be set in Hangzhou. The Hangzhou siblings had already been here many times and played everything they wanted. It was only an hour away from Shanghai by high-speed train. They didn't have the thrill of traveling together at all. On this point, Qin Baobao was very disappointed. As everyone knows, there is a beautiful legend about Leifeng Pagoda. It is said that White Snake is imprisoned here. Now, we will choose the most beautiful white snake and the most handsome Su Xian. Everyone can show off their talents. Finally, the show's 10 audience members will give the score. The audience members were randomly selected from the fan group. The order of appearance was decided by drawing lots. Let me. Qin Baobao rolled up her sleeves, indicating that she would draw lots. Reality proved that her sister's luck was terrible. The siblings were the last to appear. Even a beautiful and cute little fairy-like sister has times when she stumbles. Qin Baobao leaned against her brother and sighed. Brother cameraman, cut this part later. Qin Zhe silently covered his face. Soon, the talent show of each group was decided. Qian Shishir and Lin Jiao's group chose to act in a skit. They acted out the meeting of White Snake and Su Xian. The two of them were movie stars. Sun Chen and Guling chose to sing a song. It was a classic song by White Snake and Su Xian. The two of them were singers. Yi Lu and Li Guangsheng both chose to sing. Li Guangsheng was once a very popular singer. Then what should we sing? Qin Baobao glared. The good things were all chosen by the others. Qian Shishir smiled. You guys got so many points in the last segment. This time, it's our turn to make a comeback. Lin Jiao agreed. Luckily, we chose all the songs. The two Miss Qin are both capable singers. Yi Lu smiled and teased, how about Qin Zhe write a song on the spot? Good. That's a good idea. Miss Qin, if you can write a song on the spot, we'll admit defeat without any hesitation. The guests chatted and laughed. Even though fast shooters were famous for being fast, writing a song in a few minutes. He seemed to have done it before. But it might not be better than the classic song they were going to sing. How about you write a song? Qin Baobao hugged her brother's arm out of habit. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. The director and assistant director of the show talked. If Qin Zhe writes a song on the spot, our show will have a lot of gimmick. That's a bit difficult. It's actually not that difficult. I heard from Huang Yudong's studio that Qin Zhe can write a song in 10 minutes. There's a high chance. After all, he's a fast shooter. To the show, Qin Zhe being able to write a song on the spot was definitely a hot topic. The fame of a fast shooter was like thunder in the entertainment industry. The fans only knew that he was fast, but they didn't know how fast he was. They would write the title, Qin Zhe writes a song on the spot on the show to let you know how fast a fast shooter is. Just this gimmick alone would make the views for this episode explode. Chapter 430. The director gave everyone a few minutes to change their clothes. The female guests put on a vintage white dress while the male guests put on a scholar's shirt. The four teams stood together after changing their clothes. They looked at each other and joked around. Sun Chen pointed at Qian Shishir and laughed. This is definitely the shortest white snake in history. Qian Shishir retorted, you're the fattest Su Xian in history. Qian Shishir was around 1.5 meters tall. Compared to Yi Lu and Qin Baobao who were around 1.7 meters tall, she looked especially petite. Li Guangsheng said, they're both beautiful. They're both the most beautiful white snake. Gu Ling laughed. You're too old. There's no reference value. Qin Zhe, who do you think is the most beautiful? Qin Zhe didn't hesitate. Of course it's my sister. He paused and added, if I don't say that, she'll call me a black-hearted maggot. Everyone laughed. Qin Bao Bao kicked her brother lightly. The cameraman quickly captured the scene. Li Guangsheng stepped forward and posed like an ancient scholar. Bao Bao, who's the most handsome Su Xian? Qin Bao Bao chuckled. Did you forget my nickname? Brother Dazzling Demon. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. The audience who were blocked outside took photos and videos excitedly. The crew was pleasantly surprised. Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe had a good sense of variety. Then, the first group's performance began. Qian Shishir and Lin Jiao acted. They acted out the scene where White Snake and Su Xian met for the first time. Both sides spoke awkwardly and exchanged glances. It was very funny. All the guests and the audience laughed. The 10 judges gave a score of 90 points. Then, the two groups performed singing and dancing. The artists present all had good singing skills, especially Guling and Li Guangsheng. When they debuted, little fresh meats weren't popular yet. Singers couldn't rely on their looks to get paid. Movie stars mostly relied on their acting skills. Guling's voice was soft and beautiful, like the cry of an oriole. Li Guangsheng's voice was deep and long. Both groups received warm applause. Qian Shishir sighed. If Guling and Li Guangsheng were in the same group, we would definitely lose. Lin Jiao agreed. That's good. Miss Qin and her brother are also very good at singing. If their performance could be repeated, we would all lose. For Guling and Sun Chen's team, the audience gave them 88 points. For Li Guangsheng and Yi Qing's team, the audience gave them 92 points. Right now, Li Guangsheng and Yi Lu were leading. Everyone looked at Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao. It was their turn to perform. Qin Bao and Qin Zhe were still whispering. She said, "Brother, you look quite handsome in this outfit." As she spoke, she helped Qin Zhe straighten his collar. Qin Zhe thought to himself, of course, I'm not Salted Fish Zhe or Hei's king now. Please call me Grassland Hero. Today, his sister wasn't a whimpering monster either. She was a snake that was good at swallowing and spitting. Sister is also very beautiful, Qin Zhe said. Not as handsome as you. Not as pretty as you. Not as handsome as you. Sister twisted her body. Cameraman, they definitely wouldn't cut out this part. They had to let the entire country see how shameless the two of them were. They had heard of businesses praising each other, but they had never heard of siblings praising each other. Seeing that it was their turn soon, Qin Bao Bao couldn't help but stop praising each other. She asked, "Have you finished writing?" "Cameraman, you can go first. We need to talk about business secrets." The siblings chased the cameraman to the side. Qin Zhe said, "Not yet." Qin Bao Bao complained, "You're not fast at all today." Qin Zhe, will you cry if I'm too fast one day? Actually, he could just search for songs in the point store, but the system didn't have any missions. If there were no missions, he wouldn't waste points. Qin Zhe smiled. Don't worry. I'm confident. Qin Bao Bao said in disdain, I'm the one with a big chest. When did this girl become better at complaining than me? Do you remember a palm technique that came down from the sky? Qin Zhe asked mysteriously. I only remember a hand blade that came down from the sky. Qin Bao Bao waved her hand and lightly hit her brother. What's your plan? Try to recall. Have we ever sung a song like this before? Qin Zhe winked at him. Qin Bao Bao racked her brain and thought seriously. She couldn't remember and shook her head. You posted it on Weibo, Qin Zhe reminded her. Sister shook her head. I used to be ashamed of it, Qin Zhe said helplessly. Sister shook her head again. Think about it. That day when I wanted to hit you, you hid behind Sister Ziwei and trembled in fear. Qin Bao Bao remembered. It was the shameful video that was posted at the same time as Qin Zai's photo. She posted it without Qin Zai's knowledge. After that, the exasperated Qin Zai pounded on the door. Open the door, open the door. If you have the ability to post on Weibo, then open the door. He was really yelling like that at that time. Fortunately, Wang Zijin helped. Otherwise, she would have been beaten by her brother that day. Do you remember that song? Qin Zai asked. I don't remember. Qin Bao Bao frowned with a bitter expression. That song was written by Qin Zai. At that time, she wasn't a big star in the music industry and he wasn't a famous composer in China. The song wasn't the complete version. That song didn't become popular, and Qin Bao Bao, one of the people involved, didn't take it seriously. It's time for the complete version of this song to appear. Qin Zai raised his hand and said loudly, Director, give me 10 minutes. No problem. The director made an okay gesture. Qin Zai pulled Qin Bao Bao to a corner. The director hurriedly asked the cameraman to follow them. They couldn't miss such a crucial moment. The fast shooter wrote a song live. I'll teach you how to sing it. You follow me twice, Qin Zai said. Okay. Qin Bao Bao leaned her face close to him and pecked his head. She was very cute. How many words do you remember now? I forgot all. It's useless. Oh, I didn't remember. Qin Bao Bao punched him. Fast shooter. Qin Zai glanced out of the corner of his eye and turned his head. Good heavens, 2 cameramen on the left and 1 on the right. The 6 guests were sneakily bending over and whispering into their ears, as if they were eavesdropping. Hey! Qin Zai said. Hey! Qin Bao Bao said. Do what you want to do. Pretend we don't exist. Everyone waved their hands. Director, we can't record this show, Qin Zai shouted. No, no, no. Qin Bao Bao slapped her thighs with her 2 small hands. The siblings chased all of them away, leaving only 1 cameraman to shoot without any distractions. I'll write down the lyrics first. You look at the lyrics and sing at the same time, Qin Zai said. 10 minutes later, Qin Bao Bao memorized the tune and lyrics. As the talented and beautiful maggot Qin, her memory was so strong that Qin Zai before the system's modification could not compare. Every day, when Qin Zai stayed up late with the table lamp to memorize English words, his sister would recite them several times on the balcony, during meals, and on the way to school. She would memorize them all. His sister's brain was so big that the old man wanted to pluck his daughter's brain and put it on his son's neck. Old comrade Qin Xianxia often lamented that although his daughter was smart, girls were born to be disadvantaged in academic research. Getting married, pregnant, and having children, they still had to take care of the children. Especially when the country allowed for a second child, women did not have time to devote to academic research. Qin Zai was envious when he heard that. 2 thoughts came to his mind. First, they were not disadvantaged. They were clearly the welfare group. Why not let him take care of such a happy thing at home? Second, his father was fine. In the future, his sister would go to academic research, and he would be a stay-at-home dad and full-time husband. He could not say either of these thoughts. The former would be dragged into the study by old comrade Qin Xianxia for ideological modification. The latter would probably be hospitalized. Seeing Qin Zai and Qin Bao Bao return with confidence, the guests couldn't wait to ask, singing or acting? Is it an original? Qin Zai, you can't really write a new song in 10 minutes, right? Come on, sing, I can't wait. The onlooking fans also couldn't wait. They talked about it all at once, and the scene was particularly hot. Qin Zai and his sister looked at each other and nodded. Director, we have no problem. Wait a minute, Qin Bao Bao blinked and said with a smile, let me give you a hint. We have sung this song before, and we even filmed a video and posted it on Weibo. Among the people present, some frowned, some pondered, and some recalled. But no one could remember what song it was. When Qin Bao Bao made a splash on the program, I Am a Singer, she was still a newcomer with no foundation and no fan base. The famous stars who had been famous for a long time did not pay attention to her, so they did not know about the video. Qian Shishir said, "Don't keep us in suspense. Let's start." Sun Chen patted his head. "Io, they are so naughty." Yi Lu pondered for a while and suddenly thought of something. She said excitedly, "I know what they are going to